I can't overstate how much effort went into what you're just about to watch. 4 years running an email agency full-time, more than 50 brands, more than $5 million generated without extra ad spend, and thousands of hours in client accounts trying to fix the same leaks that are draining your revenue right now. Just to help you understand how long I've been obsessively working on this system, we'll even pull up a post from December 2022, Christmas Day, when I was up all night auditing client accounts while everyone else was off. This is the level of obsession and depth this system comes from. This 7-hour video shares the exact strategies brands have paid us thousands of dollars to implement for them, but I'm giving them to you for completely free. I'm not gatekeeping anything. I'm not gonna try and hide some info so that you hire us. No, this is everything you need to do it yourself. But if you want us to do this for you, we can talk. Link is in the description. Now here is everything I'm going to go over. Number 1, capturing as many visitors as possible and growing your email list as fast as humanly possible, because there is no point in setting up flows, sending campaigns if you don't have an email list to begin with. Number 2, how to avoid the spam folder and optimize your deliverability to the primary inbox. That's where your subscribers actually check. Because again, there is no point in having emails and sending emails if they're not being seen. And then we have flows. I'm going to give you all of the automated flows you need to maximize revenue and build a machine that nurtures and converts at every stage of the customer journey. And then I'm going to teach you about email campaigns, how to make a content calendar that actually converts, and send campaigns that keep your brand top of mind every time of the year. And I'm not stopping at email. I'm also going to give you the exact SMS strategy you can layer on top to amplify the results of this entire system. So, dear brand owner, if you want to extract every hidden dollar from your existing traffic and your email list, this is the system. Okay, so first of all, I want to address a misconception. A lot of founders underestimate email because they think it's not really needed. And in the next few minutes, I'm going to explain to you why you need to make sure you're giving email the attention it deserves. So first, let me quickly show you some proof. Today is the 18th of November. I've taken these screenshots from some of our clients' accounts just to show you the potential this has. As you can see here, 43% from email, 42% of entire store revenue from email, 49% from email, and all of these screenshots were taken today. This is just to show you the numbers so that you can see how much revenue email can bring in. And now let me explain the mechanism through which email works. So we've got the first aspect, which is retargeting non-buyers. So as you know, you're getting traffic to your website through Meta ads, Google ads, or content, and they land on your website, but only a small percentage of them are in this stage, the ready to buy stage. The rest of them, which is 97%, just leave because they did not have enough interest within that 60-second browsing session to make that purchase. So they leave and probably never come back. The goal of email, in this sense, is to capture 15 to 20% of those highest intent visitors, okay, that were interested. They went through their ad hatred to click on the ad, all right, land on your website, and then we are going to capture those guys who had enough interest, and then retarget them using a channel you own, which does not require more ad spend. And I'm talking about, of course, the email and SMS channel, all right? We can retarget them for months, okay, and every message we send to them costs less than a penny, right? That's part number 1, retargeting non-buyers. This is going to decrease your CPA, which will allow you to outspend your competitors on ad platforms. Then the second aspect is retaining customers. Okay, you get someone to buy one time, you get a customer to buy one time, they already trust you, okay? Now you can get them to buy again through multiple ways. It can be buying the same thing again, a replenishment, it can be upselling them, it can be cross-selling them. There's multiple ways of doing this, and email allows you to do that. And finally, with email, you are not competing with attention. You're not competing with these stupid videos on short-form platforms for attention, right? Email gets checked by most people every morning or every day, multiple times a day, and you don't have this type of stuff that's stealing their attention. Your ads are interruption-based marketing, whereas this is retargeting on a platform where they have consented us to market to them, all right? So it's a warm lead, they already know you, and you're not competing for attention on those platforms. And yeah, that's the reasoning behind why email works, and this is the proof. I want to say this again. If you apply everything that you watch in this course, you will be able to get results like this. Even if you do not work with us, you can get results like this if you apply everything that I'm going to teach you inside of this course. Okay, so first thing you have to do is connect your Shopify with Klaviyo. Now, I'm choosing Klaviyo because it's the best. No need to ask why. You might be considering other platforms for e-commerce email marketing. Just want to clarify, this is for e-commerce email marketing, all right? Klaviyo is the best. No need to go into the reasons why. You might be considering other options because the pricing is better. But if you clean your list properly, your Klaviyo billing is not going to be that high, all right? So stick with Klaviyo. Do not overcomplicate. Speed is key. Do not overcomplicate. All right, so Shopify, go to Shopify, click on apps. You're going to look for Klaviyo, all right? You're going to open this up. You just have to make an account the same way you make an account for every service, all right? You make an account, and then inside of Klaviyo, you make an account. Then inside of Klaviyo, you are going to click on integrations, click on explore apps, look for Shopify, click to install, and then here you are going to input your Shopify URL, and here just make sure that you have selected this, all right? Make sure this is ticked, track behavioral events. Just to give you some context, a few years ago, or before 2025, we needed to add like custom metrics inside of the Shopify theme to be able to track add it to cart, browse abandonment, etc., etc. But now in 2025, Klaviyo has made it easier. The integration is a lot more solid and it's a lot more simple. You just have to make sure this is ticked, right? Track behavioral events. And then here, sync data from Shopify. You just have to select the Klaviyo list you want your Shopify contacts to be added to. Just choose whatever, remember the name of it. We are going to need this when making the welcome flow, all right? Newsletter or profiles. You don't have to touch anything, very simple. And next to Shopify, when you click on this, you might be prompted to log into Shopify again. Just do that, and this is it. You do not have to do anything else in 2025, and yeah, it's that easy. After A/B testing pop-ups for 3 years, we finally cracked the code. We found a pop-up that consistently outperforms and captures 3 times more than those complicated, fancy pop-ups everyone is teaching. And I'm about to show you exactly how you can build it in the next few minutes without any design skills. So, I want to first emphasize the fact that everything I'm going to show you is based off of dozens of A/B tests that I have personally done. So if I just show you some screenshots from our clients' accounts, as you can see here, we've tested basically every variable. We've tested pop-ups with the close icon and without, tested different speed timings, tested normal page versus full page, different trigger timings. We've also tested different incentives, different designs, you name it, we have tested it. That's the first thing I want you to know. Now, let me show you high-performing pop-ups versus low-performing pop-ups so that you can develop some sort of radar, like I have, to, even without testing, just straight away tell, this is not going to perform well, this is going to perform well. So, if I show you some examples, and I'm also going to show you the psychology behind why it's not really converting. So, first of all, let's have a look at this pop-up. This is probably the most common type of pop-up. Ignore the design. I'm talking about multiple input fields on the first step. Okay, a lot of text. You've got a whole paragraph down here, and yeah, it's just too much. Same here. You've got one input field, one email input field, but there's just so much text the person has to read. Then you've got newsletter perks. Like this really makes it overwhelming for the visitor. They're just on your site to buy something, all right? And you've just interrupted them with a pop-up. They're by default, by nature, they are already pissed. They're already angry, all right? You don't want to give them lines to read. They're simply going to look for the close icon as soon as they see that it's asking for an email and it's asking them to put effort and read all of this. Automatically, they're going to look for this close icon in the top right corner. And that's why these email pop-ups don't really work well. So yeah, these types of pop-ups are what's most commonly used by e-commerce stores, right? And then you have more pop-ups. These are decent, okay, but it's unnecessary effort to make them look nice. For example, you've got this like 3D effect going on. Like you don't even need an image, and I'm gonna show you why. Same here. This pop-up looks nice. It's got a micro commitment step where they're not asking for anything on the first step. They're giving you the, they're telling you you've got this incentive. Tell us a bit about yourself. That's an excellent strategy. It's very good. But the reason I included it here is because you don't need it to be this fancy. Okay, a pop-up, like people know a pop-up is simply to collect the email. You can make a site as fancy as you want, but a pop-up doesn't need to be fancy. Okay, all right, it's nice to have this type of design stuff in the background, but we don't need that. If you do, you're gonna have to spend 5 times the amount of time. Okay, you're gonna have to work with designers, and you're gonna have to get technical with Klaviyo. You can make this on Klaviyo, but then you're gonna see an ad saying, hey, you can make some flexible pop-ups using our third-party app, Then you're going to start looking into pop-up apps. That's what people are doing. You don't need all of that stuff. Stick with simplicity. All right. So yeah, these are low converting pop-ups you want to avoid. These are good pop-ups, but you don't need to get fancy like they did over here. And this is the pop-up I am recommending to you because it's extremely high converting. It's very easy to make. All right. You don't need any design skills and it just works. So let me walk you through why this is a high converting pop-up. So step by step, I'm going to walk you through the pop-up and I'm going to give you a psychology breakdown. So first of all, we have, before the first step, we have a teaser. Okay, we have a teaser step, which is always visible. This can be at the bottom of the screen or on the left. This can be configured inside of Klaviyo. And in a second, we are going to build this inside of Klaviyo together. So first, we have the teaser. It's always visible. It clearly states the incentive. Okay. Then the first step is a simple question. Okay, you want to make the first step as simple as possible. It's a simple question. Do you want the incentive? Okay, whatever incentive it is, it doesn't have to be 10% off. And we are going to talk about incentives in a second. So do you want 10% off? Very simple, 3 words, 2 buttons. And as you can see, there is no close icon. So we are basically removing that automatic behavior that people have of looking for the close icon in the top right corner. Now they are obliged to consume those 3 words, which is super easy. And if they don't want the 10% off, they can simply click on no and the pop-up will disappear. But if they have enough intent, they're going to click on yes. When they click on yes, this is where we can elaborate on the conditions of the pop-up, okay? So that you don't seem unethical or untrustworthy, where you promised them one thing and at the end there was like a minimum order requirement. To avoid that, we mention it before they give us the email, but not on the first step. So here it's simply get the incentive, minimum order value $50, that's the condition stated inside of brackets. And you've got an email input field, a submit step, and a no I'll pass step. So on every step, we don't have the close icon, but we always have a button where they can click on and just get rid of the pop-up. That's the first step. And then this step is optional. I recommend you always do this, even if you don't have personalized flows. I recommend you do this. You have a question, especially if you have a broad audience where you've got people buying for different reasons, different pain points, you've got lots of different products. I highly recommend you have a question, a high leverage question that would help you determine, maybe in the future, it doesn't have to be right now, that would help you determine the best type of content to push to this person. And I'm not talking about campaigns. That can be done, but I'm mainly talking about flows. So the welcome flow, the checkout flows, etc. So very simple question, and you want to make it 3 to 5 options maximum. Even 2 is fine. So 2 to 5 options maximum. Don't have the radio button selector. It looks messy and complicated. Have 2 to 5 buttons. They look neater and it's just easier on the eyes. So that's the next step. After this, you want to try and collect the phone number, okay? And in the email marketing world, there are 2 extremes. One forces them to give you their phone number, otherwise they don't get the code. Or the other extreme is They don't ask for the phone number because they are scared that it's going to make them run away. But what we can do is simply have it as a step. If they don't want to give us their phone number, they simply click on No, I'll pass. Okay? And instead of closing the pop-up, we are still going to give them a discount. Okay? We are going to give them a discount on the pop-up, not inside of the welcome email, so that we can make sure their visitor experience on your website is clean. They get the discount on the pop-up. They don't have to leave your website, open up their inbox, which is going to have lots of different emails. They're going to get distracted and you might lose the sale. Avoid doing that. And also that's why, just avoid doing that. And also a big no-go is trying to get them to confirm their email whilst they are on the pop-up. That is a terrible idea. Do not do that. Just try and get a phone number. No need to verify the phone number on the spot. Get a phone number. If not, they're going to click on No, I'll pass, get a discount, and that's it. If they don't buy, you have their email, you can retarget them. So yeah, that's the psychology behind everything. Now, let's talk about the incentives to offer. So one thing I want to point out is everyone talks about, oh, you have to test, every audience is different, every store is different. Agencies especially love saying this because it makes them look useful, right? It makes them feel important. But after doing so many A/B tests, I can tell you there is a 90% overlap between almost every niche. Okay, whether it's a high-ticket sofa brand selling sofas for $4,000 or a skincare brand selling skincare for $50, there is just a huge overlap. It doesn't matter which country. So countries, UK, America, Canada, Australia, the big five basically. That's where we have mainly tested. I'm not sure about like Asian countries or some third world countries. I'm not too sure about them, but the big five, I can tell you there is a 90% overlap in what works, the incentives, the design, everything basically. You only have to A/B test if you're a huge brand and you're just trying to get an extra 10 to 5% of emails by putting in 5 times more effort and time. If you have the resources, go ahead. There is going to be a video where I show you how to A/B test extensively. You can watch that and do it. But if you're not a huge brand, this is more than enough. All right. So I was going to talk about incentives. The incentives you can offer are the following. You've got a percentage off minimum order value. You've got free shipping. Okay. You've got free product. And you've got a fixed dollar off minimum order value. Now the key here is simplicity, because if the offer is hard to understand, okay, it's going to be confusing, and confused people are just not going to be enticed by the offer. That's one, simplicity. Two is the perceived value. So for example, now I can't tell you which offer is going to perform best, but these are the 4 offers that perform best, and simply by using reasoning, you will be able to determine what's the best offer using the rules I'm going to give you right now. And yes, you can A/B test the offers. The incentives are the only thing which have a very big impact on your performance. So when I was talking about you don't have to A/B test, I was mainly talking about the copy, the design, the behavior, etc. But the incentive, yes, the incentive is one of those things you want to test. That's the offer, okay? So I would say list as many incentives that you are willing to give and A/B test them. And I know A/B testing sounds complicated, but it's actually very easy when it comes to pop-ups. And I'm going to show you in the next video. So list as many offers you are able to give, okay? So as I was saying, the second thing is perceived value. You want to make sure it's just being perceived as a huge value. For example, if your average order value is $300, saying 10% off has a lesser perceived value than saying $30 off, right? So yeah, just try and use a reasoning first to see what has the highest perceived value. And yeah, list as many incentives you are willing to give, and we are going to test them on the pop-up. You don't have to change the email content yet. Just test on the pop-up because we're giving the discount on the pop-up, so you don't have to tweak the email content. Test on the pop-up, list as many offers you are willing to give, and test. So, but before you start setting up multiple pop-ups at the same time, just make one pop-up, and then you can simply clone the version, tweak the first wording, okay, tweak this. Okay, so let's say if you want to test 10% off versus free shipping, you just have to tweak this, want 10% to want free shipping. Very simple. In both scenarios, whether you are going to test or you are not going to test, follow me and make the pop-up as I'm going to show you. So let's head over to Klaviyo, go to sign up forms, click on it, and this is the form we are going to make. So I always like to have a look at mobile. Oh yes, and one thing I forgot to mention is having different pop-ups for desktop and mobile doesn't have a big impact. So yeah, this is the pop-up. I was saying having a separate pop-up for desktop doesn't have a huge impact because first of all, we've removed the automatic behavior that causes visitors to close the pop-up. So because of this, the impact of having a slightly more optimized pop-up for desktop where it's larger is not going to have a big impact, because whether they are on desktop or mobile, they will have to go through the same chain of thought where they are obliged to consume those 3 words and then make a decision. So because of this, we don't have to make separate pop-ups for desktop and a separate pop-up for mobile. But yes, if you're a huge brand and even the tiniest details matter, then go ahead and clone the pop-up, A/B test, desktop versus mobile. But that's not really going to do much for your marketing, because the type of extra people you are going to be capturing are going to be low intent if those people would have never opted in using a simple pop-up like this. But yes, so this is the pop-up we are going to make. All right, I could just go through each step and tell you do this, do this, do this, but let me go ahead and tell you where to start from scratch and build it with you. So you are simply going to go to sign up forms, click on create form, and I like to go for where is it? Let's go with this. So just name this pop-up test, and here select your list. Okay, create. So the first thing you are going to do is try and calibrate everything, because these pop-ups are not good. They've been made by some let me be polite, but yeah, These pop-ups are not good. We are going to just get rid of everything and build our own. So first, click on the first step. Actually, before that, go back. You have three settings, three things on the left. Styles, this is how the entire pop-up looks. So it doesn't matter which step you're on. When you edit this, that's how this will edit the entire pop-up. Then you've got the targeting and behavior, which we're going to do after we've made the pop-up. And ad blocks, that's just the blocks you need to build the pop-up. So first, let's adjust the style, which applies to the entire pop-up. It doesn't matter which step it's on. So first, for the styles, you want to select, let me just go back to refresh my memory. Okay, so pop-up, so form type pop-up, width custom, and you want to do 350. I know it looks messy, but just wait a second. Do 350 width, and height, do 400. Do no side image, and then if you just go down, just apply your colors, your brown color, so that it's consistent with your website. Drop shadow, that's fine. You don't really need to touch anything. Corner radius, yes, that's fine. Padding, do 20 on all sides. So 20, 20, 20, 20. And margin, do 0. Okay, and then, yeah, you can keep this as it is. Just select your font, right? Then let me do Helvetica. But select your bronze font so that it's consistent with your website. And here, change the font size to 20 so that it's easier to read. Right now, you can't really see much on the preview, but we are just applying defaults that will apply to every step when we make it. So yeah, font, that's fine. Link color, that's fine. And then here as well, you want to change this to your font. Do font size 20, okay, and yeah, that's fine. You can change up the colors if you want. Now that we've done this for one step, every step we make is going to stay the same. So now we can delete all of this stuff. So just delete everything. We'll be left with one block, which you can't delete because there has to be one block. You are also going to change the size of this close icon to 1 pixel so that it disappears. Okay, and now we can build the pop-up from scratch. So first of all, you want to have an image. This is going to be your logo, all right? You just want to make sure your customers know that this pop-up is from you and it's not just some third-party ad or something. So here, just select your image. Let me select, okay, this one. That's fine, that's visible. Then we have a text block. Simply head over to this section, the ad blocks, select text. And when you add this text block, you can delete the old button that was from the template. Okay, so here, bear with me because the Klaviyo editor is so clumsy. I don't know why. It's such a huge company, but it can't make a proper text editor. Okay, so here you are going to simply write want the incentive, whatever your incentive is, like this, and ask a question. Font size, it has to be big so that it's easily readable. So just do 70, whatever fits on 2 lines or 3 lines. Okay, do that. Align in the middle, choose your font. Okay, like this. And then we have a button. So simply look for the button block here, like this. And the reason we are making one step and fully making it first before cloning it is because Klaviyo doesn't let us clone blocks. So the smartest and fastest path to doing this is fully finishing one step, and then when we clone the step, we are going to have those blocks already ready to go. So button action is going to be submit form. After submit, show next step. Okay, this you can ignore for now unless you want to track something or A/B test, which is going to be inside of the A/B testing video. But for now, you can ignore this. Then you have button text. Here, write yes for the first button. Choose your font, the font size 20. Yeah, and here just select your color. Okay, this height, make sure it's 50 and not less than 50, so that's easily clickable. And then you want to add a text block so that we can say or. So just write or, select a line in middle, choose your font size 20, and padding, do 5 so that it takes less space. So the vertical padding, do 5. And then you have the second button. Unfortunately, we can't clone this button block to make the second one, so we have to make it again from scratch. So the second one, this time the action is going to be close form. Button text is going to be no, with a full stop at the end. Select your font size 20, apply your color, okay, that's fine. And actually the padding on the buttons, let's also switch them to 5. So vertical padding, do 5 for this button and this button as well, so that it takes up less space. Like this. If your logo seems too big, in this case, I would say yes, it's too big. It doesn't need to be this big. But depending on how you upload it, you want to adjust this so that it's not too big. Just big enough so that it's recognizable. Yes, like this, that's fine. So yeah, that's the first step. The hard part has been done. Now we can simply clone this step. Well, let's name this step first. Let's call this yes or no step. Rename, clone this, and make the email input step. Okay, so make sure you have selected the second step that we just cloned. Okay, and now we just need to edit this. So just change this to get, because it just makes more sense. Get 10% off, get rid of the question mark, make this on one line, like this. And then we need, if you have a condition, let's say you have a minimum order value, add a second text block. Don't try and do it on the same text block, because Klaviyo's editor is so clumsy, it's going to mess up. Look for another text block, add it in, and here you can mention the condition. Minimum order value must be $50, let's say. A line in the middle, select your font, and this doesn't need to be as big. I would say 16 is fine. Just try and keep it on one line so that it doesn't take too much space. And I think we can make this a little bit bigger. 50. Yeah, as long as it's on one line and the padding on the side is fine, try and make it as big as possible. Next, you have the button. Actually, before the button, we need the email input. So simply go over to the text, to the block section, look for email input, add it in. Label, just write email, and turn this off. We don't need to show the email label because the box already says email, like this. Okay, as you can see, that's clean, it's neat, it's not overwhelming. And here, let's just go through all of the settings. Don't change this. You can try and be more on brand and punchy if you want, but keep it simple. Padding, that's fine. All devices, all good. Now, the button. The first button is going to be submit. So just change, actually on the button, you have to select the list it's going to add the email into. So list, just select whichever list triggers your welcome flow. To check which list triggers your welcome flow, simply go to Klaviyo, go to the flow, look for the welcome flow, and underneath here, it's going to say the name of the list. So add it to list name. Whatever this list name is, select the same list name here. Then after submit, show next step. You can ignore this for now. Button text, change to submit. Because we've cloned this from the previous step, we don't have to readjust the font or the font size. And keep everything else as it is. Next, you can remove this text block that says or. And for the second button, you want to make it look less like a button, so that's less clickable. So instead of having it like this, we can, okay, first let's go in the same order as the settings. Action, close form, button text. You can do no I'll pass. No I'll pass. If you want to get a bit more, you could say aggressive, write no I hate discounts, because it's a lot more negative. There's more polarization and contrast, and it's people are less likely to click on no I hate discounts instead of no I'll pass, because it just sounds more stupid. But yeah, just to stay inclusive to all brands, whether it's a professional brand or a edgy and punchy brand, I'm going to go for no I'll pass. So here, change the font so that's visible on the background. So just change the font color, and the button style here, make it transparent. Like now it looks less like a button, and the most obvious choice is this. So this step is now done. We can move on to this step, which is asking the question so that we can later on personalize. So to do this, you are simply going to, actually the easiest way to do this is cloning the first step again. So instead of cloning the email import step, clone the first step that we created and just call it question, and then drag this from here after the email input. So make sure that the order is correct. So question, here you're simply going to ask a question. Ask a question that's going to help you understand your audience, help you personalize the flows and the messaging. In this case, I'm going to go for what's your goal? What's your goal? Try and make it on one line. Okay, then 40, still no, 35, okay, 35. But yeah, again, try to take the least amount of vertical space possible so that everything looks less overwhelming. Then you want to remove this. Okay, you've got two buttons ready. And here, so for the first button, just write the answer. So the action for every button is going to be submit form. After submit, show next step. And here you are going to have to add a property so that you can track what they clicked on. You don't have to try and understand right now, but just follow me if you're going to add a question step. So just simply click on add a property. Profile property. Here I like to add the actual question as the profile property. So here, just do that, create, what's your goal? Now you have created the profile property. This will stay the same for every button. The only thing that will change is the value. So here, the first answer is going to be lose weight. So let's fill the buttons in first, and then I will show you how to make the profile properties. So the first answer is going to be lose weight. Second one is going to be, okay, just do submit form, make sure the action is the same. Submit form, after submit, show next step. The text is going to be maintain, right, the second answer option. And then we have to add another one, depending on how many answer options you want to give. So submit form, after submit, show next step, text, the third answer option, gain weight. And unfortunately, you'll have to readjust the font and the color. Okay, 20, like this. Adjust the color as well, so that every button is the same, like this. Now for each button, you want to add a profile property so that we can actually tag the profile with what they answered, so that we can use that tag later on inside of flows and campaigns to personalize. So profile properties, simply make it a question like I just did earlier. Value, just copy and paste the text here. Do that, create lose weight. That's for the lose weight button. Now the second button, add a property. This is going to be the question that you were asking. The value is going to be this, the answer, like this. Third button, same thing. Profile property is going to be the question, and the value is going to be, the answer option, like this. Now you'll be able to track what, who answers what, because of this profile property which we have just added. And do not forget to add a button so that they can click off the pop-up in case they want to, because we don't want to force people to stay on the step, because that's just not a good visitor experience. So look for button again, add it in, and here the action is going to be close form. The text is going to be no, I'll pass. Actually, the text here can be close pop-up. Okay. Font, Helvetica. That's my font. So font size 20. Make it visible on the background, and make the button transparent, like this. And try and make it take less space. Okay, that is good. Yeah, that's clean, easy to understand, easy to answer. Just one thing you need to pay attention to is the padding. As you can see, because we added the third button manually, just readjust the padding so that it's consistent with the other buttons we did. Okay. And yeah, seems good. Now we can move on to the SMS step, the optional SMS step. So here you are going to add this. So actually here, instead of cloning the question step, clone the email step. It's going to be easier. Let's call this SMS, and then move this after the question, SMS, like this. And here, simply write final step, because we're giving them a sense of progression. We are letting them know this is the final step, because some people will be annoyed. They answered yes here, they gave us their email, there was one step, okay. Now there's a second step where they're not getting the discount they were offered. That's why we want to say final step so that they don't click off. So final step here, just add the SMS input. So look for phone number like this. And the first thing you want to do straight away is fill in the gaps. Okay, here fill in the company name and yeah, that's it here. And what you want to do next is just decrease this to 8 pixels. Like this text, if someone is that worried about receiving SMS, get the phone closer to their face and read. But we don't want to make this overwhelming. So make it 8 pixels, that's readable. We're not hiding this, it is readable. And here you're simply going to select, is this a new feature? Label phone number only, text messaging. Okay, it doesn't really matter what you select. We'll just go for phone number only. Actually, yeah, it doesn't matter. Single. Yeah, just select text messaging. That's a new feature Klaviyo just added, so I'm not very familiar with this. But just select text messaging, because when I selected phone number, now it's starting to say talking about consent. So just select text messaging. That's good, right? Selecting the phone number, consent, do single step, okay? Do single step, transactional and promotional only. I think that's just to organize the phone numbers internally. Text messaging. Okay, just stick to single step promotional. All right. Yeah, single step promotional. Klaviyo might change this again in a few months. But yeah, I know it's annoying when softwares keep on changing stuff, but just try and make it through. Content, label, just write phone number, but we don't need to make this visible because the input field already says phone number. Okay, phone number, submit, select the list to submit. Okay, and yeah, everything is good here. And you just want to make sure that this field, okay, this block is unticked. So required input, make sure it's not ticked, so that if someone doesn't want to give us their phone number, they can click on no, I'll pass, but still get a discount they tried to get. And also make sure the default country is selected. Okay, button, the second button is going to be close form. Sorry, not close form. It's going to be submit form, okay? Not close form. And then list to submit to. You can select any list, it doesn't matter because they're trying to close the pop-up. So just select the list. And yeah, now, even if they don't fill in the phone number, if they select submit, it's going to get a phone number. If they select no, I'll pass, even if they don't give us the phone number, we are going to get them to the next step where we give them the discount. So SMS, okay, all good. Now we have the success step, which is the easiest and the most satisfying step. So here, just add your logo again. Okay, select image, select, not too big, delete, and just have one text block that says, thank you for signing up. Here's your code. Thanks for signing up. Here's your code. Okay, just choose a font again, text color. Okay, font size 20. And here you can add the coupon block like this. Coupon block. When you integrate Shopify, you will have the ability to create unique coupons. You can do that if you're worried about the coupon being shared. Okay, so paste coupon. Here you're going to add a coupon code. So let me just do a generic one, like welcome 10. And when you copy on this, it's going to copy it to the clipboard. Font, you can select your font. But yeah, that's the last step. And very, very important, make sure you add a button so that they can close the pop-up. If there is no button, they're going to be stuck on this step. They can't go back, and it's going to be annoying. Make sure you have a button that closes the form and that says close pop-up. Okay. Again, you can adjust the fonts, etc., adjust the colors, etc. Okay, extremely important, but I forgot to show you the teaser step. You need to make sure you don't forget to update the teaser step. So just follow me. All you have to do is choose rectangle. For the width, do medium. Okay, click on show before displaying form and after. And here, make sure this is off. And then just change this. I don't know why it's an icon. Middle. Oh yeah, here. Remove the icon. The background color, just adjust the color to whatever your brand is. And just write get the incentive. Line in the middle. Choose your font. Okay, so the issue was this was set to transparent, so just change the opacity, and then change the color of the font. So just try and keep it on one line. Don't go too big. It's fine. Bold. Corner radius, let's do 10. And yeah, that's fine. That's good. Now, if you have other widgets going on, like a rewards thing over here or a custom service thing, you can simply change the position to make sure it's not interfering with other features of your website. So yes, that's how you do it. We've done the design of the pop-up, how it looks. Now, very, very important. This is not where the pop-up building ends. You also have to set the targeting and behavior, and this is extremely important. You could have the best pop-up with all of the psychology tricks, but if it's targeting, if it's triggering too late, it's not going to perform well. And if you have a cookie banner on your website or some sort of whatever, like if you have other pop-ups or widgets that pop up at the same time, you don't want the pop-up to trigger too early. So what I recommend doing is go to your website through an incognito mode, look at what pops up when you land on the website, okay? And look at how many seconds it's going to take you to close all of the other widgets, okay? It's going to be around 5 seconds, okay? So what we like to do is do 5-second trigger. Again, you might, one of the biggest objections here that brands have is, oh, they just landed on the website, they don't know what we're offering. Let's try and get them interested first with the website content and then show the pop-up. That's not a good strategy because we're trying to capture them, okay? A lot of people will just leave by simply getting an answer to what they were curious about. Maybe they just clicked on your website just to have a look for no reason at all, okay? We are trying to get that traffic, the traffic that bounces quickly, so that we can retarget them using the email channel. When it comes to the people that are interested in buying, like very high intent, they're interested in buying, a pop-up is not going to distract them from buying, okay? So we've A/B tested this. The highest submit rate is always whenever you show the pop-up as soon as possible. So the sooner we can show it, the better. So yeah, here on the display, show form, do not do immediately. because there's going to be a ton of stuff that pops up at the same time on the land, and we don't want the pop-up to be one of them. So based on rules, tick when visitor is exiting the page, tick after, so toggle on, not tick, toggle on after time delay of 5 seconds, right? 5 seconds is a good balance. But I would recommend still go to your website through a private window and see how long it takes for you to close everything else so that things calm down, and then show that pop-up. You can also do after visitor has scrolled a certain amount, but that's not really necessary. Just stick with when visitor is exiting the page and after time delay of 5 seconds. That's solid. Make sure you don't select this, okay? Do not select this. And here, you can leave this as it is. It doesn't really matter. Here, do 1 day. Devices, all devices. Click outside form to close. Make sure this is off, okay? Because if they are on desktop, they're about to click on something else over here. And if the pop-up appears and they accidentally click outside without even realizing the pop-up just appeared, the pop-up will disappear, okay? You don't want that to happen. So just make sure click outside form to close is off, right? So that they have to intentionally digest the content and click yes or no. Then targeting, so just make sure it's not shown to existing profiles that are already on your email list. And these wildcards, you don't have to exclude, if you're setting this up to capture emails site-wide, okay, keep it simple. You don't have to exclude blogs. You don't have to exclude checkout pages. Leave this empty. The only reason you would want to exclude certain URLs or include certain URLs is if you have a very specific page, landing page, that you are using for a certain funnel, okay, or like a affiliate page or whatever. If that's not your normal traffic and you don't want them to get distracted by a pop-up, then yes, you can exclude that URL here. The other reason you would want to exclude this is if you have multiple pop-ups triggering on, so multiple pop-ups that are personalized for different pages. If that's the case, then yes, you will need to add exclusions and inclusions. I'm going to have a separate video, which is going to be the advanced pop-up strategies video, where I show you how to do that type of stuff. But in this video, this is more than enough for 80% of e-com stores. I would say 90% of e-com stores. So yeah, simple. You don't have to exclude from certain locations. And yeah, we've now done the designing, we've done the style, we've done the targeting, everything is done. You can now simply click on publish. Okay, mine is not really connected, but you can actually, it's going to say this. Yeah, you have to set up SMS if it's not already set up and you're trying to collect SMS. But if that's going to bother you, and then you can set it up later. You can just remove this step for now. Publish when it comes to the other alerts. Name to disclosure, edit. Okay, so here, just make sure it's filled in. Placeholder is filled in. Okay, like this. And then you should be able to publish, but because this account is not connected to any Shopify or any site, and SMS is here, it's not going to publish. But yes, just do that and publish it, and you're going to capture more emails than your competitors. A few pop-up A/B tests could triple your email capture rate in just a few weeks. Most brand owners leave thousands of potential subscribers because they're just not testing their pop-ups. They just watched one video from YouTube, they copied it, and now that's what they're going with. I'm going to show you the A/B testing strategy you can use to make sure every variable about your pop-up is optimized, and you can be sure that you're capturing as many visitors as possible. Okay, so first I want to show you some A/B test results to really reinforce the reason why you should be A/B testing. But not A/B testing anything, not A/B testing design and like colors, but A/B testing the high leverage stuff that actually matters. So let me show you some examples. Here's an A/B test where we got 4 times more emails, 3 times more emails, again 3 times more emails, and yeah, you can see from these screenshots, you can grow your email list 2 to 3 times faster by doing A/B tests and A/B testing the correct stuff, the stuff that actually matters. So, what are the variables you need to be testing? Number one, the format of the pop-up. So when I say format, I mean whether the first step is something like this, where we tell them, hey, here's your incentive, tell us a bit about yourself, and then we give them options. That's one format. Another format is a simple yes or no. These are the best 2 formats which should be tested for niches where there's a lot of personalization needed. For example, skincare, people want something that's personalized. So having a first step that's about them is likely going to convert better. And then after the format, you want to test the incentives. This can have a very big impact on the submit rate. So make sure you list as many incentives you're willing to offer and A/B test those incentives. It's super easy. I'm going to show you how to do it step by step inside of Klaviyo. But yeah, keep in mind, incentives have a huge impact on submit rate. And the third thing you want to A/B test is the trigger timing. And I'm not talking about A/B testing 90 seconds versus 5 seconds, because we've done those A/B tests already. And where is it gone? Here. We've done these A/B tests multiple times where we are testing like 2 seconds versus 90 seconds. And usually, the sooner you show the pop-up, the better. The exception is if you have other pop-ups going on, not pop-ups, but like cookie banners, consent stuff going on, and widgets. You want to wait until all of that mess disappears, okay? Because when someone lands on site, there's 2-3 pop-ups coming up. You want to wait until they close them or have gone through them and then trigger your pop-up. So I would say A/B test 2 seconds, with 5 seconds, and with 10 seconds. Those are the best trigger times. Do not try and rationalize triggering the pop-up after 30 seconds. We've done this test so many times and it has always led to lower submit rates. So stick with 2 seconds, 5 seconds, or 10 seconds. A/B test them to see which one works best for your store. Now, things that do not need to be A/B tested. A lot of people are going to say, hey, A/B test different images, A/B test different colors. Honestly, this stuff doesn't matter, okay? A pop-up's goal is to capture the email, okay? It's simple, keep it minimalist. You don't have to get fancy. Your site is already, if you're the type of brand owner that wants things to look fancy and aesthetic, you can do that on your site. With your pop-up, keep it simple, and that's it. No need to A/B test colors and stuff. Unless you're doing $10 million a day or a month, then yes, the tiniest tweaks will have psychological effects on the masses. But if you're a brand, a normal income brand doing less than $1 million a month, okay, you don't have to test this tiny stuff. So now I'm going to show you how to A/B test these variables, which I've talked about, which were the format of the pop-up, the incentive of the pop-up, and the trigger timing. So first of all, the format. Very easy. You are going to go to your pop-up, okay? Click on Create A/B Test. Just name the first one. Just keep it normal name. The second one, call it what you're testing. Okay, so if we're testing the format, we can call the first one yes or no, because that's what the current format is. Yes or no pop-up test. The second format we are going to test is the little answer options. So we can call this quiz. Okay, create. If you just go back, make sure you're on the correct A/B test. Okay, so that's the yes or no format. No need to touch this. Okay, leave this as it is. That's the pop-up we built in the previous video. If you haven't watched that video, make sure you watch it. But yeah, that's the yes or no format. For the quiz format, okay, the teaser, that's the wrong teaser, it needs to be updated. But yeah, so for the quiz format, you are going to simply have a step like this. That's the question step that we made in the previous video. But you just have to make this. And if you already have a question step inside of your pop-up, just move it here. Move at the beginning as the first step. You no longer need the yes or no step. And you just want to change the copy here to, you've got 10% off. To claim it, tell us your goal. Okay, just make sure it doesn't take up too much space and it's visible enough. Okay, make sure that the incentive part is actually big, so do that. So if it's going to take more than one line, then just maximize the size for 2 lines like this, like that. Okay, and here, if it can come into 1 line, try and do that like this. Tell us a goal. Okay, that's the type of copy you want to have for this format, which I call the quiz format. And yet this makes it about them, and for some niches this can outperform the yes or no format. And yeah, that's what you have to do when testing, A/B testing the format. Now when A/B testing the incentive, just go back to the normal pop-up. Just make sure you update the teaser, not like me. Don't forget to update the teaser, super important. But yeah, so to test the incentive, same thing. Okay, let me end this previous test that we drafted, and this one too. Okay, so now to test the incentive, let's say you want to test 10% off versus free shipping. Again, very simple. Create A/B test. Just wait, reload if it doesn't show. Okay, so call this one 10% off. The second one, free ship. Create test. Okay, go to your free shipping one, and for each step, just update wherever it says 10% off with free shipping. Again, make sure your teaser is correct, not like me. So update here as well, update the condition as well, that's fine. And then on the success step, make sure you update the code as well. You give the discount on the pop-up, and the coupon has to be correct, of course. That's that. Now the third variable that I mentioned was the trigger timing. Again, very simple. Let's just say that's your second variation. Again, one thing I need to emphasize is only test one variable at a time. Like for example, if I'm doing a test for 10% off and free shipping, don't change any other variable. Do one variable at a time. So yeah, now let's say I want to A/B test the trigger timing. Again, very easy. Let me just get rid of this A/B test. So create A/B test again. Just name the first one after the current time delay. The current one on this pop-up is 5 seconds. Simply test that with, let's say, 10 seconds. Create, go to the 10 seconds one, and you simply want to go to targeting and behavior. Under display, change this to 10 seconds, and yeah, do that. And then all you have to do after you have configured, after you have made the variations inside of the editor, to start the A/B test, it's very easy. Simply click on continue to test settings and change to manual. Okay, don't do automatic. I don't know why automatic exists. Do manual, split traffic 50-50, all right? You can automatically end test if you're busy and you might not keep an eye. But what I like to do is just simply leave it going, and I just wait until there is 100 submits, and I see if the percentage difference is significant enough. And usually Klaviyo will tell you if it's a significant difference. It's going to say, like in a big font, significantly, it's the significant winner. But yeah, it's going to be obvious if there is a winner. If it's only like 0.2% different, consider it no conclusion. So yeah, that's how you A/B test. And yeah, I hope that was useful. Klaviyo is basically your brand's CRM. It's your messaging hub. It's where all of the customer data lives and how you stay in touch with them. So if you're not proficient in Klaviyo, every flow I'm going to show you, every campaign, everything is just going to seem complicated and blurry. In this video, I'm going to give you the foundational skills that you need to run Klaviyo confidently. You learn how to navigate the platform. You learn how to use the core features so that you can get comfortable. And it's crucial that you get this right first, because everything else in email marketing depends on this. Okay, so the first thing that you need to understand is the core components: lists, metrics, properties, and segments. Do not worry if this has gone over your head. I don't expect you to understand this the first time. I'm going to go onto Klaviyo and I'm going to show you where everything is so that you can get comfortable, and I'm going to explain each one of these one by one. So, first of all, lists. By the way, Klaviyo on the left panel, there's going to be a lot of stuff, and most of this you don't need to touch. Alright? So for lists, you simply want to go down to audiences, click on lists and segments, and here you can see your lists, right? So what a list is basically just a static list of emails and phone numbers. It's not dynamic, like you can't set rules, or it's not something that automatically goes up and down. The only way to remove someone from a list is either you manually remove them or they unsubscribe from the list. So lists are static. I want you to think, when I say list, I want you to think of a physical list, all right, handwritten. It's hard to erase, it's hard to take out, and it's hard to add in. That's lists. Now, next you have metrics. Metrics are basically actions that people can take. Metrics can be divided into email metrics, such as opening an email, receiving an email, clicking on an email, and they can also be website metrics. For example, someone adds to cart, or someone views a product page, or someone starts the checkout process. Those are website metrics. You also have other metrics like custom metrics for certain apps or whatever. Don't focus on that. Just let's keep it simple. You have email metrics that are specific to emails on Klaviyo, and you have metrics, which Klaviyo will show you as well, which are website metrics, because your Shopify is going to be integrated with Klaviyo. So you're going to be getting that data as well. Then you have properties. Now, properties are, you could say, little tags added onto profiles by Klaviyo. So for example, let's say this profile has tags here, custom properties. Sorry, not tags, property. They are basically the same thing, but yeah. Properties, for example, Klaviyo, whenever a profile is created, you have the property, the created date property, so that this will allow you to make segments or make flows based on when a profile was created. Don't worry about this yet. Just understand that properties are just simple little tags added onto profiles, which will allow you to personalize. Then you have segments. Segments are, I would say, the most useful, the most functional. You can use them when sending campaigns. You can use them when setting up flows. And segments are basically flexible lists. You know, when I said lists, is like a physical sheet of paper with a list of names, you could say. Segments are dynamic. You can think of it as a digital screen with a list of names, and a list of names and emails and phone numbers constantly changes depending on the definitions you have set in your segment. So let me just show you. If you go to segments, and let's say we do create segment. All right, let's just call this created in the last 30 days and opened an email 2 times. That's just a random segment. So what you can do with segments is, when setting up the definition of a segment, you can use all of these lists, metrics, and properties to group people. So for example, created in the last 30 days would be properties about someone, created in the last 30 days, another condition, and select and opened an email 2 times. So now we are going to be doing metric. So this is a property, this is a metric. By combining the two, we can create specific groups of people. Opened email is at least 2 times. When you start making segments, you will get a lot more familiar with all of these drop-down options that you have. So don't worry if you see me going so fast and you're like, how is it doing this? Don't worry, it will come with time. 2 times over time. It's good. So yeah, as you can see, segments are made up of definitions, which is basically a combination of rules that we set. What property should the profile have? What metrics should the profile have done? And we can also do what list the person is in. So, and person, if someone is in a list or not, is inside newsletter. Okay? So yeah, these are the core components which will allow us to send campaigns to specific type of people, set up flows that can be super personalized, and yeah, these are the core components. Now you have campaigns and flows. You can see campaigns over here, okay, and you can see flows just below. Let me zoom in a bit, just below, like this. Now campaigns are manual one-time sends. So you're just sending an email one time, and it only goes out to the people that you have selected. Okay, it's a one-time send basically. It's manual and it's a one-time send. Flows are automations that will keep on running. They will keep on sending automatically. So for example, the most common one is the welcome flow. When someone subscribes to your pop-up, opts inside of your pop-up, they enter the welcome flow, which is an automation, and it holds, let's say, 5 emails, and those 5 flow emails will automatically keep sending to anyone that subscribes. Okay, so yeah, this is the that's the difference between campaigns and flows. And of course, within each one of these, within campaigns, you have different settings, which I'm going to show you in a separate video. Within flows, you have a lot more settings, filters, triggers, conditional splits, etc., which I am going to show you in a separate video. So we've gone over the difference between campaigns and flows. Now we have templates and emails. For some reason, I don't know why, people always call emails templates. Like, it makes no sense, but that's what people call it. Basically, whenever you want to set up an email, let's say inside this flow, even though the way you get to that email block is going to be different for flows and it's going to be different for campaigns, the actual email is going to be the same. So these are basically Klaviyo's templates. We can ignore this for now. Just click on create. Okay, if I just go back to show. So this page, which you see, is basically how you set up one email. Okay. This is going to be the same view when you set up a campaign email and when you set up a flow email. You can see the sender name here. That's what the sender name of the email would be. It's not supposed to be email 1, that's the sender name. Then you have the subject line. Then you have the preview text. Oh, sorry. So above, that's just the internal name. Sorry about that. So yeah, the top field is the internal name. Below preview text, you have the sender name. Okay, that's what the recipient will see. That's your sender email address. And if you want to have a different reply email address to that email, just add it inside of here, which just basically means if someone replies to that Klaviyo email, it's going to go to this email address and not this one. But yeah, most of the time, just keep it the same, unless you have inbox management issues. So yeah, that's the basics of an email. Subject line, preview text, sender name, and the sender email address. And then you have the email internal name at the top. Then, when you want to build an email, you simply click on Edit Email, and this is the drag and drop editor. Just be careful, we are not going to be using these blocks when building an email. We are going to be building the emails inside of Figma, which is because it's a lot more flexible, and then we're going to be importing it inside of this editor here. I will have a separate video showing you how to do that, but in this video I just want to get you comfortable with how everything looks and where everything is. So yeah, templates and emails, same thing. I don't know why they call it templates, but yeah, that's the email block, you could say, right? When you're setting up campaign emails or setting up flow emails, it's going to look the same when you zoom down to the email level. So after that, you just have universal assets. So within the email, what you can do, what we do is, let's say if you want to have a super cool footer, right? Like a well-designed footer, and you want to be able to reuse that footer in every single email, you simply design the footer, and then a section that holds the footer, you can save it as a universal asset, right? Save it as a universal asset, and when you build new emails in the future, let's say flow emails, you just have to go to universal and find the section you just created, drag it like this. You're going to see this green color on the star, which means that it's a universal asset. And this is cool, this is useful because you can have the same footer and the same header inside of all the emails. Inside, let's say you have 20 different flow emails. If the footer and the header are universal assets, you won't have to manually go inside of each email to edit something. If you want to edit a footer or edit the header, you won't have to manually open up all the emails and edit them. You will simply have to click on edit across all instances like this, and you can edit it, right? That's super useful. And one use case is for the header. Let's say all your flow emails have the universal asset, which is the header universal asset. Let's say you have a sale coming up. You simply have to go to one email, edit the universal asset, change the text from free shipping over $50 to 3 days until Black Friday, let's say, right? You just have to change it once and it's going to appear in all of the emails, right? So yeah, that's just one use case. There are many different use cases for universal assets, but I just wanted to show you this because it's something super useful. And yeah, we've had a look at the core components. We've had a look at the difference between campaigns and flows. We've zoomed in down to the email block. And even within the email block, I've introduced you to the different blocks and the universal assets. And yeah, that's a quick intro so that you can get familiar with Klaviyo. If I just go back to the home page, and again, on the left panel, you see a lot of things, but the most common pages that you will visit is the campaigns page, the flows page, the sign up forms page, and the lists and segments page. Right? These are the most common. Everything else is basically not really needed. Okay, 80% of the time or 90% of the time, when you hop onto Klaviyo, you are going to go on one of these 4 pages. And yeah, that was the quick intro. Once you start using Klaviyo yourself, you're going to get a lot more comfortable with everything. And yeah, I think one thing I forgot to show you is how do you create lists. Super simple. You simply go to list and segments, create new, create list, name your list, let's say test, and you simply press on create list. Now one thing that you have to do whenever you create a list is go to settings, consent, and choose single opt-in, right? Unless you have a special reason you want customers to confirm their subscription inside of the inbox, then it's a different matter. But most of the time, or 90% of the time, you should be selecting single opt-in because you don't want your customers and your subscribers to have to look for an email that says confirm subscription. Because if they forgot to confirm their subscription after giving you their email, they are never going to receive emails from you unless they find that confirm your subscription email buried in their inbox and press on it. So yeah, that's why you want to choose single opt-in. If they're a bad profile, there are many ways to detect bad profiles and remove them. So yeah, do not worry about that. And yeah, quick intro to Klaviyo, the core components, difference between campaigns and flows, explanation of templates and emails, and explanation of universal assets. I hope that was useful. And yeah. Most brands think that segmentation is about splitting their email list into VIP and newsletter list. But segmentation is so much more than that. It's the backbone of email marketing. It gives you the ability, the superpower to target anyone in your database. Very specific groups of people that you can find at will and target. Once you master segmentation, you'll have the power to create very specific groups, email them through flows or campaigns, and keep your list cleaned by getting rid of unengaged profiles. In this video, I'm going to pass down the skill of segmentation to you. So, what are segments? The simplest way I can put it is segments are lists, okay, containing email addresses and profiles, depending on the filters that you set. So you simply tell Klaviyo, hey, make a group of people that match this criteria, and then Klaviyo with its software is going to find all of those profiles, okay, and it's going to add them inside of a segment so that you can exclude that segment from your campaign or send emails to that segment, and yeah, basically target or exclude that segment from anything you'd like. So use cases for this is cleaning your list by making a segment of bad profiles, which I will show you in a second, of bad profiles and suppressing them or excluding them from your campaigns and flows. Another use case is making a very specific flow for customers in a specific segment. For example, if you want to send an automation if you want to set up an automation, a sequence of emails, a flow, to people in a certain city that subscribed last year during Black Friday and that left their abandoned cart, if you wanted to, you could make a custom flow targeting those people. And third use case, it allows you to send campaigns to whoever you want. So you can exclude anyone you'd like and target anyone you'd like at a granular. So how do we actually segment? Let's hop onto Klaviyo and let me show you how to do this. So on Klaviyo, simply go to lists and segments. Okay, click on create new, create segment. Okay, and for example, let's make a segment of engaged profiles. Okay, let's do 90-day engaged. That's a common Klaviyo segment. So that basically means we want a segment of people, of profiles that have engaged with our emails in the last 90 days. Okay, and again, this is going to make a dynamic group that will keep on changing when time passes by. So after a week, some profiles would have left the segment, some would have entered the segment. So 90-day engaged. Actually, it would be more useful if I explain the different types of criteria you can set. So there's 3 different ways you can segment, and you can even combine them to segment. Number 1, lists. You can choose what list is the person in. So maybe you have different lists from different sources. Maybe you did an offline event and you gathered a list, right? Or your normal pop-up list, or your list that you imported from your previous email provider. These are static lists. They basically tell you the origin of that lead. And you can make a segment around that using that. So if someone is or not in a list, that's how you use lists as a definition, as a filter. So person is inside, and then you can select the list. You can also select is not. So number 1, list. That's the first way you can segment. The second way is metrics. And you can find metrics here. Klaviyo calls it what someone has done or not done. And basically here you can select any metric, whether it's an email metric, like an opened email, received email, clicked email. These are metrics. These are actions your subscribers and your customers have taken. These are email metrics. So email opened, clicked, as you can see on the screen, clicked email, bounced email, marked email as spam, etc., etc. These are Klaviyo metrics, email metrics. And then you have Shopify metrics, right? If someone placed an order, if someone started checkout, etc. Because this account is not integrated with Shopify, what you see is quite limited, but there's also going to be order refunded, or there's going to be a lot more metrics that you can use to segment. And you've got email metrics and website metrics, Shopify metrics. And the third thing you can use to segment is called properties. You can also call them tag. And here, it's basically information about a profile. For example, when they were created, okay, as soon as a profile is created inside of Klaviyo, this tag gets added, and you can basically track down and segment people based on when they were created inside of Klaviyo. Another one is location. What's their location? And yeah, that's pretty much it. You can also do by email. If their email ends with a specific domain. So that's another property. So yeah, 3 main things you can use to segment. Number 1, lists. Number 2, metrics. And number 3, properties. Okay, you will get used to them when you start using it, when you start to make segments. So let's go ahead and make some common segments so that you can see this in action. So let's make a segment of people that are, let's make the 90-day engaged segment. Here is what it would look like. So what someone has done or not done, opened email is at least once in the last 90 days. Okay, you might not be familiar with these at the moment, but once you start making it yourself, you will get familiar. Okay, all of this. So yeah, that's open email at least once in the last 90 days. That's the 90-day engaged segment. Now let's say we want to do 90-day engaged abandoned carts plus 90-day engaged. So you basically want to target people who have abandoned a cart any point in time and have engaged in the last 90 days. This would simply look like this. You add a condition, you select and, that's very important. If you select or, it's going to give you people, even if they haven't added to the cart, as long as they match one of these criteria. As long as they've opened an email, Klaviyo is going to add them in. But if you want to add a condition on top of the other, you have to do and. And here we can select what someone has done or not done. Added to cart is at least once over all time. Okay, that's the second example segment. Another one could be you want to target first-time customers, so people who have placed one order but they haven't reordered again in the last 90 days. So the way you would make this is by using a metric, so placed order metric, and another metric, which I'm going to show you. So first-time customer and not reordered in the last 90 days. So like I said, metric, which is going to be what someone has done or not done. Select. Placed order is at least once. Well, because we want to do first-time customers specifically, right? Not repeat customers. If we do at least once, it's going to do customers who've purchased once, twice, 3 times, but we only want customers with 1 purchase. So we are going to select this and look for equals 1. And here we can do over all time because we want first time customers, doesn't matter when they reordered. And okay, again, metric, placed order 0 times in the last 90 days. So first time customers, but they did not place an order in the last 90 days. You could use this segment to send out a campaign to try and get them back, or what would be more effective would be having a flow that uses this segment as a trigger, and you can have a sequence of emails that will target these guys. And yeah, now let's make a segment of, let me think. Let's make a segment of bad profiles, people who've bounced, or people who are not opening emails. So let me just keep it simple, call it bad profiles. By the way, this video is not to give you the segments. This video is to give you the skill so that you can make the segments from scratch. There's going to be other videos where I show you the segments to include, exclude, how to clean your list, etc. Go and watch those videos, but this video is specifically about giving you the skill of segmentation. So bad profiles. Received email 5 times, received 5 emails, but opened none of them. That's a bad profile. Unengaged profile. So what someone has done or not done. Received email, which is an email metric, equals, we don't want to do equal, we want to do at least. So at least is at least 5. Okay. So they've received 5 emails, and what someone has done or not done. So metric again, opened email 0 times over all time. Okay, so this would be a bad profile. Well, let's say you want to exclude people who are new profiles that subscribed in the last 30 days, because you want to give them more time to engage. All you have to do is do and properties about someone created, so is not in the last, would be days. Yeah, you have to do some reasoning here to try and pick the best one. Is at least 30 days. So if we want to only have a segment of profiles who have been on our email list for more than 30 days and have received 5 emails and have opened none of them, this is the segment for this. So yeah, as you can see, you can get very granular. You can even add a country. So people inside of this segment and inside of a country, a specific country, and you can even do inside of a specific city. So yeah, the combinations of filters are endless. And this gives you the ability to find and target specific groups. Now, one thing that is quite confusing inside of Klaviyo, not because of Klaviyo itself, but because brands and probably you as well, when you move stuff from your previous email provider or when you import lists, sometimes you might not update the subscription status, the subscribed status. So sometimes what can happen, if I just clear this, you have this condition inside of Klaviyo, this filter called if someone can or cannot receive marketing. So apparently people can receive marketing, so a person can receive marketing even if they haven't subscribed. So this is a nuanced area. Okay, you have to be careful with this. You have to make a segment. So you as the brand owner or marketing manager, you want to see, is the subscription status of your email list accurate? Because Klaviyo can say they are not subscribed even though they are subscribed. Okay, and if you the issue with this could be, if you do this, if you add this filter and do because person subscribed, all right, and let's say you want to send a newsletter, and you say, okay, I only want to send to people who subscribed. And if you select this and your list actually contained more profiles, but because when you moved over from your previous provider or when you imported a list or some other reason, or maybe an integration you've got with Klaviyo, let's say you're using another app to collect emails, or you've got a certain funnel that's collecting emails for you. If the integration of the app doesn't change that status to subscribed, they are not going to show up inside of this segment. So you just have to figure out if this is for you. all right? But to filter out people who are not subscribed, who have unsubscribed, you can simply do this. Metric, choose a metric, and look for unsubscribed. Click the email to unsubscribe at least once over all time. So this would give you people who have unsubscribed. And yeah, this is a nuanced area. I had to add this in as point number 5 because yeah, you have to be careful of this. If you get this wrong, you could be missing out on a lot of profiles. And yeah, that's it. I hope I gave you the skill of segmentation. I hope it was clear. And now you have the superpower to target anyone and exclude anyone. Flows are the engine of your remarketing. Done right, they run 24/7, compounding revenue automatically. But done wrong, they are going to overlap, send too many emails, desensitize your audience, and that's where a lot of brands see revenue drop because their audience just is desensitized now. So in this video, I am going to walk you through the technical side of Klaviyo flows and teach you the core skills needed to build any flow you'd like, absolutely any flow you'd like, whilst keeping your account clean and avoiding oversending to people. This video is not about email copy or email design. It's specifically about the technical side so that you have the skill to build any flow from scratch at will. So this is the Flows Engineering Masterclass. After you master this, you are going to have a superpower where you can set up automated flows that will keep running forever, targeting any group you would like. So let me give you an exaggerated example so that you can understand how powerful this is. Let's say you decide you want to have an automated sequence to people who bought a chocolate flavored protein powder, let's say, and they are located in X country, let's say Australia, and they have only purchased one order over all time. You can keep going with the conditions and how personalized you want the flows to be. You can set up automated messaging, automated emails that you have personalized, dedicated to that specific group of people. So yeah, that is an extremely high leverage skill. So this is what I am going to be teaching you. First of all, let's hop onto Klaviyo because that's where flows are built. And let me show you how everything works. You simply go to flows, you click on create flow, of course. Don't bother with this. These are templates created by Klaviyo. It's actually easier to build from scratch once you know how to do them, instead of starting from a template and trying to change it. So you are going to click on build your own, and here just write the name. Now you are going to be presented with trigger options. Ignore the recommended one, ignore your metrics, simply go to all metrics. And here, just like segments, you have the ability to trigger a flow with a list, with a segment, or a metric. Okay, ignore date property. I've never had to use this, even though I use Klaviyo every day for the past 3 years. I've never had to use this, so ignore this. So you've got list, segment, and metric. These are the main 3. So if you haven't watched the video about segmentation, I really recommend you watch that video first and then come back to this video if you really want to master flows engineering. So you can use these 3 things to trigger a flow, to make a flow start sending emails to someone. I am going to go for segment because those are the most flexible, and in the end I'm going to explain why we go for metric triggered flows sometimes instead of segment triggered, because there is a limitation which I'm going to talk about at the end. So let's just say I want to send an automated sequence of emails to this segment. Click save, confirm. Okay, now the trigger is locked. You can't change it anymore. If you want to change the trigger, you will have to clone the flow and change the trigger. And what's worse is if you select metric, okay, and you actually wanted to select segment trigger, even if you clone it, it's not going to allow you to switch between trigger types. Okay, you can't switch between trigger types, so you will have to remake that flow from scratch. So just be careful before you start building, make sure it is the correct trigger. So next, you have a very important thing called profile filters. Okay, I think the easiest way to explain this would be to actually make the abandoned cart flow, because that would be easier for you to understand. So abandoned cart test, create flow, all triggers, metric, let's do this, checkout started. So this is how the abandoned checkout flow would look like. Okay, it gets triggered when someone starts the checkout process. Of course, there would be a time delay here of like 1 hour, so that it doesn't send an email straight away as soon as they start the checkout. Okay, but you want to be careful with flows like this, because if they start a checkout and they place an order, you don't want them to receive the checkout flow because they already placed an order, right? So to avoid sending emails to those guys that already placed an order, already completed their order, you want to add a profile filter. So let me just add one and then I will explain. So in this case, we would need to do what someone has done or not done. So metric, placed order 0 times since starting this flow. So yeah, we are going to add this. So let me explain this to you. Whatever you see here, okay, whatever you see here, think of it as this. If the answer to this definition is yes, then they stay inside of the flow. But if the answer of this definition is no, if they don't match this definition or this filter, then they get kicked out of the flow. So placed order 0 times since starting this flow. Yes, if it's a yes, they haven't placed an order, it's 0 times, then they stay, they're safe to stay. But if this was no, they would automatically get kicked out, they would automatically exit the flow. Because of this filter, it doesn't matter if it's straight away within 1 hour or after a few days. Because it's a profile filter, this applies to the entire flow. As long as they are inside of the flow and this becomes a no, they no longer match this criteria, they will automatically exit the flow. Okay. And then another one that we have to add is this one, has not been in this flow in the last 30 days. That's what we use for the abandoned checkout. Because if someone starts checkout and then comes the next day and starts checkout again, we don't want them to receive the abandoned checkout flow twice. Okay, you only want them to receive it once and keep receiving the sequence until they finish it. That's why we want to add this filter, so that they don't re-enter before this time frame finishes. Okay, and yeah, that's how profile filters work. Similar to segments, you can basically have any combination of lists, of metrics, of properties, right? Again, if you are unsure about what these are, I explained them in depth in the segmentation masterclass. So that's profile filters explained. Now let me go over the available blocks when building the flow. So first of all, I'm going to cross out all of the unnecessary blocks that I've never used and you are never going to use unless you're doing some API stuff or some weird stuff. So first of all, list update, never had to use this. Ignore. Webhook, again, I've never had to use this. This is only used if you want to create custom integrations with other apps and trigger flows on them. Never had to use this. Internal alert, ignore this. Trigger split, ignore this. Only focus on email, SMS, profile property update, time delay, and conditional split. So let me explain each one of them. Email, very simple. You just simply drag an email block, and here you can set up an email. Okay, so you can do that. Click on create, and then you can build your email here, import it from Figma, save it, add your subject line, preview text, send a name. You can add an internal reference name for that email. That's what this is for. Click done. That's one email setup. Okay, and then inside of this block you have a few settings. You have smart sending, which automatically skips profiles that have received an email in the last 16 hours. You want to keep this turned off for important flows like the welcome flow and the checkout flow. You can keep this turned on for any other flow that you have running in the background. But when it comes to the welcome flow and the checkout flow, keep this turned on. Keep this turned off, sorry. And then for each email block, you can add filter. So this is super cool. Not only can you add filters for the entire flow, you can even add email specific filters. All right, so email specific filters, again, same thing as segments and flow filters. You can create a definition of who should receive this email. If they don't match this definition, they are simply going to skip this email and receive the next one. So this allows you to have full control over the emails and the flow. Okay, and yeah, that's the email block. SMS, if you want to set up SMS, right, similar stuff. And then you have profile property up. This is, you probably will never have to use this. We use this because we have some advanced flows. But let me think of a use case where you would have to use this. You know what, leave this. You don't really need this. But just for you to know, you are able to update a property about someone from this. Okay. Next, you have time delay, of course. Very simple. And the cool thing is, you can do minutes, you can do hours, you can do days. You can even delay until a specific time of day, right? And you can even delay until specific days of the week. This is super useful because in the long flows that we set up, for the educational flows, we send them on Mondays and Fridays. And for the promotional flows that contain offers, we send them on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and the weekend. So this just keeps everything synced and organized across the entire account. So yeah, that's the settings available. And then you have conditional split. This is useful for A/B testing and personalizing emails. So let's say on the pop-up, you asked them a question like, what's your goal? You had 3 options. Option 1 was lose weight. Second option was maintain weight. And the third option was gain weight. Here, you can have different emails based on what they answered. So you would simply look for property, look for the property that you set when setting up the pop-up. If you haven't watched the pop-up video, also go and watch that one, super useful. So your pop-up question equals, and then you can select what answer it should be. If it's a yes, they are going to receive this path. Okay. If it's a no, then you want to add another conditional split. And again, select properties about someone, pop-up question, and then select the second answer option. If it's a yes, they are going to receive this email. If it's a no, they're going to receive the third answer option. But actually, just to be careful, you should add another one. So if there are 3 answer options, add 3 conditional splits and leave the last path for profiles that don't have, that did not answer that question. Okay, so have a more general email here that's not anchored to a specific answer. Because sometimes if profiles are coming in through the checkout, or they simply gave you their email but did not answer the next step, which was the pop-up question, you don't want them to receive the incorrect email, because sometimes in the email you want to personalize them and say stuff like, hey, you answered that you wanted to lose weight, and we don't want it to get incorrect. So you want to have a backup path, let's call it, that is general and that can be sent to anyone that hasn't answered the pop-up question. And when you want to rejoin these paths, this can be quite tough. Okay, you have to do this, do this, do this. This was easy because we didn't have any emails at the end. Okay, but yeah, whenever you want to merge paths, make sure you merge the paths before you add anything else down to the below the split. Okay, I can't really go back, but yeah. So, like I was saying, if you want, when you are creating conditional splits, if you want to merge, if you want the paths to merge, make sure you merge them like I just did before you add anything else down the flow, or before you add anything else inside of these individual paths. Okay, and then again, you can add emails for each path. If this was a yes, they will receive this email. If this was a yes, they would receive this email again. And if it was a no, they receive another email. That's how you can create personalized messaging within the flow. And yeah, that's it. I'm going to have a separate video on how to A/B test flow. But yeah, so we've gone over email specific filters. Okay, now we have this cool set add past profiles. This is super cool because if you set up a new flow, let's say you set up a new welcome flow and you want all previous profiles that subscribed to your email list but did not purchase, you can click on this and it's going to add all of those profiles that match that criteria, and it's going to send them this flow to those guys, so that there isn't a missed opportunity because you launched your flow after they subscribed, right? So yeah, I hope you've understood this. If not, you can ask me the question and I will answer it. Now, limitations of segment triggered flows. Like I was saying, segments are the most flexible trigger that you can use, because once you set up the flow and it's triggered by a segment and not a metric, you can freely change the definition of that segment and the flow will automatically adapt to the updated definition of that segment, right? Whereas metric, once you select the metric, you can't change it unless you clone the flow and create a new flow. But the limitation is segment triggered flows will only send to first entrants, so profiles that enter for the first time. If it's a profile that enters for the second time, the flow is not going to trigger on them. You might be confused about why this even matters. It matters because for flows like checkout, the abandoned checkout flow, or the replenishment flow, you want these flows to have the ability to send again to the same person, right? You don't just want the flow to send one time and never send again. That's why we use metric triggered flows for flows that we want to for flows that we want, I forgot my English, but for flows that you want customers to receive multiple times in the future, could be even after a year or 2 years. For those flows, you will have to use metric triggered flows. So yeah, that's the only limitation when it comes to segment triggered flows. Actually, I should add another one, which is segment triggered versus list triggered. So if segments are so flexible, why would you not always choose segment over list triggered flows? The reason is list triggered flows, for example, welcome flow is triggered by a list. That's what's the best practice, because list triggered flows are instant. When someone subscribes, they are instantly added to the list, and the flow instantly sends to them, right? But a segment, it takes a few minutes to update. So for scenarios like this, where you want to deliver something to the customer or the subscriber as soon as possible, you will have to use list triggered flows and not segment triggered flows, especially if the segment is complex. Klaviyo takes some time to update the profiles in the segment and for the flow to trigger. So that's why you might want to choose list triggered over segment triggered. And yeah, now that you know the downside and upside of each, you have the ability and the knowledge to create any flow you'd like at will. If you want your emails to actually drive sales, you need to master e-commerce email copywriting. In this video, I'm going to show you how to write high converting plain text emails and designed emails, the cardinal rules for each, and how to write emails that don't just remind, for example, the call reminder, but emails that actually persuade, build conviction, and sell. And I'm also going to give you our prompt, the prompt that we have tested and iterated about almost 100 times by now, so that you can use AI the right way, giving it the right brand info, audience info, product info, so that it can write emails that feel like as if a world-class copywriter has written them. All right, let's get started. Okay, so e-commerce email copywriting. So it's not as complicated as it sounds, and it's not the type of copywriting people would have to do a few years ago before AI, why they would have to write the copy, think about every line, come up with variations for every line, try and do some mental calculations. Does it sound good? Does it talk about the pain points, etc.? Now that we have AI, I am going to show you how we can use AI to properly write copy, and I am going to give you the critical thinking needed to judge the AI copy. So I am not going to try and pretend that we write hundreds of emails per month manually. That's not what we do. We use very in-depth AI prompts to write the copy, and we have critical thinking steps to judge the AI copy and create new variations if it doesn't pass through our critical thinking. So it's gonna sound, right now you might be confused, but just bear with me. So first, you need to understand the audience. And when I say understand, I don't just mean you having an idea. I mean actually mapping out your audience, right? Like we do. Because we work with a lot of brands, we have a system for doing this, but I am assuming you are doing this for your brand. So you won't need to manually scrape text from your website, whatever. You would, if you are the brand owner or the marketing manager, you should be able to fill this in yourself. So when I say audience, I mean this. Having an audience psychographics document that details out the core values of your customers, the interests and hobbies, and the lifestyle preferences. So just knowing the audience as a person, as a human, who they are, what they do, what they value, this type of stuff. This is extremely important because we are going to feed this to AI. So don't just keep it in your head and tell yourself, I know who my customer is. No, write it down like this. And then, very important, understanding and mapping out the pain points. Okay, map out what pain points does your brand solve, or what pain points does your customer have? What desired outcomes are they seeking? The product features that matter. Okay, this might be complicated for you because you'd have to make judgment. But what we do is we take hundreds of reviews, customer reviews, and we have an AI model and we get this document, but we don't need this features. So just pain points, desired outcomes, and objections. If you talk to your customer service team or whatever, you should know some objections, right? And then top brand phrases, the voice of the customer. What does the customer talk like? Okay. And just sub-segments of your audience. What are the different types of people, the different types of personas inside of your audience? All right. This is absolutely key. Okay. If you can't make something like this, or if you can't bother to make something like this, skip this video. It's not for you. But if you can, pause this video. Actually, do this after you watch the entire video. Make a document like this. I'm going to add this inside of the description so that you have an example. And also, as well as the audience, we will also need to give AI information about the brand. So make a document like this. You clearly tell AI the name of the brand, the mission and the vision of the brand, the core values, the brand USPs, and any additional information that the brand can use. Okay, for example, some specific numbers related to USPs and what makes you unique, this type of stuff. Once you have this, this is the hardest part of e-commerce email copywriting, you could say, is actually making these documents. I say documents, it's just storing information concisely so that we can feed it to AI so that it can write emails better. Okay, there is a misconception that people think using AI means the copy is going to be shit. This is if your prompts are shit, okay? So make sure you have this information at hand and it's ready. By the way, if you want our systems on how we can create these documents, accurately create these documents and quantitatively measure the pain points and the desired outcomes by percentage mentioned inside of the reviews, just comment below that you want our research system and I might make a video on that. But if you're the brand owner or the marketing manager, you should be able to do this yourself manually. And the best part is you can reuse these documents for any type of email, as you will see from the reusable prompt that I am going to give you. All right, so number one, I want you to know it's not complicated. Know your audience, map out your audience and your brand, and yeah, that's the hardest part done. Now, when it comes to a skill that I want to teach you inside of this video, I don't think there is a specific name for that skill, but it's judging if AI copy is good or not. Okay, If you have that skill, you can use AI to write out 5 different emails, and using this skill of judging if an e-commerce email copy is good or not, you can choose the email without having to write it, right? Once you have mastered this, your email copy is better than 99% of email copywriters. Not copywriters, but email copywriters. Because using my prompt, which I'm going to show you, when I use this prompt, the copy AI spits out is so good. It's better than my copy, even though I've been doing copywriting for like 6 years, even before AI came out. It's better than my copy. It's better than any copywriter I know. Okay? So, next, so to have this skill of judging AI, you need to know persuasion principles and you need to know cardinal rules. Very simple. So, persuasion principles. Go watch this video. It's about the book by Robert Cialdini. Very famous book. Influence, the Persuasion Principles. That's the name of the book. You don't have to read the book. Just go and watch this 10-minute video. Okay? And it's going to explain to you how humans can be persuaded. Right? These are the 7 ways of persuasion, the 7 persuasion principles. Once you understand these, everything will be easy when it comes to judging AI copy. Okay? You will like straight away you will be able to detect if AI properly used persuasion principles or not. So yeah, that's step number 2, understanding persuasion principles. Don't skip this step. Go and watch this video. If you are actually serious about getting results with e-commerce email, go and watch this video. Then you have some cardinal rules, and those differ by depending on whether you are writing a plain text email or a designed email. And I have examples for each, and I'm going to go over them. So what's the difference between plain text emails and designed emails? Well, it's obvious. Plain text emails look like this. Just text from one human, one sender name to another. Okay? And designed emails are like this. It's polished, it's designed, it's not coming from one person. All right? So yeah, the difference is obvious. I don't need to tell you. But each one of these have different cardinal rules. And by cardinal rules, I mean rules that need to be followed. So actually, before I go into the cardinal rules, you need to know the difference between emails that remind and announce versus emails that build conviction. Both types of emails are very important, okay? So emails that remind and announce, very important, and emails that build conviction are also very important. So let me show you the difference. In e-commerce, you have to remind people and also announce stuff, right? This is what it would look like for a plain text email reminding or announcing about something. So as you can see, straight away from the first line, hey, I noticed you signed up for our 10% discount yesterday. You see how tiny it is? But you haven't tried our split ends trimmer. And it's even personalized. It mentions that they are not a customer. So the customer really feels like this email was for them. So right now I'm giving you an example of good plain text email that reminds and announces. Okay, then just be human. Keep it short. This is key. Keep it short and have a single person sign off. And when it comes to plain text emails that build conviction, those can be longer, okay, because you need words to sell. It can be longer and the CTA can be at the end, that's fine. So the rules are: use first person singular. Do not try and use we inside of plain text emails. It just sounds corporate. Don't do that. Then speak directly to the reader as if it's a one-on-one conversation. The message needs to be clear. Don't try and use fancy languages. Prioritize understanding and clarity above buzzwords and being fancy. Avoid large paragraphs. As you can see, none of these emails, even though there are this one is quite long, as you can see, there's no big chunky paragraphs. It's short lines, almost like text messages, right? Short lines, easy to read. It's not overwhelming, right? This is key when it comes to plain text emails. If you are going to write paragraphs, it's going to look like essays and it's going to get skipped. Do not do that. And the email needs to have a single clear message. Okay, don't try and do 3 different things at the same time, like announce a new product, give them a discount, remind them about a previous discount, and I don't know, announce some shipping delay stuff. Each email needs to have one topic. Don't try and be like those monthly newsletter type of stuff. Those do not work. And yeah, that's for plain text emails. All right. And for plain text emails, you just need the subject line, the body copy, and the CTA. There is no preview text when it comes to subject lines. Now for designed emails, you've got subject line, preview text, hero section CTA, body copy, and CTA. So let me show you what that looks like. So the subject line and the preview text, that's not going to be seen inside of the email, that's inside of the inbox. The hero text is a text that can be seen at the top. And basically, when you look at a designed email, within 3 seconds, you should understand what the email is about. If not, it's not a good email. So you've got hero text, hero section CTA, so a button in the hero section of the CTA, especially designed emails that remind or announce something. For conviction building emails, those are quite different. I'm going to go over that in a second. So hero section CTA and then the body copy. All right, the body copy simply just means the rest of the email, right? And as you can see, even here, we are concise. There's no big paragraphs. It's easy to digest. And yeah, in this video, I'm not going to go over the design of the email, but I'm just going over how designed emails are written, the copy of the designed emails. Again, cardinal rules for this one. Inside of designed emails, use collective language, use we. Don't use I, right? Because it just doesn't sound genuine. It's obvious a single person, it's not coming from a single person, it's coming from the brand or the team. And yeah, again, clarity above all, within 3 seconds, just from the hero section, the first section of the email, without having to scroll, it should be clear what the email is about. The email should be scannable, all right? So it's easy to scan, all right? For example, here, it's easy to scan. We can see the different sections, the different headings. Like it's not one big paragraph. Benefits of the features, that's an obvious one. Emotional resonance. So based on the audience's pain points, desired outcomes. And again, it needs to be a single clear message. I know that's a lot to take in. It sounds like a big list, but it's very simple. So designed emails, I've gone over the designed emails that are used to remind and announce, how they need to be straight to the point and have a CTA at the top, etc. Now for designed emails that build conviction, you don't always need a CTA at the top. It's more like a natural flow where it's about a topic that builds conviction. So either you build trust or you build desire for the product. And I'm going to have a separate video on the conviction angles and how to build conviction. But in this video, I'm just presenting the different types of email copies, and of course how to use AI to write them. And yeah, for this type of designed emails, they can be longer. As you can see, this is not a short email. It can be longer, but you need to use design to make it digestible. For example, here we are showing how the products are made, and for each section we have a step so that we can visually show the step that's going on with a heading and a number, so it's like a list. All right, so yeah, you do need this type of content. You need this type of conviction building, and not all emails will be short and salesy like this. Sometimes they have to be educational. All right, these are the two different types of designed emails, and I've also shown you the cardinal rules for each email. So we've gone over the persuasion principles that you need to know. Go and watch that video. The cardinal rules that I've just shown you for plain text emails and for designed emails, and I've also shown you good examples so that your internal radar for detecting good and bad emails has now, I hope, been calibrated. And then now I'm going to show you how to use AI, and I'm going to show you the prompt, which I had to do 100 iterations to perfect this prompt. So yeah, it was a hard choice to give it away because it's some secret sauce. But yeah, let me just show you. All right, so before I show you the prompt, to properly use AI, you need to give it the information it needs, and you need to tell AI how to use that information. So if you have a generic prompt like, write me an email to announce a 20% off sale, of course it's going to write a generic corporate email. What you want to do is you need to give AI some variables, okay? First of all, give AI the brand info that I showed you in this structure, with this at the top that says start of brand info document and end of brand info document. You need to give it the audience info. So again, these documents that I told you to make, you are going to attach this inside of the prompt, and don't worry about the context windows and the token limits. This AI can handle a lot more than this. Like, this is not even 20% of the length AI can handle. So don't worry about the prompt being too long. Make sure you attach these info documents inside of the prompt, okay? And then you need to give AI information about the specific target audience that will receive the email. So when I said give audience info, that's about the brand's audience in general. But when you are writing emails and when you want to make personalized emails, for example, the second email of a welcome flow, you need to tell AI the target audience are people who subscribed yesterday and they still haven't bought and they've received one email, right? That's the full context about who the target audience is. And then you need to tell AI the goal of the email. All right, most of the time this is going to be convert into first-time customer or get them to place their first purchase. That's for flow email copy. But if it's just a campaign announcing a sale, it will just be get as many orders as possible. All right, so these are the variables you need to give to AI. And now I'm going to show you how that looks like inside of the prompt itself. So first of all, I would recommend using Claude 4 Sonnet for copywriting because it's just a lot better when it comes to creative copy. Even if you want to use ChatGPT, that's totally fine. It's still very good because of the prompt. So the prompt is this. If you want the full prompt so that you can copy and paste it, just check out the link in the description. So this is the prompt. We are telling AI you are a world-class copywriter. You are being tasked with writing an email copy to the given context. Focus solely on creative writing to craft world-class copy that resonates with the target audience that will read the copy. And make sure you have this inside of these quote marks. And yeah, I'm not going to read all of the prompt, but as you can see, that's the prompt. And then you need to tell AI that you included a lot. Okay, that's not just, that was for another prompt, but yeah. Tell AI that you have included a lot of information about the brand and the audience, because every world-class copywriter has emphasized having good understanding of the brand. When you say this, all right, when you mention world-class copywriter, all right, and every world-class copywriter, it's going to focus on the knowledge inside of this world that it has indexed around. Basically, I'm not trying to get too complicated, but it's going to think like one of those world-class copywriters. So when you say this, and then just say inside of your output, no need for any commentary or acknowledgements. And then you clearly show when the information starts. Okay, start of information. And the reason this prompt looks like this is because it's a reusable prompt. You can use it for any type of email. So first we have information about the email we want. Here you are going to write information about the target audience that will read the copy. Here it will be the overarching goal of the email. Here it's going to be information about the target audience, basically what the target audience already knows, what type of emails they have already received. This is more for flow emails where it's a sequence. You don't really need this for campaign emails unless it's a campaign sequence. Then you have information about this specific email. This is where you want to include the topic of the email, any discounts inside of the emails. And yeah, you can just give it a rough topic and it's going to do an amazing job. And if you want, you can add tone of the copy. Usually I just write as if it's a friend to another friend. That works quite well. And then after this part, okay, where you have clearly told AI, this is the end of info about the email we want. Then you have this start of brand info document. And here you paste your brand info document that I showed you. And then here you paste all of your brand's audience info. And then, very important, principles to follow as a world-class copywriter. This is key. First, we say simulate human-like bursts of creativity. Use contractions, natural phrasing, and even subtle imperfections that make the text feel real. So it's not going to feel like AI copy. It's going to really feel like as if a human wrote it. Okay, and make sure you tell it, nobody wants to read an essay. Make it conversational and human, and give the email a clear structure. Avoid large paragraphs. And then here you want to paste, if you are going to write a designed email, simply paste this, right? Copy, simply paste this down here, like this. If it's a designed email, if it's a plain text email, you simply copy the plain text format. And guess what? It's going to give you the email with amazing copy that sounds human in this exact format. All right. And the best part is you can use this prompt 5 different times and then use the skill that I just tried to teach you about judging if AI did a good job judging if the copy is actually good. And yeah, that's it. E-commerce email copy is not that hard now that we have AI. You could say the most time-consuming stuff is making these documents. Once you have these documents and you plug them inside of this prompt, you simply have to fill in this stuff. Target audience that will read the email, the goal of the email, any additional context about what the recipient has received, information about the specific email we want to write, so the topic, any brief, any discounts that you want to include, and the tone of the copy. That's it. This is a reusable prompt I have made after doing almost 100 iterations, and I've given it away to you for free. I hope you find value in this. If you did, subscribe, leave a like, and share. Right. The difference between an email that gets clicked and an email that gets ignored is usually the design. But here's the real danger. Your email design is a direct representation of your brand's reputation. If your emails look like a high school project, your customers and your subscribers will automatically trust you less, which means they are less likely to buy, which means, of course, you're going to lose revenue. So in this video, I'm going to show you everything you need to know about email design, the anatomy of a high converting email, which platform to use, how to make GIFs, checks that you can do to make sure that the hierarchy of the elements is optimized for conversion, and also how to optimize your images so that your emails load fast, look great, and actually sell. So, e-commerce email design. The first thing on my list that I need to tell you is exposure is key. You won't be able to really distinguish and develop that sixth sense for email design if you've never been exposed to good emails. So there's this quote by Pablo Picasso: good artists copy, great artists steal. But of course, do not copy, but steal the idea by tweaking it and making it your own unique version. So I've got this swipe file where there's hundreds of amazing high converting emails. I can give this to you. Just click on the link inside of the description and this can be yours, and you can have a look through these and develop that sixth sense. So yeah, exposure is important. I can explain all of the psychology to you, but if you don't have that exposure to good emails, you won't be able to really develop that email design skill. So now let's dive into the anatomy of an e-commerce email and what makes a good email. So let's dissect it down. You have the first fold. You can also call it a hero section, and that's the first 700 pixels in height. So this is a 700 pixel rectangle, and the first fold is basically what the customer sees. So in this case, it would be this, what the customer sees before they scroll down. All right. So the text inside of the hero section is called the hero text. All right. As you can see here. And this section, the first fold, is the most important section of the email. It needs to answer the question, like, why should I read this email? And it basically needs to give away what is the email about. Because if the first fold is not enticing and it's confusing, they're not going to scroll. They're simply going to swipe and go to the next email in their inbox. So that's the first fold. Then you have, of course, the CTA. The CTA, in this case, they are small, but I highly recommend that the CTAs need to be big, and there needs to be padding around the CTAs so that they are clearly visible and easy to click on. And there should be a CTA available. Like if it's a long email, there should be a CTA available nearby. All right, so one email can have 3 CTAs, all right, so that every CTA is accessible from anywhere inside of the email. The only exception is educational emails where you're trying to build conviction. But when it comes to emails where you are reminding them about something, announcing something, those types of emails, you need to have a big visible button nearby and basically easily accessible. All right, and then you have spacing and transitions. Like I said, you don't want your emails to look crowded. For example, I've got some bad examples to show you as well. You want spacing. You want to have some white space because it makes it easy on the eyes and it makes the email digestible. So for example, these are bad emails. Like when you look at them, you can tell they are bad emails, but ask yourself, why are they bad emails? As you can see, there is no white space. It's all crowded. There is no hierarchy. Okay, there's no clear transitions. Okay, so spacing and transitions. There's no transitions, not clear spacing. And another rule that I use is for the hierarchy, use an inverse triangle and do this. For example, as you can see here, the hierarchy points towards the CTA. So the eyes of the subscriber will follow a natural flow, or they start from the top, and then that hierarchy will lead their eyes naturally to the CTA, as you can see. Okay, so I like to use this inverse triangle rule, and this can be applied multiple times within the same email. So even here you can see, okay, there's hierarchy even here, here as well. See, this just makes it easier for subscribers to naturally find the button by following the hierarchy of the elements and the font sizes. But if you try this on these bad emails, you can clearly see there is no hierarchy. Like, you can't put the inverse triangle here because then you've got this text as well, right? So that's actually a square. Here you can say, yes, there is somewhat of a hierarchy, but again, the text, there's no enough spacing. The text is crowded. And yeah, same here, right? That eyes don't naturally flow through the email, right? So I hope you get this point. Okay, so here. And yeah, this is basically the criteria that I try to look for when deciding if an email needs a revision, if it needs to be tweaked, so that it's easier for subscribers to digest the email. Now, how do you actually design emails, and why do you design emails? A lot of beginners will try to design emails on Canva or Photoshop. That's not a good idea. There's a lot of reasons for this, which I can go into, but Figma is the best platform to design on because you can easily extend the frame. Yeah, there's a lot of reasons I can go into, but just believe me, I've tried Canva, I've tried Photoshop. I had to switch to Figma to properly learn email design and train my team on this. I'm going to have a Figma tutorial on how to actually get used to the platform and design emails inside of Figma. Check out the first link in the description. It's going to be inside of there, because if I had it inside of this video, it's just going to take too long. But this video is to show you what is high converting email design and how to make it as an overview. Then you have email GIFs. This can be very advantageous to communicate the message, right? So for example, if we want to communicate exclusivity, we could use a GIF like this, and it's very easy to make, right? So using GIFs allows us to communicate the message of the email faster, because the human brain gets images and graphics and frames like 10 times faster than understanding text, right? So it just communicates the message much more clearly. For example, here as well, we can create a whole vibe using GIFs. Same down here. As you can see, we're clearly communicating. If they have questions, they can type their question and reply to this email, right? And again, I am going to have tutorials on the most common GIFs, the GIFs that are the best to use to communicate the most common email types, right? I have individual tutorials inside of the description. Go check them out. Next, you have countdown timers. Again, this helps you communicate the message of the email. Having a countdown timer that's actually counting down to when the discount is going to finish just adds that urgency, that real urgency. And yeah, again, it's very easy to add inside of emails. This is not a GIF. This is, you have to use a platform for this. And I teach you how to do that. Again, go check out the first link in the description. And one of the most common objections I get when I say that we use designed emails is the loading speed of emails and also the deliverability. But the deliverability aspect, I've addressed this inside of deliverability videos. But when it comes to optimizing images for load speed, it's actually a good concern. It's a valid objection, but there is a way to overcome slow loading speeds. All you have to do is on Figma, again, that's why we have to use Figma, because we have control over every pixel. All you have to do is, and by the way, I am also going to have a tutorial on how to export from Figma to Klaviyo. But in this video, it's only about email design and conversion. So yeah, let's say we are trying to import this email inside of Klaviyo. Right, let me just quickly do this. Okay, export. Now this file at the moment is 297 KB. That's pretty decent. But when slices can get big, right, and there's a lot of actual photographs and not just graphics, images can get quite big. And the way to fix this is by simply going to this free website, dragging your email slice here, and it has reduced the size of that image by 69% without affecting the quality. So now this image is 69% smaller, and it's going to load much faster. And then you simply have to import this inside of Klaviyo. And yeah, that's how we can make sure the images load fast. And yeah, that was an overview of what's a good email, the anatomy of a good email, what makes them high converting, and trying to develop that sixth sense in your brain so that you can also detect that. And yeah, a quick intro to GIFs and how they can help you communicate the message, countdown timers, why to use them, and if you want to learn how to use them, link in the description, and how to optimize images for fast load. I hope that was helpful. Of course, that was not an A to Z video on how to design emails. If you want this, link in the description. And yeah, I hope that was useful. In this video, I'm going to show you exactly how to implement an email from Figma inside of Klaviyo, step by step, the right way. You'll learn how to slice assets, structure your layout for different types of emails, and make sure that your emails look good in the inbox the same way they did inside of the design file. So implementing Figma emails inside of Klaviyo is very easy. There's 3 steps to it, and I'm going to show you by doing it myself for 2 different emails of different complexity. So first, you've got an email that doesn't really require any special slicing. Okay, it's just straight cuts, and you'll see what I mean in a second. But for this second email, we will have to have different slices for each link. So each link will have to be side by side. We'll also have to make this a text block so that customers can easily copy and paste the code, so they don't have to type it in. And yeah, 2 different complexities. Let's get started. When you have the frame inside of Figma, simply go to the slice tool. Okay, you've got the slice tool now. On the frame of the email, you are simply going to do this. It doesn't matter, don't try and do that. Don't try and get it perfect in the corner. It's going to take too much brain power. Simply, even with your eyes closed, do a quick drag like this, and then we are going to use numbers and the settings on the side to easily adjust the slice. So this frame is 600 pixels, so just change the width of the slice we just created to 600 pixels. Now to align the slice in the middle, simply click here and then click here, align on top. So when you are slicing, you want to determine what part of the emails need to be linked differently. So for the logo, we just link to the home page. But if we can minimize the number of slices by merging these 2, okay, that's what we do. We try and use the least amount of slices possible so that we don't have too many images inside of the email. So let me explain what I mean. For this email, I will just link this to the collection page of this product. Okay, so I'm not going to make the logo a separate link because it doesn't have to be. It can simply just be the same link as this. All right, so that's what I'm going to do. That's for the hero image. And then when you want to create the second slice, because for the first slice, we don't want to make it too big because it's going to take a lot of time to load. Instead, just try and keep it minimal. Okay, so keep the hero section as a separate slice so that it loads as fast as it can. And then to make the second slice, all we are going to do is make sure that you are on this, you've selected this in the left corner, you selected your slice, and simply press on Control C and then Control V. As you can see on the left, another slice has appeared, right? And you can drag this down like this. Okay, all of this can just be one link, right? Like that. Same for this. All of this can just be one link. For slices that are not the hero image, they can be as long as you want. All right, especially if it's quite plain like this, where there's not really many images, like real photographs like this, because plain parts like this, where it's a plain background with words, they take a lot less space. So you can afford to make a lot longer slice like this. Okay, and because we don't really need different links, all of this can all be linked to the same product because we are talking about the same product. All of this email can simply be 2 slices. So this email is done. All we are going to do now is click on the first slice and then click on the second slice whilst pressing on Control on your keyboard. Okay, when you do that, you can select multiple slices in one go. And then when you want to export, just click here. And because the width of this email is 600, and we prefer to have a 1200 so that the quality is high and it doesn't look blurry, simply do 2x here, and then you can export. But just be careful that if your frame, your Figma frame, is already 1200 pixels, you don't have to do 2x here, just keep it at 1x. But because the frame is 600, I'm going to do 2x. So just do export. Okay, it's going to take a few seconds, and then it's going to export. And then simply click on it, select these two slices, and move them out of this zipped folder. That's simply moving them to your downloads file. That's what I do. Move them to your downloads file, click on replace, and now you have them inside of this folder. They are now ready to implement inside of Klaviyo. Simply go to your email. It can be a campaign email or a flow email. It doesn't matter, because the way you implement emails is going to be the same. Click on edit. You're going to see this. Just get rid of everything, because that's the template stuff. Now pull out your download folder. Actually, first drag 2 image blocks, because there are 2 images, and then click on the first one and drag the first image over here. That's our first slice. And then here, drag this one. That's now our second slice, and that's the email done. Now you simply have to link this to the correct pages. So that's the first slice, and that's the second slice. Make sure you link. You don't really need to add alt text, because we are going to be using a trick where we have a super long footer. There's going to be a video about this inside of the Deliverability playlist. So just go and watch that. And we don't really need alt text. And yeah, that's how you do simple emails. Now, what do you do when you need different links and they are side by side? Well, I'm going to show you right now. Same stuff, pull out your slice tool and just do a quick slice anywhere on the frame. Then click on your slice, simply do 600. So whatever your frame's width is, do middle, align on top, and now just determine what can be the same link. Okay, like I mentioned previously, because this is the hero image, you want to try and keep it short so that it loads quick. I would say I would just do it up to here, and then copy and paste again, drag it down. And now what we like to do is, when we have a complicated code like this, especially when we want to implement dynamic Klaviyo codes, we like to show this type of dotted lines to clearly show that this is a code, and we want them to be able to copy and paste this without having to type it in manually. So what we have to do is slice this down to here, and then copy and paste the slice, move this down, and then over here do this, so that this part can be a text block. So that's one slice, that's where the slice starts, and here that's where the previous slice ended, which means that this part where the text is shown is going to be a text block that we build inside of Klaviyo. So yeah, that's our slice. Just extend it down. Now we've got an issue. We need 2 different links on the same line. For this, we are simply going to use a block inside of Klaviyo, which allows us to have 2 separate images on the same row. So here inside of Figma, all you have to do is sort it out vertically first, and then for the dimension of the slice, simply do divide by 2, and now you have the slice aligned on the left and perfectly halved. Then copy and paste this. All right, you've just copied and pasted it, and then click on align right. Now you've got a second slice, which is aligned on the right, and then again, copy and paste, and sort it out vertically first, like this. What I like to do is, I always like to go left to right. So instead of having slice 9 here, I just like to always start from the left. So that's slice 9, copy paste. That's now slice 10, copy paste, sort it out vertically first. Okay, left, slice 11, slice 12, again copy paste, sort it out horizontally, align left, copy paste, align right, and then we have the last one. This one can just take the full width, so go back to 600 again, align in the middle, oops, here 600, align in the middle like this, and we have the last slice, do that, and that's it. Now all you are going to do is just highlight all of this, and in the left panel just select all of the slices actually, one by one. So press Control on your keyboard, and one by one click on all of the slices. Now just export all of them, and because the frame is 600, I'm going to do 2x. Export, click on the zipped folder, select everything, drag it over to your downloads folder, replace, and now these can be imported inside of Klaviyo. So same stuff. Okay, let's just delete these. So we have one image block, two, okay, so first we have 2 image blocks, then we have a text block. Actually, you know what, let's first import all of the images, and then at the end we will add the text block. So again, go to your downloads folder, so slice 4, second slice, so, okay, keep going until you reach the slice where you have to make 2 columns. Okay, it's this one. So here what we have to do is look for the block called split, add it here. So click on image, and then click on the right side, also switch it over to image. Now you have 2 images side by side, but you have to do some more stuff to make sure it's correct. Remove all of the padding, so make it 0. Here, same here, 0, 0, and make sure that mobile stacking is switched to no stacking. Once you have this, just duplicate this how many other times we need. So 1, 2, 3, 4 times. Duplicate, duplicate, duplicate like this, and then we just need one last, actually 2 last images, like this. Now simply import the slices, and because I always slice from left to right, I know which order they go into. So I just have to do this, then select the right side, like that. Just keep doing that in that slice. Okay, that's a duplicate. Next one, okay, all good. Now all we have to do is link this, right? Actually, we also need to add a text block. So this is very simple. In between these 2 images, you are going to add the text block. Straight away, you are going to change the color of the text block to this. So whatever this hex is, copy that, and block background color, change it to this. And here you can add the dynamic Klaviyo code. There's going to be a video explaining how to add, how to make these dynamic codes. All right, but in this video, I'm simply showing you how to implement from Figma. Okay, like that. And now the customer and the subscriber will be able to simply click on this, press on it, copy and paste, and use it at checkout. We can also link this so that the coupon automatically applies. We can also do that, but that's going to be in a separate video. And yeah, now just correctly link all of these images to the best page possible. Even if we do mobile, everything is good. And again, do not forget to watch the video about the footer text trick to help with deliverability. So yeah, that's how you implement Figma emails inside of Klaviyo. Thousands of e-com brands that are losing sales because you're not landing in primary inbox. But there's a simple fix that will take you around 15 minutes, but it's going to change your email marketing forever. So in this video, I'm going to walk you through setting up a branded sending domain inside of Klaviyo, step by step, including the DNS settings that most people mess up. So here is how to set up your branded email sending domain. By the way, when you hear or when you read dedicated sending domain or custom sending domain, they mean the same thing as branded sending domain. So here is how to set it up. Simply head over to Klaviyo, go down to settings, and under account, you will see domains. Click on that, click on add domain. Root domain, just make sure this is your domain. Okay, so your website. Next, sending domain, just keep this as send. Send is completely fine. You don't have to play around with this. Do next, add DMARC. Make sure this is toggled on. Do next. If you can, this will simplify the entire process. Just connect it with entry. You just have to click on this. It's going to ask you to sign up to your domain provider. If not, no worries. We can set it up manually, which I'm going to show you how to do in this video. So select your domain provider. If it's not here, no worries, just select other. Do next. And you will see these records. You don't have to know anything about DNS or records. You simply have to copy and paste like I am going to show you. So let's head over to your domain provider. So my domain, my example domain is on Squarespace. So I'm going to be doing this for Squarespace, but it's going to look very similar. So don't worry, just find the page where you have your DNS settings. Click on that page and you will see some stuff like this. And you just need to look for an option that says add record next to custom records. Okay, so just look for a button that says add. Click on that. Okay, you'll just have to verify some stuff. This one. Okay, so now one by one, we are going to add these records given to us by Klaviyo. First, you are going to copy and paste the name here. So the name is the host. Type, this is the type. That's CNAME. So just find CNAME, TTL, leave it as it is. We just need to add the value. So here, paste this in, click save. That's added. Let's do the next one. Add record, host is this. Type is CNAME, value is this. Say again, next one, we've got this, add CNAME in. Okay, so because I'm already using this on this test account, this is not going to work. But for you, this should not be an issue. Oh, sorry. I selected CNAME. Don't make the same mistake as me. It should be TXT. So TXT, save. All good. Last one, DMARC. So you're simply going to copy, add, paste, select TXT, all right, TXT, and copy the value, paste it in, and save. All done. Now you are going to go back to Klaviyo, click on verify. This can take some time, up to 48 hours apparently, but usually it takes a few minutes. So when this is happening, it's going to show verifying. Okay, after some time, it's going to verify, and just come back to this page. Sometimes it's going to ask you to confirm that you want to apply this domain. Just click on apply domain or apply settings. Right, you will just need to click on a button, and then after it has been applied, it's going to look like this. So it's going to look like this after you've applied it successfully. Now you might be wondering about warm up, if you need to warm it up. There is another video where I show you, well, first of all, if you're brand new and you haven't sent with your Klaviyo account, you definitely need warm up. But if you're a brand that's been sending for a while and you're just switching now, then it depends. But 80% of the time, 8 times out of 10, when we do audits, we always see that there is a deliverability issue. So I highly recommend you warm your domain up anyways. And you can actually check yourself if you need to do this. There is a video showing you how to check if you're landing in the spam folder or if you're landing in the inbox. You can go and watch the video. We go through every way of checking, well, every way that you need to check To figure out if you're landing in the inbox or the spam folder, go and watch that video and you will see for yourself. So your email list is growing, you're sending amazing looking emails, but you're just not seeing the revenue come through. Before you start blaming your subject lines or your send times, there's one critical thing you need to look at. It's something most brands ignore, and I am talking about email deliverability. Here's how you check if you land in the primary inbox or the spam folder or another random folder. So there is a number of ways you can check if you are landing in spam and if your deliverability is bad. So the first one is, well, it's not as if you have, it's not as if only one of these would be enough. You should do all of these checks to make sure you're landing in the inbox. So first, check the domain settings within Klaviyo. So inside of your Klaviyo, just go to settings, and then under settings, under the account tab, you will see domains. And if it says your domain with a little prefix at the start and it says active, that means it's good from the Klaviyo side. But you also want to check from inside of the inbox from Gmail. So just send yourself a preview, and if you click here, you can see signed by your domain and mailed by send.whateroom.com. If you haven't set up the branded domain correctly, it's going to look something like this, where it's signed by shared.klaviyo.com and mailed by some random prefixed shared Klaviyo domain. That's what it looks like if the branded domain has not been set up properly. But it should look like this. Another check you can do is by checking the SPF, DKIM, and DMARC within Gmail. So send yourself a preview, click on Show Original, and for SPF, you will see pass, DKIM, pass, DMARC, pass. If all three of them are pass, that's good, no issues here. But if some of them, one of them says failed, that means there is an issue and the branded domain has not been set up properly. But even then, even if you have set up the branded sending domain properly, you could still have bad deliverability if you've been sending bad content that's not engaging for a prolonged period of time. Your reputation would have gone down, even if it's your own branded domain. And to check that, you simply need to go to dashboards. You click on dashboards, and then you click on overview dashboard. I'm just going to pause because I don't want to reveal any revenue numbers. Okay, when you click on overview dashboard, you need to add a card that's called email deliverability, my email domain, this one. It's not going to be inside by default. You will have to click on add card and look for it. And here, I want you to do last 90 days so that we have more data. And you can see the different email domains, the different inbox providers, and the open rate and the click rate by provider. So first, I want you to have a look at if there is any anomalies. And by anomalies, I mean, for example, here, if most of them are 48, 50, but one of them is 20, like 28, that's a significant difference. Okay, I'm not sure if we can call it an anomaly scientifically, but yeah, you know what I mean. Something that is significantly lower than the average. So in this case, I would say yes, Hotmail is significantly lower than the average. If we go to the second page, iCloud is fine, Comcast is fine, Outlook 27, that's also significantly lower, MSN also significantly lower. And yeah, you don't really need to have a look at the third page because your most popular, based on your list, your most popular inbox providers that your subscribers are using will be on the first or second page. Okay, that's where 95% of people are. So yeah, you don't have to bother with 3 unless you're a huge brand and every subscriber matters. Then yes, also have a look at all of the pages. But in most cases, page 1 and page 2 are enough. You want to pick out whichever inbox providers are significantly lower, in this case Hotmail and Outlook. Sometimes it can be Gmail. We've seen that sometimes Gmail can be 20% and the rest can be 40 and 50. Basically, pick out which inbox providers are significantly lower than the average. That tells you that for those inbox providers, you have been restricted, and we have to improve our reputation, especially in front of those inbox providers, to increase your overall sender reputation and your open rates across your entire account. In this video, I'm not going to show you how to fix it. I'm going to make a separate video where I show you how to fix bad reputation. But in this video, I'm simply showing you how to diagnose and identify if you have issues or not. Another check you can do, and that's one of the most accurate, is by using Glock apps. It's going to send 100 plus emails to actual inboxes, and it's going to tell you, did they land in an inbox, did they land in a spam, or did they land in a tab folder? So I'm going to show you. So you need to go to glockapps.com. If I just zoom in, okay, I can't zoom in. But yeah, you need to go to glockapps.com, sign up, make a free account. You don't have to pay for it. And then here, under Inbox Insights, go to Reports, click on Start Test. Keep all of them turned on, unless you want to only check your inbox placement for a specific country. Then you would have to untick them, but we just leave them on. Click on Next. That's fine. You don't have to touch this. Note, just write Klaviyo test and leave everything else as it is. Click on Create. Now it's going to give you an ID string that we need to add inside of our Klaviyo test email, and it's going to give you about 100 email addresses that we need to import inside of Klaviyo and send a test email to those 100 email addresses. By default, this will be in one list, but do not do one list. It doesn't produce accurate results. Do grouped by 25 and make sure it's separated by comma. That's what Klaviyo accepts. Separated by comma. And then download each list one by one, like this. This will be downloaded as a CSV, which we are going to import 5 times inside of Klaviyo. So now let's head over to Klaviyo, create the lists, create a test campaign, send out the test campaign, and then I will show you how to see the report. Okay, so head over to Klaviyo, and we first need to create 5 lists. So go to Lists, Create List. Just call it G1 for Glock Apps 1. And then straight away change the consent settings to a single opt-in. Okay, and do that for all of the lists. I have a little shortcut, which I'm going to teach you. So G2, quickly go back, create the rest of the sheets. So G2 to G5. And then in separate tabs, we can do everything we need to do. 3, I've created G3, it's G4, G5, okay. Now you can simply open all of them in a separate tab like this, and then you can change the settings. And say, okay, so once you've done that for all 5 lists, you're simply going to import the lists, the 5 lists that we got from Glock Apps. So you can just do import contacts. That's list 1. So select list 1 from the download folder. Next, here click yes. Import. Do that for all 5 lists. G4, list 4. G5, okay, now that is done. It's going to take a couple of minutes for them to fully update. So if you refresh, okay, they are already inside. So each list has 25, and the last one has 9. Don't worry about these numbers as long as you have imported every email given to you by Glock Apps into separate lists. Okay, now we can make our test campaign. So what we need to do is, okay, let me just do it from scratch so that you can see too. Click on Create Campaign, and just name it G1 test. Here we are going to select the first list, turn off smart sending, make sure this is turned off. Do next, you can go to email library, you select a template, or even better if you can do this with one of your emails, but because this is a test, I'm going to use a template. Okay, and the only thing we need to do is just update the links to your website. Okay, so wherever there is a button, just make it your link, because this can have an impact on deliverability, and we want to test if our emails with our links are having issues or not. So just link images and buttons to your website, and you can just remove any other links. Social links are fine. Okay, that's fine. Then last thing when it comes to preparing the email is adding this ID string inside of the email. It needs to be clearly readable and visible. Make sure you don't add this onto a Figma email and then import it as an image. It has to be as a text block inside of the email. So I'm just going to add it here inside the text block. Okay, that's good. Now we can do next. Subject line, just write any subject line. Quick, let's just say flash, say test, preview text, flash, sale starts now. Just some random subject line or preview text. Do next. And now you can simply send, and we need to send 5 different times to the 5 different lists. Send, and do this again, but this time we can simply clone. So clone, call this G2, and I don't like to change the list here because there is no search tool. I just like to go inside and change the list here because we have a search tool. So G2, next, keep everything the same, next, and send as well. Do that for all 5 lists, and let me do that with you. Now we just have to clone again, clone G3, select the new list, G3, next, all good, next, send, now G4, okay, send now, and finally G5, select G5, just make sure you don't accidentally forget to update the list for every campaign, because if you do forget, it's going to mess up the entire test. Finally, send this as well, and now wait a few minutes. I would say wait 5 minutes, and then click on view report, and it's going to tell you. For now, there's half of them are missing, so let's just wait a bit, and then I will come back to this and show you the results. Okay, so it's been a few minutes, and as you can see, 40% went to the inbox, 10% to the tabs, and 40% to the spam. So this is terrible. That's a test account, and as you can see, we can also have a look at by country, by region, right? So this is not good. And as you can see, this is the shared Klaviyo sending domain, so it's not good. If you see this, you need to warm up your domain again, and I'm going to have a separate video on how to do that. And you also need to follow the correct segmentation and remove bots and unengaged profiles from your flows and your campaigns, and also watch the video about the mistakes to avoid to keep solid sender reputation. Because right now, you could have the best emails, the best copy, whatever, but if half of your emails are going to spam, the effectiveness is going to be halved, right? So you want to make sure deliverability is maximized so that you can actually see results from your email marketing. And yeah, this was the point of the video, to show you how you can check if you're landing in the inbox or the spam folder. Your email list is infected with engagement killers and you don't even know it. Dead subscribers, bots, burner accounts, unengaged profiles are receiving your flows and your campaigns, tanking your deliverability, and making your emails invisible to your real subscribers that actually wanted to receive those emails. But lucky for you, there is an automated system that you can use to remove these toxic profiles so that they don't damage your sender reputation. And I'm going to show you exactly how you can build it step by step inside of this video. So first, let's quickly go over why keeping unengaged burner accounts and bots in your Klaviyo account can damage your sender reputation and cost you money. It's quite obvious. If these types of emails and profiles keep accumulating in your account, it's going to drop your open rates, it's going to have a higher bounce rate, and this will basically tell inbox providers that, hey, this sender, this domain, basically you're sending content that is not getting engagement or that is getting low engagement. So this can put restrictions on your domain, and you could even get blacklisted. So to avoid this type of mess, we are simply going to have an automation that will identify these burner accounts using their email. So if it's an email that is known for bot action and used by spammers or whatever, we're going to exclude them. And we are also going to have a look at their engagement. So profiles that are not engaging, that they've received 10 more emails, more than 10 emails. They've been on our email list for a long time, but they still haven't opened a single email. Those types of email addresses, those types of profiles need to be excluded. So I'm going to show you how to do that. First, we need to create 2 segments. The first segment is going to identify bots by the ending of their email. So this is the segment. This segment will take you a long time to create. Okay, there's about 50 different email domains that need to be excluded. All right. I'm going to attach a Google Sheet so that you can access all of them. Simply copy and paste them inside of your Klaviyo and exclude them. And yeah, just do this. Or you could contact us and we can clone this segment over to your account, which can save you more time. But yeah, the sheet with these exact domains will be inside of the description. You can do this yourself. So yeah, that's the first segment that we need to create. The second segment is to identify burner accounts and unengaged accounts. So this is how you build it. By the way, to build segments, all you have to do is go to lists and segments, click on create new, create segment, just fill in the name, and here just select what I show you in my segments. So for this segment, you are going to write this definition. So that's the name. For the definition, we want to do received email is at least 10 times over all time, and opened email 0 times over all time, and clicked email 0 times over all time, and properties about someone created at least 30 days ago. So what this means is anyone that has been on the email list for more than 30 days, has received more than 10 emails, but has never opened an email and has never clicked an email, that's a very strong sign that either it's a burner account, someone signed up using an email address they never actually check and then just use it to get a discount from the website, or they're simply not interested anymore. So we need to exclude these guys. So yeah, now so after you've made this segment, make sure you press on save. We need to create 2 tag flows that will apply a tag to every profile that matches these definitions that we've set for these 2 segments, so that we will be able to exclude everyone that enters these segments from all of the flows that we have, okay, so that they don't go into Winback flows and lower our open rates, and also exclude all of these guys from the campaigns you're sending. And we are going to send these unengaged and burner profiles inside of a sunset unengaged flow. But be careful, do not use Klaviyo's template for this, and I'm going to show you why. And then I'm going to show you how to suppress these guys so that you can lower your Klaviyo bidding. So next, 2 tag flows. Simply head over to the flows page. The flows are simply going to look like this. Okay, first flow, to tag bot profiles. It's very simple. Click on create flow, build your own, just call it bot tag flow, create, and here you are going to click on all triggers, click on add it to segment, and look for the bot segment, the first segment that we made. Look for it using the name you used, select it, and then save it as the trigger. Okay. And all you need, this is not an email flow, it's a tag flow. So we just need to update a profile property. And for the profile property, do this. Profile property, we create new property, exclude from flows, text equals yes with an exclamation mark at the end. So if I zoom in, please make sure it's the exact same as what you are seeing on the screen. Exclude from flows is a profile property, and yes is the value. Okay. If you get this wrong, if there is even a spacing issue, if you have a space at the end, or even the capitalization, everything needs to match exactly. Okay, and then save this. Zoom out. Okay, and then save this. This is your bot tag flow. Next, we need to create a tag flow for the second segment that we made. Again, you're going to create flow. You're going to select the segment. You're going to select the second segment that you made for burner accounts and unengaged people. Add the edit to segment. Yeah, look for it using the name that you used. And you are going to do this. You are going to do the same thing. Okay, make sure it's the segment that you used. And again, no email, just a profile property update, which is going to be create new property and same exact thing as the first tag flow. Exclude from flows is yes. It has to be an exact match. Once you've done this, turn them on. Okay, these are tag flows, so don't worry about emails going out. Turn them on and click on add past profiles so that anyone in your email list currently, even before you made this flow and this segment, will have this tag added to their profile. And then we can add filters to all active flows and all future flows. You need to make sure that when you create new flows in the future, this filter, which I'm going to show you, is added inside of that flow. And you just have to add it one time for every flow. You don't have to add it multiple times for every email, just one time per flow. So let's say you have Winback flow. So in here, you are going to do this. Edit. So you are going to click on the trigger of the flow. Under profile filters, click edit, add an and then here you are going to do properties about someone. Here, select this, exclude from flows. That's the property we added inside of the tag flows, right? So exclude from flows does not equal, here, write yes with an exclamation mark, okay? It has to be exactly as the tag flow that we made. So again, inside of the flows, as a filter, you need to add this. Exclude from flows doesn't equal yes. What this means is basically, if it does have a yes, they are not going to receive emails from this flow. All right, that's what we want. You are going to apply this to all flows, like I said. The only exception is going to be the sunset unengaged flow, which we are going to create. But before the sunset unengaged flow, you also want to make sure that you exclude these two segments that we just created. So the bot segments and the burner and unengaged segment. Exclude those two segments from every campaign that you send so that they also don't lower your campaign open rates. And then after we've excluded them from flows and from campaigns, we want to give the unengaged and burner profiles a last chance to engage with us and stay on the email list. If they don't, they're going to get suppressed. And yeah, so here is how to do this. You're going to go to flows. You're going to click on create flow. By the way, let me show you why Klaviyo's sunset unengaged is actually not a good idea. I don't know what the team is doing, but if you try and use their template, okay, sunset unengaged flow, and you choose the segment that we created, okay, that's just a random segment, by the way. If you have a look at their emails, they are asking people to press on unsubscribe. They're asking people to unsubscribe. That's not good, because when they unsubscribe, when they press on an unsubscribe link, inbox providers can see that people unsubscribed. And even though it shouldn't be like this, I believe the unsubscribe rate should not lower your reputation. But according to inbox providers, if people unsubscribe to your emails, it's a sign that you are sending irrelevant content to people who don't want to receive your emails. Basically, they're saying you're a spammer. They think you're a spammer if people unsubscribe. To avoid this, do not use Klaviyo's sunset unengaged flow or emails. I'm going to show you what to do. Instead, simply go to Flows page, click on Create Flow, build your own, just call it sunset unengaged, create flow, all metrics, add it to segment. Now here you are going to select the segment. So just press on Control F. I don't know why Klaviyo doesn't have a search bar here, but yeah. Press on Control F on your keyboard and look for the name of the segment. Burner. So this is the one that I created. That's how I named it, but just make sure you go with what you named it. That's going to be the trigger, unengaged or burner profiles segment that we made. Click Save. And first we need to add filters to the flow. The first one is going to be, if they opened one of these emails, they should come out of the sunset unengaged flow. So opened email 0 times, you can do over all time. Actually, you can do since starting this flow. So opened email 0 times since starting this flow. If it's a yes, they are going to stay inside of this flow. If it's a no, they are no longer going to receive sunset unengaged emails because they have just engaged. Then the second one is going to be click. And the reason we add click is because sometimes opens don't get tracked. Clicked 0 times since starting this flow and click Save. Times. And now here you are going to add a time delay. You can just do 3 days. Time of day, choose 10 a.m. is a solid time. 10 a.m. recipient's local time. Save. We are going to send 2 emails and then another time delay. Add this for 7 days later. Actually, let's do 6 days later, so it's a different day. Specific, this time let's send it in the evening. So 2 p.m. recipient's local time zone. Save. And then we are going to have a second email. And also another mistake that Klaviyo's sunset unengaged emails were making, they are using the drag and drop editor for a sunset unengaged email, which is not good. You want to use the plain text editor, the plain text version, so that there's no images or links, which is going to help a little bit with deliverability. Okay, I'm not saying that you should not send designed emails, but specifically for the sunset unengaged flow, stick with plain text. So here you will have to click on create text only email by clicking here, and here, create text only email. And here you are going to paste the exact templates that I'm going to attach inside of the description. Okay, those emails are optimized to re-engage people, right? And we are avoiding any spam wordings. We've used spam detectors to avoid any spam wording so that we have the highest deliverability possible for these emails. Just copy and paste them and adjust them a little bit with your brand name if you want. And yeah, you're going to copy and paste them here. And the good thing we are going to be doing is we are not going to be asking for an unsubscribe. We are simply going to be asking them to click here if they want to stay on the email list. And the link will just be your homepage, and we can track using Klaviyo if they clicked or not. So that's a much smarter way of doing things. So yeah, plug in the emails that I'm going to give you in here. Same for email 2. 2 emails for the sunset unengaged will be inside of the description. Add them in, and then you can turn the flow on and click on add past profiles so that everyone that has been that's previously on your list will get this flow. And yeah, that's how you want to do things. One last thing you need to do is add a property here. Add step, create property, sunset unengaged, okay? And the value is going to be finished, okay? So just copy this exactly, finished. And now I'm going to teach you how to suppress and who to suppress. Click save, click here. No, that was for me. So how to suppress. We just need to make one more segment to identify these guys. Sunset unengaged. That's finished. So go back to segments, create segment, finished, sunset unengaged, sunset on, just do sunset flow. It's finished, sunset flow. And here you need to go to properties about someone, select property. That's going to be the property we just set, which was sunset unengaged. Sunset unengaged. But because inside of this account, no profile has this property yet, and I assume for your case it will be the same because no one has been tagged like that. You are simply going to go to profiles, look for your email address or someone from your team, click on the profile, add custom property. We just need to manually add it in one time. So it's sunset unengaged. Value is finished, add it in. And now this property will be available to use for segmentation. So just refresh, finished sunset flow. And now properties about someone, sunset unengaged equals finished. Okay, that's all you need for the segment. Create segment. And now to suppress people, I recommend doing that monthly or every quarter. You are simply going to look for the bot flow that we just created, right? Earlier on inside of this video. Look for that segment, and every month or every quarter, go to that segment, click here, press on suppress current members, bulk suppress. Okay, click on this, and then it's going to suppress. That's the first segment you want to suppress every month or every quarter. The second segment and the last segment is the one we just created. This one, the one where, if I just remind you, this one, okay, the one we just created for the sunset unengaged flow. Suppress this like this, all right? The same way you did for the bot flow, bulk suppress. And I recommend you put a star next to these segments because Klaviyo archives them if you don't use them in a while. So just make sure you have a star so they are saved permanently. And then, yeah, every month, every quarter, come in and suppress it. It's also good. It's not only going to remove bad profiles and prevent them from getting campaigns and flows, even though we already did that, but it's also going to reduce your billing for Klaviyo. So yeah, we've gone over everything I wanted to go over. If you have any questions, leave them down below and I will answer them. If your Klaviyo emails keep landing in spam, your brand is bleeding revenue. That's why we built the DBF strategy. It's not a generic warm-up, it's a custom automation that uses reply emails and click emails and other engagement emails to rebuild your sender reputation, stop you from landing in the spam folder, and tell inbox providers that, hey, you should be landing in the primary inbox. In this video, I'll walk you through the exact step-by-step setup so your emails land in the inbox and not the spam folder. Okay, so first of all, what does DBF mean? DBF is simply an internal name that I had to keep because I was training my team on it and we just needed a term to reference the system. And it just basically means deliverability, boost, flow. And it's an automation, which I'm going to show you. But to trigger that automation, we need to make a segment because that segment will act as a trigger to that flow. So let's make that segment. This is super quick. Okay, the segment is simply going to be, all right, let me make it with you. Click on create segment. Okay, you can call this DBF flow segment. And the only definition inside of the segment is this, but there is some decision making required from you. So you need to decide whether we need to add this filter, the subscribed filter. I can't tell you because that depends on your account. If you have been importing lists and when you imported it from a previous email provider, maybe if you moved from MailChimp or ActiveCampaign and you transferred your list over, sometimes the subscribed status is not added. So you just need to determine by having a look at this number over here. If you add the subscribed filter, what is the difference between the recipients, the segment profiles? If it's a lot, that just means that either when you imported the lists, or your Shopify integration, or another integration that is adding profiles to your Klaviyo account is not correctly updating the subscription status. Because right now, when we remove the subscribed filter, okay, this additional filter, when we remove this, these people can receive email marketing. These people are not suppressed. These are active profiles in your account that you're paying for. And yeah, we can send them emails from Klaviyo. You just need to determine, based on your account's setup, if we need to add this additional filter. Okay. And yeah, that's the decision you have to make. I can't tell you how your account is set up. But just to be safe, just to be extra safe, if you don't know, go with this subscribed. Because if they did not subscribe, and if you had a list mess up or something, or your integration isn't properly adding profiles, we don't want to be sending warm-up emails to people who never actually wanted to receive emails. So the safest thing to do is have this filter, okay, subscribe, and create segment. And this is it. That's all we need the segment for, having this definition and using it for the flow we are about to build. So first, let me show you the flow. This is what the flow looks like. Okay. Inside of the flow, we have filters so that any emails that have bounced previously or that were marked as spam or clicked unsubscribe, they automatically will not enter this flow. And let me give you a quick walkthrough of what happens. So we basically send warm-up emails. These are emails that have been written and that have a clear purpose. We've tested and tried quite a lot, and these are the best performing emails, and I'm going to give them to you, where we are basically asking them to reply to the email, click one of the links. But of course, we're not just saying click on this link. We use strategic copy to get them to click on that link, because the only way to improve your sender reputation is by getting engagement, by showing inbox providers that people are engaging with emails. And getting an open, yes, is good, but the strongest signals of engagement and relevancy are email clicks. So when you click on the link, and email replies. Okay, so that's why we want to get as many of those as possible. So what we do is we have an automation of about 6 emails, all right? And before we send each email, we have a conditional split so that the first few emails only go out to the most engaged profiles, all right? And then for every email, we loosen the conditional split rules so that we slowly ramp up, okay? So we have about 6 of those, okay? And this is going to slowly ramp up the number of recipients that are receiving the emails, and this entire process will take about 17 to 21 days, okay? So how do you build this? Very simple. It's going to take a few minutes. It's not as quick, but once you've got it set up, you just have to press launch, and it's going to automatically do everything for you for the next 3 weeks. There is another way of doing warm-up. Okay, there's going to be another video on that. This method, the DBF flow method, is the fastest, okay, and it's the most effective. But the only downside is when this is happening, right, when this warm-up infrastructure is working for about 3 weeks, you need to stop sending campaigns to your entire list. You can only send campaigns to a small segment, which I'm going to show you how to make. And yeah, that's the only downside. You have to pause most of your emails going out. You can only keep your welcome flow going, your checkout, cart, and browse, because those are based on website visitors, so they naturally get lots of engagement. You can keep your thank you on your order confirmation flows, but you need to turn off any like Winback flows that trigger beyond 90 days. Okay, so only keep your welcome, your site abandonment flows, and your order confirmation flows. Keep those on. For all of the other flows and your campaigns, you have to put them on pause until this process is done. So yeah, that's the downside of this method. The other method, I'm going to show you how to warm up your domain while still being able to send your campaigns. That's for brands that are heavily reliant on campaign revenue and they've got product launches going on and stuff like that. If that's you and you can't afford to miss a few campaigns, then you need to be doing that method. It's going to be another video. Go and watch that one. But this one is for brands that can afford to pause their campaigns for 2 to 3 weeks. So let's get started. This is how you build the flow. First of all, simply go to the flows page on Klaviyo, click on create flow, build your own, call it DBF, warm up flow, create, click on all triggers, click on added to segment. And here you are going to find the segment you just made, which I just showed you how to make. Whatever you name that segment, select it. Okay, let's say I selected this one. All right, click save, confirm. Now this is a trigger locked in. Now I'm going to show you how to make everything else. So simply follow this. This is the trigger. For profile filters, add the following 4. What someone has done or not done, bounced email 0 times in the last 30 days. And, okay, make sure you don't press on or, press on and. Bounced email is less than 4 over all time. And marked email as spam is 0 times over all time. And clicked email to unsubscribe is 0 times over all time. Press save. These are your flow filters. They are going to be applying to the entire flow. So anyone who is a yes to this, so if for any of these conditions the answer is yes, they will get kicked out of the flow. Sorry, if it's yes, they are going to stay in. If the answer to any of these filters is no, they will get kicked out. So yeah, these are the flow filters, the profile filters. Now let's make the flow itself. First, drag a time delay. So all of the blocks I'm going to mention are here in the left panel. Drag a time delay and do 9:15 a.m. Recipient's local time. So the first time delay is going to be 1 day. Toggle this on, select 9:15, recipient's local time, and only do weekdays. So Monday to Friday. After that, we have a conditional split. Okay, this block, conditional split, so that we can send the first email only to the most engaged profiles. And it's going to say this. What someone has done or not done, open the email at least once in the last 60 days, or, okay, this time it's a or, not an and. So make sure you press on or clicked email is at least once in the last 60 days. And then you need to press on and, okay, this time it's an and. Placed order at least once over all time. What this is basically doing is it's making a segment, automatically making a segment of people who have engaged in the last 60 days and that are customers. This segment is the most engaged segment. So we are going to be starting off with these guys. We could do 30 days, but then the segment would be too small. 60 days is fine, so do 60 days. Then if it's a yes, they are going to receive the first email. If it's a no, they are going to skip the email and then be in the waiting line for the next email. The next time delay, so after this email, all right, so after this conditional split, add an email block here on the yes path. On the no path, add a time delay of 15 minutes. And then join the path again. Add another time delay. This time it's going to be 3 days. Do 10:15 a.m. because the previous one was 9:15 a.m. Do 10:15. And the reason I'm telling you these specific times is because 10 a.m. that's when a lot of brands send. So exactly at 10 a.m. because it's a very common time for people to check inboxes. and lunchtime is coming at around 12. So that's why 10 a.m. is a good send time, but we want to add 15 minutes. All right, so 10:15 instead of 10, because we want to stay at the top of the inbox when people check. So yeah, just a little trick for you guys. So 10:15, Monday to Friday, no weekends. After the time delay, you have another conditional split. This time it's going to be the same, but we are not going to add a placed order condition, which means even if they are not a customer, but they are engaging, we are sending it to them. So open email is at least once in the last 60 days, or clicked email. So just copy this, save, and then on the yes path, add a second email. On the no path, add a 15-minute time delay. Make sure it's 15 minutes. And then again, we wait 3 days. Okay, so you rejoin the path and then add a time delay of 3 days. This time it's 10:15, and we are adding 1 hour. For every time delay we add 1 hour, because we want each email to go out in batches. So we just want everyone to gather up first in a waiting line, and then we send the email in one batch, instead of sending it like, because these guys that are waiting, right? Okay, I'm not going to overcomplicate, just follow what I'm saying, but just know that there is a reasoning behind all of this. So yeah, 11:15, after this time delay, again, a conditional split. Open email is at least once in the last 60 days, or clicked email is at least once in the last 60 days. So that's the same split as the previous one. We're just sending it again to the same guys, because we want to consistently show good engagement. But of course, it's not going to be the same email, it's going to be different emails. Then add an email on the yes path, add a time delay on the no path. Then again, a time delay, 3 days, 11:45 this time. Monday to Friday, no weekends. And this one is going to be 90 days instead of 60. So opened email is at least once in the last 90 days, or clicked email is at least once in the last 90 days. Just make sure you're selecting or and not and, because if you select and, everything will get messed up. So make sure you're following exactly what I'm showing you. Then you got email 4, then you have a 15-minute time delay, and again you have a 3-day time delay. This time it's 12:15 p.m. Right, so just copy, I'm not going to keep repeating. This time delay, this conditional split is going to be 120 days this time. So open email at least once in the last 120 days, or clicked email is at least once in the last 120 days. And we have email 5. Okay, email 5 on the yes path, a time delay on the no path of 15 minutes. And then we need one last conditional split here. So here, just below the time delay. And let me do this one with you, flip. So on the yes path, we will have an email, and this conditional split is going to be the same one as the previous one. So what someone has done or not done, opened email is at least once in the last 120 days, or clicked email at least once in the last 120 days. Good. So on the yes path, we have warm-up email 6, which is the last email in the warm-up. But let's rejoin it again in case you need to warm up for longer. If you've got severe damage of yours, then you might need to send more than 6 warm-up emails. So I've given you the base, which is going to work, which is going to warm up your domain to a decent amount. But if you've done severe damage, you'll have to add 10 emails maybe until your open rates go back up. And we've got time delay here. So yeah, 6 email is solid. It's going to work for most of the brands. And yeah, that's the base. If you need to add more, you know the pattern. Again, you need to add a time delay of 3 days, and then just add a half an hour addition. So the next time delay would be 1:15. Weekdays, conditional split, keep it the same. If you need to continue using this flow, use it the same. Keep these rules the same, and keep adding emails if needed. But 6 is plenty if you have mild or moderate damage. And yeah, that's how you do it. Now for the 6 emails that will go inside. I have the exact templates that you can steal. There's going to be a link in the description. You can go and get them there. They're going to be emails. You just have to implement them. Very simple. And once you've done that, you can turn on the flow. After you have turned it on, you need to do this. You need to click on add past profiles. Yeah, after you have launched the flow, and make sure you click on at the beginning, and then click on add profiles. This will trigger everyone inside of that segment that we created inside of this flow from the beginning, and the conditional splits will keep segmenting for you automatically, and it's going to keep ramping up automatically for the next 3 weeks. Okay, and now let's say if you want to send 1 or 2 campaigns that you got pre-planned, you can only send to people who have already received a warm-up email. Do not send campaigns to your entire list. It's going to mess up the warm-up process we are doing. You can only send to this specific segment, which I'm going to show you. So go ahead and build this segment if you want to send campaigns during this warm-up period. Create segment. Let's call it campaign segment during warm-up. And the only condition we need is what someone has done or not done. Opened email is at least once over all time. Add filter where flow. Okay, there's going to be a flow option here because this is a test account. You can't see where flow. There's going to be a flow option equals add in this code inside. You see inside of the URL when you are on this flow that we just built, between the 2 bent lines, I don't know what they are called, there's going to be a code. Copy this unique code and you just need to paste it here, and here you need to select flow. Okay, this account has never sent anything. It's a test account, that's why I don't have the option, but you will have an option for flow. Select the option, add the code here, and then click on create segment. Remember, you can only send campaigns, if you want to send campaigns, to this segment during the warm-up process, which is going to last 3 weeks. All right, and yeah, I've told you how to make the segment. I'm going to give you the emails. I've given you some rules, what not to do. Let me repeat again. Turn off any flow that's not the welcome flow. Checkout, cart, browse, site flow. These are website abandonment flows. You can keep them on. Those are okay. Any thank you emails that go right after the purchase, that's fine. But turn off any other flow, especially the ones that go out a long time after they have purchased, like Winback flows. Turn them on, turn every flow up, pause them. Do not send campaigns. If you want to send campaigns, only send it to this segment. And yeah, those are the rules. And yeah, after the warm-up, please do not mess up again. There is going to be a video on the mistakes to avoid, like the mistakes that cause you to land in spam. Watch that video carefully because there is no point in warming up if you're going to mess it up again. So watch that video, be careful, and everything will be good. And one thing you can do, one of the best things about this is you can leave this flow turned on and it will automatically keep adding recipients. So new people that join, okay, they will keep receiving these emails, okay, and that's going to get you engagement. It's going to get you replies to your domain. It's going to get you clicks. But you don't have to. If you're worried about future people receiving these emails, that's fine. You can pause it as long as you've done this for 3 weeks for the big chunk of your email list. But yeah, it's optional if you want to keep it on. If you don't want to keep it on, that's fine as well. I spent 3 years testing every domain warm-up strategy that I could find because our clients' domains were basically blacklisted and I was embarrassed at the open rates I was getting for them. But there was 2 warm-up strategies that actually worked, and the one I'm about to present to you is one of them. It's called DBC. I know it's a weird name, but trust me, it's going to be game-changing results. In this video, I'll show you the exact strategy that helped us recover their sender reputation without having to stop email campaigns. So the first step in this strategy is identifying which domains you have been restricted by. To do this, you are simply going to go to dashboards in your Klaviyo. Okay, on the left panel, it's called dashboards. Click on overview dashboard, and you will need to add a card that's called email deliverability by domain. So click on here and add this card. And here you want to first make sure it's the last 90 days so that we have more data. And you want to identify email domains where the open rate is significantly lower than the other email domains because it indicates that you've been restricted by that domain. So in this case, Gmail is 48, Yahoo 51, that's good. Hotmail is significantly lower, as you can see, 28%. Outlook.com is 50, iCloud 63, Comcast 58, Outlook 27, so significantly lower. MSN 28, that's also lower. I would say stick to the first 2 pages because Klaviyo automatically sorts them by basically how many of your subscribers are using that inbox. Okay, so I would just say stick with the first 2 pages because there are more than 50 pages. So just stick with the first 2. That's going to be like 95% of your email list. So yeah, from the first 2 pages, we can see from this account that Hotmail, Outlook, and MSN are restricted. So these are the 3 ones. I would just make a copy and paste them because we will be needing these in a second. So we've got Hotmail, we've got Outlook, and MSN. Okay. The next step in the strategy is making the segments needed to make the strategy work. So let's head over to Klaviyo. Go to lists and segments, click on create new, create segment. So let's first make the restricted segments. So we need to make all of these segments. So first of all, we've got, okay, let me just drag these out over here. Okay, so we need to make, first of all, the 30-day unengaged. So just call it 30-day unengaged, restricted inbox providers, 30-day unengaged. So the definition for this would be the following, just copy me. Properties about someone, email contains or ends with, that's fine as well. Ends with hotmail.com, add condition. The condition needs to be an or, not an and. Or properties about someone. Actually, we could just click on here and it's going to copy it for us. Okay. So instead of adding it manually, you could click on this, copy, and it has copied this for us. We simply need to paste the other domain, Outlook, like this. Do that one more time, MSN, okay. It says 0 because this is a test account. There are no profiles in this account. But yeah, do this, email ends with hotmail.com or outlook.com or msn.com, and then add an and condition and 30-day unengaged, which means what someone has done or not done. Open the email 0 times in the last 30 days, and what someone has done or not done. Open the email 0 times, clicked email 0 times in the last 30 days. So yeah, this is going to be the first segment. You are going to create this, and that's basically the hardest part done. Okay, now we can simply clone the segment and switch the 30-day number to 60-day, 90-day, 120-day. Let me do that. Go back to lists and segments. Okay, here you are simply going to click here, click on clone next to the segment we just created, and just name it 60. Keep everything the same, just change 30 to 60 in these two places. That's your 60 day. Do the same for 90 days. 90 day, let's change these two numbers, clone, and just two more times, clone 120. 120 here as well, and just one more time, 180 like this, clone. And now we need to make segments for these ones, so all other inbox providers, because we need to try and warm up the entire domains, so the sender reputation across all domains, which is also going to help removing those restrictions from these providers. So very simple, all we have to do is click on any of the segments we just created. Okay, let me just, because it's a 90-day unengaged, I'm just going to clone the 90-day unengaged we made for the restricted inbox providers. And just name this all other inbox providers, 90-day. And what we need to change here is simply email does not end with. Okay, so it does not end with. Okay, we need to add this again. Does not end with hotmail.com, and so we need to change the or to ands, and email does not end with outlook.com, and email does not end with msn.com. Okay, and opened email 0 times in the last 90 days, and clicked email 0 times in the last 90 days. That's our segment made. This one, clone segment. Now do the same for 120 and 180. So clone 120, keep everything the same. Okay, as long as you've cloned the one we just made. Okay, so it has to be like this. Does not end with Hotmail and etc. But for the 120 day, just change from 90 to 120. 120, clone again, and last one is the 180 day unengaged. 100. Okay, just change these two. Okay, just make sure you don't make the mistake of cloning the restricted one. Okay, so we need 3 for all other inbox providers and 6 for restricted inbox providers. Make those segments, and now I'm going to show you how to use them. So for this strategy to work, you need to be one of those brands that's taking campaigns seriously. Okay, so to fix the issues you've got with inbox providers, you need to be sending. You can't fix your sender reputation without sending. So that's 5 weeks. Okay, you only have to do this for 4 weeks, but if you do 5, that's even better. 4 weeks, you need to be sending ideally 3 times, but 2 times is fine. 2 times, again, if you don't have the content or you don't know what to send about, it's better to send 2 times instead of 3 times. But send 3 times if you know what you want to talk about or the content that you want to send, right? Because engagement per email is more important than how many emails you send. But yeah, the minimum has to be 2 times. So week 1, when you are sending campaigns, it's going to look like this. So in the campaigns, let's say you're sending a blog campaign. You've posted in your blog and you want to announce it to your email list. Blog campaign, continue. So let's say it's week 1. You're sending your first campaign. Here is what your send to and don't send to sections will look like. Instead of send to, just keep it as you usually have it, okay? So your entire email list, but inside of the don't send to, you need to exclude the 90-day unengaged for the all other inbox providers, okay? Choose the 90-day unengaged, and for the restricted inbox providers for week 1, you need to exclude people who did not engage in the last 30 days. So restricted inbox providers 30 day. Okay, so what this is doing is anyone who has the restricted, anyone who is using the restricted provider and that has not engaged with you in the last 30 days, will be excluded because we are only trying to send to engaged profiles so that it boosts our engagement rates and it tells those inbox providers that, hey, they're sending engaging content that people want to receive, it's relevant. So that's going to improve your reputation. This is what it needs to look like. So here, that's just going to be whoever you want to send to, okay? Minus, so exclusions. This is where you are going to add the segments we created. For week 1, it's all other inbox providers that have not engaged in the last 90 days. For the restricted ones, it's going to be the last 30 days. This is what it will look like for the first week, for your first 2 to 3 campaigns. For week 3, it's going to be like this. So you are simply going to switch the 30-day one for the restricted inbox providers to 60 for the restricted inbox providers. This is what it's going to look like for week 2. Okay. Week 3, it's going to look like this. So switch the 90-day for the all other inbox providers to 120-day. All other inbox providers. For the restricted one, it's going to go up to 90-day. So we are slowly ramping up the number of recipients. For week 4, it's going to look like this. So both of them are 120. Switch the 90-day for restricted to 120. Okay, that's week 4. Ideally, you should be doing this. You should be sending this for 5 weeks. Okay, the 4th week is over. You should be sending to 120-day unengaged for every inbox provider. Now, should you send to your 180-day unengaged? That depends. If you're a brand that's consistently sending 2 times a week or every week, do not include the 180-day unengaged, because if you're sending emails consistently and they haven't engaged, the engagement window needs to be a bit tighter. So stick with 120-day. But if you're one of those brands that just sends like during sales seasons and you're not very consistent, and maybe you just send like 1 or 2 campaigns a month, if you have time, if that's the kind of brand you are, go up to 180 days. Okay, because you haven't been sending for a long time, so you need to be a bit more lenient with your engagement window. So yeah, that's what it's going to look like, and this is a strategy, and yeah. But I have another recommendation, which is going to be, if you are one of those brands that can't afford to not send campaigns for about 3 weeks, and by that I mean that you're not very reliant on campaigns, I recommend you watch another video which I made on how to build a flow infrastructure to warm up your domain. This is the best way to do it because it's easier and it's more effective, and yeah, it's just an easier way and a faster way to warm up your domain. But if you need to send campaigns and you can't afford to not send them, like you're doing product launches or something similar, or if you're a huge brand that needs to send campaigns, then yeah, stick with this strategy. It will work. It's going to take more time and it might not be as effective. But yeah, if you need to send campaigns, if you need to keep the communication going, this segment strategy will work for you. And yeah, if you have any questions, let me know. And this is it. Here's the scary part. Even if you've been building strong deliverability, strong sender reputation by sending relevant content, there are still hidden traps, undo everything you've done and make you land in the spam folder. Most brands don't realize that they're making these mistakes until it's too late and they don't know how to recover. Today, I'm going to show you what those traps are and exactly how to dodge them so that your emails can keep landing in the inbox and keep bringing you revenue, of course. Okay, so mistakes to avoid. Number 1, segmentation when you are sending campaigns. So inside of the exclusions tab, let me just show you. Okay, I don't care who you're sending to, that's your choice, but make sure to exclude people that bounced, people that did not engage in the last 120 days, bot emails, which I'm going to show you in a second, and unengaged or burner profiles. Let me show you the segment definitions for each one of these so that you can build them yourself. So go to lists and segments, just create these segments by clicking here and make the segments I am going to show you. So first of all, bounced. This is the definition. So bounced email is greater than 2 over all time, or bounced email is at least once in the last 30 days. Save the segment. Next one, unengaged. So 120 day unengaged. Let me show you what this one looks like. Opened email 0 times in the last 120 days, and clicked email 0 times in the last 120 days. Save the segment. Next one, bot emails. For this segment, you need to exclude about 50 domains which have been identified to be bot or spam traps. And I'm going to attach a Google Sheet that contains the domain names of each domain you can see here, so that you can simply copy and paste it. All right, this one is quite long. All right, the link to the Google Sheet will be inside of the description, or you can just contact us and we can clone this segment over to your account if you want to be faster. Next, after bot segment, you have unengaged and burner profiles. So this would already be excluded automatically because we've got the 120 day unengaged excluded. But let me show you anyways, just so that you can see what I mean by burner accounts. So create a segment. This is the definition. So received email is at least 10 times over all time, and opened email 0 times over all time, and clicked email 0 times over all time, and created is at least 30 days ago. All right, save. Make sure whenever you send a campaign, these are excluded. Apart from stuff like Black Friday, I would say increase the time window of the 120 day unengaged to 180 day unengaged. Very easy to do. Let me show you in 5 seconds. So you're just going to clone the segment, and then simply change the definition from 120 to 180 days. Okay, if you want to be even more aggressive, you can do 360 days. That's only for Black Friday. Okay, so do that. So yeah, mistake number 1, make sure you avoid not excluding bad segments. These are the bad segments that you need to exclude. Next, text to image ratio. So this is what I mean by text to image ratio, right? So when I say text to image ratio, I mean you can have a lot of images inside of your email, right? The issue becomes if you have like 4 images, but only like a little bit of text, the message might seem suspicious to some ESPs, because in the olden days, scammers used to embed their text on images so that it's not detectable by spam filters. And because of this, if you have too many images and little to no text, it seems suspicious. So to counteract this, you can simply have a hefty footer that has a lot of text, but you need to be careful that the text inside of that footer doesn't do more damage than good. So what I've done is I've created a template for you. I've run it through the spam checker. Okay, I'm going to give this to you. So just fill in your sender email address, add lots of text about your brand here, like I did for this brand. As you can see, just some generic text about the brand, what you guys sell, the solutions you offer, and it needs to be in like a 8 pixel font size, because this is not supposed to be read. So yeah, it can be 8 pixels and a little bit gray. Don't make it completely invisible, just a little bit gray and 8 pixels. And run it through the spam checker so that you don't have any spam words. Save it as a universal asset so that you can reuse this inside of every email. This will fix the text to image ratio issue. Next, you have engagement rates. So even if you're sending to the right people, you've got this text to image ratio nailed. Your deliverability is good. Like there isn't your branded sending domain has a good reputation. But if your content is not good, it's going to bring down your reputation. So some tips on how to increase engagement rates. By engagement rates, I mean open rates and click rates. Here are a few quick ways to improve them. So improving open rates, number one, make sure you've watched the deliverability videos that I've made so that low open rates isn't being caused by deliverability issues. Next, split test send times, all right? If you are the brand owner, I don't know why you're not doing this, apart from the fact that you're too busy, then okay. But split test 8 a.m., 10 a.m., 2 p.m. and 5 p.m. There's going to be a video on how to split test campaigns and send times. So split test, find the best send time for your list, for your audience, and use that. Next, you've got subject lines. Quick little crash course, not even crash course, just some examples of subject lines that you should be using. So the point of the subject line is just to get the email open. So try and be intriguing, try and use these types of subject lines. Curiosity subject lines, you can see some examples here. Bizarre subject lines, contrast, challenge existing dogma within the subject line. Use numbers, authority and proof, straight benefit. These examples, this exact list of examples, I've taken it from Ecom Mike Gavin. Shout out to him. Go and follow him on Twitter. And yeah, just make sure your subject lines are not shit. They're not boring. Don't give away everything that's inside of the email within the subject line. Make it a bit more intriguing. The only exception would be when you're doing sales like Black Friday. Then you can be a bit more straightforward for subject lines. Then to improve click rate, you need to make sure that the subject line and the email content actually matches, because if the subject line, has a high open rate, but if the email content doesn't match the email or the subject line, it's going to seem clickbaity. You're going to lose trust, which is going to lead to people not clicking and actually hating you. So avoid that. Make sure the subject line and the email content matches. Then when it comes to your CTAs, right, don't make the CTAs feel like work. For example, you've just launched a new skincare course to launch alongside your skincare product. Instead of saying register for the course, which seems like work, like a register, you're going to have to fill out a form or whatever. Instead, use something that just gives an image of it being more easy. So just take me to the course, right? That's a better CTA than register for the course. Another example, CTA 1, buy now. It's a common CTA, we also use it, but in cases where you can make the CTA about the benefit, use that instead. So get clear skin for a skincare brand would work. Yeah. And then CTA on top. Try and have the CTA, first of all, try and have multiple CTAs so that they are easily accessible, but try and have at least one CTA on the top of the email. Of course, not every single email, because for some emails, you might want to, especially educational emails, you might want to have content first before showing the button, instead of it just being awkwardly placed within 2 paragraphs. But try and have the CTA on as on top as you can so that it's not buried all the way down. Okay. And again, A/B test send times, this also has an effect on click rate. So just some quick tips on improving open rates and click rates so that you don't keep blaming deliverability. Then you've got sending frequency. Keeping a good sender reputation is basically like a credit score. You need to show proof that you are getting engagement, right? So don't be one of those brands that only sends during sales. Try to send at least 4 emails to the majority of your email list every month. And yeah, pretty simple. Don't go to the extreme where you're emailing everyone every day, but also don't be on the other extreme where you're only emailing a few times a year. And yeah, follow these. Do not make these mistakes. Make sure you have watched the deliverability videos, and then you should see results. In this video, I'm going to show you how to set up flow A/B tests inside of Klaviyo. Once you master this, your flows are not just going to run, they will keep getting smarter and more profitable over time. Okay, so let's say you want to do an A/B test where you test different sequences, or you want to test one flow email with a different timing or different subject line or whatever. This is how you do it. Simply add a conditional split wherever you want to A/B test. So let's say you want to A/B test this email. Simply add a conditional split above the time delay of that email. Okay. And now all you have to do is just clone, add here. Let's say we want to test 30 minutes versus 1 hour. Simply going to do that like this, right? And then here for the conditional split, you are going to choose a random sample, only include 50% of people. So 50% of recipients will go on both sides. And this way you can see which email performs best. And yeah, you can test different timing. You can test different subject lines, different offers, and it's pretty simple. Let's say you want to rejoin the path after A/B testing one email. That's all you have to do. Just drag it over and join it like I just did. And yeah, very simple. Most brands think that their welcome flow is doing the job, but the truth is that 5 to 6 email cookie cutter approach is leaving a ton of sales on the table. In this video, I'll break down a smarter way we call the welcome ecosystem. 3 flows that work simultaneously to convert subscribers into first-time customers. Once you see this, you'll understand why the old model just can't keep up. Okay, so now let's talk about what happens when someone signs up. Let's talk about the flow that you'll receive next, which is the welcome flow. Now, before I teach you about how to set it up, what type of emails should be inside, let me talk to you about the issue, the conventional welcome flow setup. Now, everyone teaches, right? Every single YouTube video is going to tell you have one flow where you give them the discount, you show social proof, you educate, you tell your story, etc., etc., right? They have one flow for the welcome, basically, all right? The issue with this is, what happens is, if one flow has all of the educational content, like the main educational content, what happens if someone signs up on the pop-up and leaves a cart and abandons a cart, right? Should they receive the welcome flow or should they receive the cart flow? The obvious answer is they should receive the cart flow because it's a higher intent action, right? For some of you, you might be saying they should receive both. If they receive both, they are going to be receiving 2 emails a day. That's too much. It's going to desensitize them. So it has to be one or the other, okay? And it has to be the cart flow. But if that happens, all of the content, all of the educational content that you made for the welcome flow, which is supposed to be the main educational stuff that introduces a person to your brand, just gets wasted, all right? Your highest intent visitors do not see that content because you've just made it inside of one flow. And yeah, that's issue number 1. Issue number 2, that one flow tries to do everything in one go. It tries to follow up about a discount. It tries to introduce them to the brand. trust your social proof, etc., etc. It's just too much to do in one flow, okay? And also, if a sale happens, all right, maybe you've got a sale going on, let's say Black Friday. Black Friday is obvious one, all right, but let's just say you've got a sale going on, summer sale, and it's going to last maybe 2 weeks. You do not want them to receive the discount inside of the welcome flow, because first of all, the pop-up is not going to be the same, right? And if the pop-up changes, that means the welcome flow also has to change. And if you do that, you basically would have to pause your welcome flow or create multiple versions, and it just becomes a hassle to handle, right? So instead of doing that, even though sure, the simplest way is just make one flow, stack everything in one flow, and that's it. That's not good for the long term, right? So the best way is to have 2 flows that are synchronized. The first one, let's just call it welcome flow, right? This follows up about the offer that was offered on the pop-up, and then we have another flow called the endless nurture flow, which is the main central hub of all of the nurture content. And the reason why, like if we were only going to send like 5 emails, I would tell you, okay, the welcome flow is enough. But because our strategy is to just have as many emails as possible that are automated, right? And when I say that, I don't mean we're going to be spamming people. I'm saying for someone to really trust your brand and to have conviction in your brand, all right, they need multiple touch points. Like they are going to need weeks, they are going to need months. So let me show you this, all right? 90% of people that will enter the welcome flow are not going to buy, all right, because it only has about 5 to 7 emails, all right? Instead, actually, the reason why they're not converting is because they don't have enough conviction. So they don't have enough trust in the brand and enough desire for the products. And for someone to reach that conviction threshold, you will need weeks. For some, you will even need months. All right, months of building trust and building desire. Every touch point that you send inside of this flow, every email inside of this flow has a clear purpose to either build trust or to build desire. And when you do that for a prolonged period of time, okay, about 40 to 50 touch points, all right, when you keep doing that, at some point in time, these guys are going to reach a conviction threshold. Now, you could just say, hey, we're just going to send ongoing campaigns, 3 ongoing campaigns per week to stay top of mind. But guess what? When you send one-time campaigns, they are going to go out one time, be seen one time, and then disappear. So all of that effort you put into writing the copy, making the design is just wasted. That's why we want to have a flow so that it can go out to every existing subscriber as well as every future visitor that would subscribe. So yeah, that was my rant about why most of your educational content should be automated and it should not be restricted to the welcome flow. All right. So yeah, now how do we make this? First of all, let's go over the welcome flow. Again, the purpose of the welcome flow is to give them the discount and follow up about the discount in different ways. I'm going to be attaching these emails inside of the description down below so that you can easily access them. I'm not going to go over every single email in detail. I'm just going to brush over them. All right. First email, just give them the discount code. They are already on your website. Just give them the discount code. Then you've got a designed email. This actually goes out 1 hour after they receive this one. This is like the official welcome. Here, just welcome them, give them 15% off, give them the offer, and just show your categories so that it's easy for them to navigate. The next day, you want to send a plain text email that mentions yesterday. Okay, when you say that, it just sounds more timely, it sounds more human. Keep it short, give them the discount again, and yeah. Next, you can have various ways of following up about a discount. One of the ways we like to use is by using an iMessage GIF. So it's a figurative recipient like my hair. This is for the hair care brand, so we are using my hair. It's just saying, hey, where's the discount? Use it, etc., etc., and just give them the code again clearly in a block like this, and just mention some USPs. Next, you've got an email that addresses a shortcoming up front. And when I say shortcoming, I mean an objection. In this case, it was the price. This brand was not the cheapest option. You address that up front. All right. This is a very high converting email. I'm going to be attaching this inside of the description so that you can copy and paste it inside of ChatGPT and use the prompt that I have given you to fully customize this to your brand. And again, we've got a creative follow-up angle, and then again, objection handling. This is letting them know about the guarantee. If you have one, that's great. Next, you want to have a clear email that has a countdown timer inside of the email. A lot of people want to buy, but they just keep pushing it, saying, I'll buy tomorrow. When they see a timer in the header of the email, like a live countdown timer, and I teach you how to set that up, right? If you have this, it makes a clear cut that, hey, the discount is ending at this exact second, all right? So it's clear to them, and this is, again, one of the highest converting emails in the entire flow. Next, we use a psychological trick where we just give out a little bit extra. We let them know, hey, we don't usually do this, but we've made an exception. Here is an extra discount. So you give them, maybe to start off, you have given them 10% off, but now you give them 15% off, and you say, we don't usually do this, but we've made an exception. In the next email, you are just going to follow up about it and say it's expiring soon. Let them know if they have any questions, they can just email you. And finally, the last one, you want this to go out on a Monday, and there is a feature inside of Klaviyo where you can set it so that it goes out on a Monday. And just be personal, make it seem human, because when you mention a day inside of an automated flow, it's just hard to guess that it's an automated email. It's as if it was written on Monday and it was sent on a Monday by the founder, okay? Yeah, that's the flow. Very high converting. Again, copy and paste this inside of ChatGPT or Claude and use the prompt that I have given you. Make it spit out copy that is personal to your brand, that is customized to your brand, and then design the emails and implement them in Klaviyo. Let me show you how you can implement this in Klaviyo. You should have watched a video about flows engineering. If you haven't, go and watch it. Okay, so the welcome flow. These are the flow filters you need to copy. The trigger is simply by a list. Okay, as soon as they join the list that is attached to your pop-up, they should enter this flow. And then, very easy, you know how to build this because you've watched the flows engineering video. Okay, just build this. Just for the last email, remember that this should only go out on a Monday, all right? And one thing I almost forgot to mention is the way we are keeping these two flows synchronized, the welcome flow and the next flow I'm about to show you, is by using this feature, which lets us delay until specific days of the week. The welcome flow only triggers on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and the weekend. The only exception is the last email. It goes out on a Monday. That's the only exception. But this flow has got its own days, and the other flow, the endless nurture flow, has got its own days, which are Monday and Friday. Those are the best days for educational content, all right? And Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday are the best days for getting sales. So yeah, that's how we synchronize these two flows. Now let me walk you through the endless nurture flow. This flow is it's stackable, and what I mean by stackable is you can keep adding to it. There is no limit to how much content you can add to it, and you could be just a simple brand that's got 3 USPs, but you can frame those USPs in so many ways. You can build trust with over 30 different angles, all right? You don't need to have lots of history. You don't have to have a history of longevity of like 50 years. No, even if you started this year, you've got a simple product, so many ways you can build trust. And then you've got so many ways you can build desire, all right? And one key thing I want to embed in your head is people need to be reminded in different ways, and they need to comprehend more than they need more info. So maybe I did not word this in the perfect way, but people need to be reminded more than they need to be taught new information, right? So using this flow, you are going to build trust and desire using different angles. For example, the bandwagon effect. You make it seem like everyone is using your product, and then you mention 3 reasons why. Building trust using studies and statistics. You use the AI prompt that I give out in the school community, right? And you get AI to look for studies and statistics that can be used to promote your products, okay? Even if it's not your study, AI will find some sort of study it can link to your product's mechanism to help promote that product. Building trust by talking about common experiences, building trust by using trust by association, so many different ways. All of these are going to be inside of the school community, so they can access them, copy and paste them inside of ChatGPT or Claude, and use the AI prompt I have given you to customize this to your brand. And yeah, I'm not going to make this long. So much stuff to talk about. You can have a read through all of this by yourself. Just one thing to note is some of these emails, I did not come up with them. I took them inspiration from other marketers that I have conviction in. So yeah, just wanted to point that out for transparency. And yeah, that's the welcome flow ecosystem I recommend doing instead of the conventional welcome flow setup, which is going to save you headaches that later down the line. Okay, one thing I forgot to show you is how to set up the endless nurture flow. Very simple. You just have to make a segment of everyone you want to go inside of the flow. You should have watched the segmentation masterclass, all right? And yeah, just make a segment. Actually, everyone who has not bought in the last 30 days, so that even existing customers can keep receiving content that keeps you top of mind, okay? And yeah, make that segment and use that segment as a trigger for that flow when you are building it. And here is what it should look like. So trigger is segment and profile filters. You basically don't need any. And yeah, then you can just keep stacking emails in here and make sure they only go out on Monday and Friday. And yeah, that's how you set it up. Very easy. Every time someone adds to their cart and they leave your site without buying, you're literally watching money walk out the door. So I'm going to show you an email sequence that can recover about 20 to 30% of those lost carts automatically. In this video, I'm going to show you the strategy we use and exactly how to set it up in the next few minutes, including the exact email templates that I'm going to give you so that you can replicate this for your brand. Okay, so the checkout flow. By the way, quick note, if you haven't watched the video about the welcome ecosystem, this video is going to be tough for you to understand, all right? Don't try and rush this just because you're seeing some abandoned checkouts on your Shopify store and you're rushing to the checkout video. Don't do that. Go and watch the video about the welcome ecosystem first, because I explain why the conventional welcome system is broken and why we have a separate approach where we have a central hub of content, the endless nurture flow, that will go out to people who enter the welcome flow and the checkout flow. Because with the conventional welcome system, if someone signs up to the pop-up, leaves an abandoned checkout, should they enter the welcome flow or should they enter the checkout flow? Right, that's the decision we have to make. If we choose the most logical answer, which is they should enter the checkout flow, they would miss out on all of the content that is inside of the welcome flow. So yeah, just go and watch that video first where I explain the strategy of our welcome ecosystem, and then come back to this video and watch it. So what's the goal and target audience of the flow? The goal is simple. We want to get them to come back and complete their checkout. And the target audience is simply people who came to your website, they opted in for marketing, and they left an abandoned checkout. All right? I'm just clarifying these two so that's clear. Now, what is the strategy that we use? Let me show you. So this is the strategy. By the way, you might come across different people using the term cart abandonment and checkout abandonment. Cart and checkout are basically the same flows in terms of content that's inside, but the trigger of the flow that is being used inside of Klaviyo is different. The cart abandonment is simply when someone goes to your product page or collection page, clicks on the add to cart button, but doesn't actually start the checkout process. And checkout started are people who actually started that checkout process, right? There is no real difference between the type of content that should go out to these people. The only difference is the trigger of the flow. So in terms of content, it's the same, but in terms of flow on the trigger, which I'm going to show you, it's different. So checkout flow. The first email that we send out is a simple acknowledgement email, letting them know, hey, your cart is here. We show them the cart dynamically. We don't give out a discount inside of this email. We simply have a big button that says return. And then we have a section where we nurture and try to gain trust and explain why they should choose this brand. Basically answering the question, why this brand, right? And this content is dynamically pulled from the endless nurture flow, which I explained in the previous video in our welcome ecosystem. Please go and watch the video. Next, we have a plain text email. And the reason we are using a plain text email is because some people, when they receive a designed email, they automatically get turned off and they think it's from a marketing team, right? So they just don't really read it. But when it's a plain text email coming from one person to another, some people respond better to these types of emails. So you want to make sure you have a combination of designed and plain text. This plain text email is very simple. We simply check in, we say, hey, we saw that you left an abandoned cart. If you have any questions, let us know. Here's a little nudge, and we give them the discount. 10% off. It doesn't have to be a huge discount, just a little discount is good. Okay. Next, we have I get another design email simply saying, hey, here's your cart, and also giving the discount inside of a designed email, which we haven't done before. And then add social proof at the end by adding some reviews. By the way, this checkout flow, you can make it super personalized by having different checkout flows based on what they added inside of the cart, especially if you have a broad audience or you've got a lot of SKUs, a lot of products, then it would make sense for you to have different checkout flows. In this video, I'm only explaining a single checkout flow. If you want to learn how to make personalized checkout flows for different products, different collections, that's going to be inside of the advanced flow strategy videos. So just wait for that one to come out. So yeah, third email is something like this. And by the way, I'm going to be having these templates inside of the description so that you can replicate them for your brand. The fourth email, sorry. This one is a plain text email that uses direct response copy. And we are basically answering the most common objection, which is either the shipping, if your shipping takes a long time, or the price. Because if you're an e-commerce brand, a DTC brand, the likelihood is the customer can find a similar product for half the price on Amazon or from the local brick and mortar store, right? So we want to handle that objection by having an email like this, where we turn the negative, long shipping time or high price, into a positive by explaining and comparing. This template is going to be inside of the description so that you can copy the psychology behind it. And then we have unique angles to follow up. This works for this brand, so don't just blindly copy. So pattern interrupt angles, because it's not the first time subscribers are receiving cart abandonment emails, so we need to have different angles prepared, something that looks unique, right? That's one angle. Here is another one. Oops. Here's another one. Okay, and also keep adding the content that we built for the endless nurture flow at the bottom of these abandonment flows. This is the content from the endless nurture flow, where I explain the email that builds trust, where you show behind the scenes of how the products are made, right? That's that. And then at the end of the checkout flow, I like to do this. We basically say, hey, you were given a discount, we didn't use it. Here is a bigger one just for you. We don't usually do this, but this is just for you. When we use this angle, it converts the people that did not purchase using the previous discount, because we are making them feel special. We're giving them a little bit extra and letting them know that it's because you haven't used your previous one and we don't usually do this. And then you simply have a follow-up, right? Right, you don't need complicated emails. You need emails that work and that have been tested, and we've tested this extensively. These are high converting, so use them. And the last email inside of the welcome flow is this. It's an email that goes out on Saturday, and we have I'm going to show you how you can set that condition inside of Klaviyo so that the email goes out on a Saturday. And we say, hey, I know it's Saturday. Just make it personal and say you can recover your cart by clicking here, and give them a discount where it says Saturday, right? So it just makes it feel more real. It makes it feel less automated and more like a manual outreach from the founder or a customer service rep. Again, I'm going to be adding these templates inside of the description so that you can replicate them for your brand. So now that I've gone through the example emails, let me show you how to build this inside of Klaviyo. And just let me repeat it one more time. This checkout flow is going to be sending simultaneously with the endless nurture flow that I explained in the previous video. So make sure you don't miss that video. So here is how you build the checkout flow. Okay, so you are going to go to Klaviyo, click on the flows page, click on create flow, build your own, name this flow, create flow, click on all metrics, click on metric, look for checkout started. Okay, click on this, click save, and then you click on the trigger. You need to add some profile filters. Just copy these. The first one is going to be placed order 0 times since starting this flow and has not been in this flow in the last 30 days and placed order 0 times in the last 2 days. That's just an additional layer, because I've seen that even if we set the filter to 0 times since starting this flow, sometimes it can send emails to people who placed the order. So we just want to make sure we also have this, where we are saying in the last 2 days, and not just since starting this flow. And then you have this filter. You won't understand this unless you watch the deliverability video. So go ahead and watch the video first. You should have watched the video before this one. And yeah, that's going to filter out bots and burner accounts. These are the profile filters that you want to add. Now, when it comes to the blocks being used, straight after the trigger, you've got the wait 2 hours time delay. Okay, time delay over here. You can just grab it and use it. Checkout abandonment. Here you will need to simply add your email, which you've built. And to dynamically show this dynamic block, it's very easy. I'm going to attach a video where I explain how to do that, or I might even insert it here. And after the first email, you've got wait 22 hours. And the reason it's 22 hours is because we want to reach out to them when the time around when they started the checkout process, right? Because the first email went out 2 hours after, we're just deducting that from the next time delay, so that we catch them when they are on their phone, or when they usually are on their phone or online. Email 2, and then after email 2, you want to make sure that your time delays are 1 day and you exclude Monday and Friday, because on Mondays and Fridays, the endless nurture flow is going to be automatically be sending the content. All right. So every time delay after email 2, make sure it is 1 day and you exclude Monday and Friday. So that's going to be for all emails up until this very last email, which mentions Saturday. So we want to make sure that goes out on a Saturday. So just build all of your emails. And at the end, before the Monday email, okay, you need to have a time delay that says 1 day and choose Saturday here, so that the email goes out on a Saturday. And yeah, it's pretty simple how you build a checkout flow. Yeah, if you have any questions, let me know. And yeah, that's the checkout flow. Now for the cart flow, like I mentioned, the content is similar. So yeah, you don't have to change the content. And what you can do is simply clone the checkout flow. Okay, let me try and do that with you. That's a test account, so I'm not sure if added to cart is selected. So clone to this account. And here you can change the metric. So you just call this cart abandonment flow. And here look for added to cart. And then just use this as the trigger for that flow. But before you use this, make sure that you go under metrics, look for the added to cart metric. And you need to make sure that you have some activity here. If it's 0 all the way, that means that this metric is not properly catching activities. This could indicate an issue with your integration with Shopify. if you haven't added the added to cart snippet inside of your Shopify theme. Or in 2025, Klaviyo is switching this metric to a similar metric that's also called added to cart. It's going to be called added to cart, but instead of this gear icon, it's going to have the Shopify icon. If you have that metric available, and when you click on it, you can see activity going on, and it's not 0 every day, then use that metric instead of this one when you are cloning the checkout flow to make the cart flow. All right. After you clone it, all of the content that you already built for the checkout flow would be automatically cloned. You don't have to rebuild the content from scratch. You simply just need to change the dynamic block. So you see these blocks here. You would need to go inside. I'm going to have a video where I explain, it's a very short video where I explain how to make dynamic blocks in a very easy way. You would just need to swap all of the checkout dynamic blocks to the cart dynamic blocks. Super easy. I'm going to attach that video as well. And yeah, that's how you build the checkout flow. I'm going to give you some example emails. I've shown you how to build it inside of Klaviyo. If you have any more questions, let me know down below, and I will try to answer them. Super quick, but very important, if you do clone the checkout flow to make the cart flow, make sure that you add the following filters. So let's say you clone the checkout flow to make the cart, continue, you choose added to cart, clone, refresh. So let's say this is your cart flow, you just cloned. Make sure that inside the trigger for profile filters, you add a condition that says what someone has done or not done. Checkout started 0 times in the last 2 days, and what someone has done or not done. Checkout started 0 times since starting this flow. Make sure you add this inside of the cart flow, and yeah. Most ecom brands are making a critical mistake of the browse flow. They are sending them to everyone that's visiting the product pages, which completely destroys their welcome flow strategy because it's confusing to people. They're receiving the welcome flow, they're receiving the browse flow as well, different messaging, different offers, and it ends up desensitizing them to your emails. But when you set up the browse abandonment flow the right way and syncing it perfectly with the other flows, you can recover lost traffic without cannibalizing your other flows. So let me show you exactly how we do this. Okay, so the browse flow, the goal of the flow is to get people who viewed a product but did not buy, to get them back to that product page and buy that product. Okay, so the browse flow, who is the target audience? They are people who, Okay, so the browse flow, the goal of the browse flow is to recover traffic by sending emails to people who looked at a product page but did not end up buying or did not even click on the add to cart button. So what we want to do with this flow is retarget them, get their interest, build trust, and get them back on site. All right. But if they're not really interested in that product, we also want to show them more product within the email so that we can get their interest in another product if this wasn't the product for them. So before I show you how to build this and the example emails, there is one critical mistake that almost every store is making. You only want the browse flow to send to returning visitors. And by returning visitors, I mean not new traffic. All right, so the new traffic that just opted in inside of the pop-up, those guys are receiving the welcome flow, which is a longer flow. It's going to convert more people. You don't want the browse flow to interfere with the welcome flow. So we are going to be adding a conditional split inside of Klaviyo so that if they are a new visitor, they are going to skip this flow. If they are a returning visitor, this could be a returning visitor that still hasn't bought yet, but they had a look at a campaign or a content email from a flow that we sent, and they came back on site after 14 days, if that's the case, then yes, they can receive the browse flow. But for new visitors, you want to make sure the welcome flow or the checkout flow is prioritized. So now let's have a look at some example emails. In this flow, we like to keep it at around 3 to 4 emails. The first email is simply acknowledging their action and showing them the product again within the hero section. I'm going to be adding these email examples inside of the description so that you can replicate them for your brand. Okay, then we show a dynamic block. I'm going to insert a video as well on how to build these dynamic blocks inside of Klaviyo without having to do it from scratch. All right, I'm going to show you the easiest way. So that's the hero section. And then just below this, we want to have content that basically answers the question, why this brand? This can be content that builds desire or content that builds trust. Okay, again, this is content. If you haven't watched the video about our welcome ecosystem where I explain the welcome flow and the endless nurture flow, go and watch that, because this content is being dynamically pulled from the endless nurture flow. The second email is a plain text email, simply checking in, saying, hey, it has to be a one-to-one person. Do not use the collective we, all right? It has to be an I. I noticed you were checking out some of our gear. So yeah, just check in, ask if they have any questions, and give them a discount, okay? And the reason we are using a plain text email is because if someone has questions about the product or they have a concern, they are less likely to reply to a designed email because they think it's coming from the marketing team. But when it's a plain text email coming from one person, they're just more likely to reply to it. The third email, this one, we like to use a pattern interrupt, something that is quite unique, because it's not the first time they are receiving emails, right? So you want to stand out the same way you would want to stand out when you're doing paid ads and with your ad creatives. Similar scenario here. They received a bunch of different emails and we want to give them a unique angle that makes them stop and think. That's the angle that we used. Again, this is going to be inside of the description if you want to copy this. We give them the discount code in a clear dotted line area like this. Okay. Do you not make the same mistake as we just did? There should be a button just below here. When we were copying this over, I don't know why the button just disappeared. But make sure there is a button on the top over here. Okay, then show them the product again. And again, attach some content from the endless nurture flow that builds trust or builds desire. Once you nail the endless nurture flow, which I explained in the previous video, these flows just become a piece of cake, super easy. And then for the last email, we want to send a design email with a dynamic countdown. Okay, I'm going to attach a video as well on how to build these dynamic countdowns and integrate them with Klaviyo. Dynamic countdowns, let them know clearly it's ending in 24 hours, give them the code, have a big shop now button, show them the product again, and then at the end here, say you might also like, and then use a product feed to show more products. I'm also going to be attaching a video on how to build this inside of Klaviyo. So yeah, for now, let's go ahead inside of Klaviyo and let me show you how to build the actual flow. So you're simply going to go to the flows page, click on create flow, build your own, just name it, all triggers, click on metric, look for viewed product, save this, and then copy the settings which I am going to give you. So after the trigger, click on it. For the profile filters, you want to add the following filters. Checkout started 0 times since starting this flow. placed order 0 times since starting this flow, added to cart 0 times since starting this flow, and has not been in this flow in the last 30 days, and have this filter, which I explained in the deliverability video on how to automatically remove bots and burner accounts. If you haven't watched that video, you need to watch the video, then you will understand what this filter means. But yes, also have this filter inside of the browse flow. That's for the profile filters. Then after the trigger, you want a conditional split, which is going to prevent new visitors that should be getting the welcome flow from entering this flow. So properties about someone, so add a conditional split from here and do this. Properties about someone created is at least 14 days ago, and then wait 30 minutes if it's a yes. And then here we can build your abandonment emails. Okay, yeah, I have I'm not going inside of this video, I'm not going to go over building them from scratch, because I have a video dedicated on how to implement emails in Klaviyo. You need to watch the video. I also have a video on how to build the dynamic blocks. Also watch the video, it's going to be linked below. And yeah, this is the knowledge you need to build a browse abandonment flow. If you have any questions, let me know down below and I will answer them. You know those visitors that just land on your website, your homepage, they look around for 30 seconds and then just leave without clicking on anything? Well, there's actually a way to capture these confused people and guide them to become a buyer. It's called the site abandonment flow. And when set up correctly, it can recover a decent amount of your homepage and your collection pages traffic. All right, let me show you how step by step. So the site flow, this flow is going to be going out to people who are confused, because these guys gave us their email, but they did not click on any product page. They didn't add to cart or anything. So they just stayed on a home page or a collection page and they left. So what this means is they were either overwhelmed, confused, and yeah, the goal of this flow is to give them guidance. And here is how we do this. For the first email, we simply let them know, we simply tell them, feeling lost, and then we have this type of graphic with arrows left and right with the different collections within the store or the different products. That really depends on your store, your brand. And then we'll just say, hey, stopped by, maybe you got distracted, and then we'll try and help them by matching what they want or need with the correct collection. And we use a GIF to like make a fun effect as if it's a compass. And they can simply click on this, click on whatever they can relate with the most, and go to the exact page they need to go to. Right, that's the first email. That's a designed email. But we also want to have a second email, which is going to be a plain text email, simply letting them know, hey, we saw you visited the site, but you left. If you have any questions, reply back to this email. I'm going to be adding these emails inside of the description so that you can replicate them. But yeah, the reason we have a plain text email as well is because when people see a designed email, they're less likely to ask a question. They're less likely to reply to that email and ask whatever they were concerned about, confused about, right? So that's why we have a simple plain text email. And then when they click back, when they go on to the website, they click on the product, then they will get triggered inside of the browse flow or the cart flow. And yeah, if you haven't watched a video about the welcome ecosystem I showed you, you're missing out. Make sure you have watched that video first, and then you set up these abandonment flows. Because when it comes to the site abandonment flow, we don't want this flow to trigger on new visitors. We only want this flow to trigger on returning visitors. Because for new visitors, even if they didn't click on a product or add it to cart, the welcome flow is already going to be sending to those guys. So we don't want to interfere with the welcome flow because it's a more important flow. And yeah, if we send too many emails, we're going to desensitize the recipient, and all of the flows are going to be less effective. That's why you want to make sure inside of your site abandonment flow, you only send to returning traffic. And I'm going to show you how to build this inside of Klaviyo. So how do you build this site flow? Very simple. Hop onto Klaviyo, go to the flows page, click on create flow, build your own, just name it site flow, create all metrics, click on all triggers, click on metrics, and then click on active on site, save, confirm and save, and then simply copy these settings. Okay. So after the trigger, you want to add profile filters. So just click on the trigger and copy these settings. So what someone has done or not done, viewed product 0 times since starting this flow, checkout started 0 times since starting this flow, placed order 0 times, added to cart 0 times, and then has not been in this flow in the last 30 days. And lastly, make sure you watch the deliverability videos where I explain this filter and why we have it and how it excludes bots and burner accounts. So yeah, in this flow, also have this filtering mechanism to filter out bad profiles. Click save, and after the trigger, you want a conditional split, which will basically prevent new visitors from receiving this flow. So the condition is going to be properties about someone created is at least 14 days ago. If that's a yes, they are going to receive this flow. If not, they won't get any email. After the conditional split, you have a 15-minute time delay. Email 1, simply implement this email. I'm not going to be building the emails from scratch inside of this video because I have a video dedicated for that where I show you how to build emails inside of Klaviyo. Implement email 1 here, then add a 23 hours and 45-minute time delay because we want to cache them at the approximate time when they were on the site. Right, so that's why we're doing 23 hours and 45 minutes, not just 24 hours. And add email 2, very simple. This is one of the simplest flows in Klaviyo. And yeah, I hope it wasn't too difficult to understand. If you have any questions, let me know. Drop them down below and I will answer them. Your customers just bought from you, they're excited about the purchase, and they are now going to read every email you send them with more attention because they've now invested in your brand by buying from you. But what do most e-com brands do? They send the most boring, corporate, formal-sounding thank you message that makes customers ignore them. But lucky for you, today I'm going to show you the thank you flow strategy that we use to lay ground for loyalty so that they become connected to the brand beyond a transactional level. All right, let me show you how. So the thank you flow, what we are trying to do here is build rapport, so lay ground for loyalty and take the connection you have with that customer beyond a transactional level by having a very heartfelt thank you. So a personal thank you, not a corporate thank you message, which I'm going to show you right now. So if I show you the email, it should be something like this, where it's a timely email that mentions thank you for your purchase earlier today. So this email doesn't go out immediately after the purchase because then it's obvious that it's an automation. If we add a few hours time delay between the purchase and this message, it just makes it seem more real, and we mention inside of the email earlier today. So it just makes it more human and less automated. And then we say a genuine thank you, acknowledging that they had choices and it chose us. And yeah, have a heartfelt thank you like this. I am going to have this email inside of the description so that you can replicate this for your brand. What this is going to do is it's going to lay ground for loyalty, because later on, when we ask them for the second purchase, when we try and get them to make the second purchase, having this type of relationship beyond the transactional level is going to help. So this is going to be for first-time customers, and for second-time customers and repeat customers, you want to word it a little bit different. Still mention the timely variable, so earlier today, and mention that they have bought more than once, so that they know that you have acknowledged they are a repeat customer. It makes them feel more special. And yeah, it's good to have this type of stuff, even though this is not going to bring you revenue directly. It's going to reinforce your brand, keep you top of mind, and decrease the likelihood of your customers leaving you for another brand that's selling a similar product for cheaper. Okay, so now how do you build this inside of Klaviyo? Very easy. I'm assuming you have watched the basic flow video where I show you how to build flows at a basic concept. So create flow and copy these settings. The trigger is going to be placed order. The profile filters are going to be simply going to be properties about someone, exclude from flows, doesn't equal yes. I went over this inside of the deliverability videos so that we can remove bots and burner accounts from the flows. Also have this inside of this flow. We don't need any filters, like if they placed an order, kicking them out. We don't need that inside of this flow because there's only one flow in each path. And after the trigger, you have a 10-minute time delay before the actual 2-hour time delay. The reason is sometimes the Shopify and Klaviyo integration can take some time to update the history about the customer. And we want to make sure records are updated before the conditional split, which says if placed order equals 1, so if it's their first purchase, they are going to receive this path where we have the email that gives them the first email, the new customer email. But if the conditional split logic says no, then they are going to receive the email for repeat customers, returning repeat customers. And yeah, that's how you want it. Very simple. This is one of the simplest flows inside of Klaviyo. And yeah, that's how you do it. 2 minutes after someone buys from your store, the credit card is still warm in the hand, they're still in buying mode, and there's a psychological window that closes fast. The smartest e-com brands send one specific email within this window that increases order values by up to 15 to 30%. And I'm talking about the immediate upsell flow. Let me show you how it's done and how to set it up step by step. Okay, so the immediate upsell flow. What we are trying to do here is we are trying to catch the customer within a psychological bias where they have the credit card in their hand, they just bought something, okay, they're in buying mode, and we basically want to try and increase the order value, try to get them to spend more within that same window. So this is going to be going out to people who just place an order. We are going to be sending this to them within a few minutes. If I just show you the emails that we use, here are 2 examples. So 2 minutes after they place their order, they're going to get an email like this saying, hey, we're preparing your order for shipment and we noticed, and then we have this not cool, but like it communicates the message well that their order is being packed, right? We are communicating this with a GIF, and we are saying, hey, you can save 20% off if you add something to your order in the next 30 minutes. And then we can show recommendations, right? What it can buy. And also we can add a dynamic countdown to 30 minutes. Okay, and we can also use dynamic Klaviyo product feeds. because it will dynamically show the best-selling products. And you could even have different emails depending on what the person just bought. If you watch the Segmentation Masterclass and the Flows Engineering Masterclass, where I teach you how to personalize that, you will be able to basically create endless personalization. But this is the core concept. We are telling them you can add more, save, we have a countdown, and we have recommendations at the end. Now let's build this inside of Klaviyo. Okay, just head over to the Klaviyo Flows page and click on Create Flow. By now, I am assuming you have watched previous videos where we create flows. So you should know how to create flows. Now I'm just going to show you the settings and how it's built. So the trigger is going to be placed order. Profile filters are going to be placed order 0 times since starting this flow. Properties about someone, exclude from flows doesn't equal yes. This, I went over this inside of the deliverability videos to exclude bots and burner accounts. And has not been in this flow in the last 365 days. The reason we have this filter is so that, let's say if someone buys every 30 days, we don't want them to receive this email every single time because it's weird. 1 time per year is good. So just save these filters. Then we have a time delay of 2 minutes. Okay, and the reason we are not instantly sending this is because first they are going to get confirmation emails, etc. We want this email to be delayed by a little bit. And then here you are going to build the email. And I'm going to add these emails inside of the description so that you can replicate them for your brand. And yeah, again, we have videos on how to implement emails inside of Klaviyo. I'm not going to do that from scratch inside of this video. One thing you need to know is if, because of your fulfillment, if you can't manually merge orders in the backend, if they are the same address, the same customer, but there's been a second order a few minutes after the first order, if you can't manually merge the orders and your fulfillment, then you would need a Shopify flow. So it's a automation inside of Shopify so that the order ID stays the same. What this automation does is it keeps the order open for the next 30 minutes so that if the customer wants to add something, the order ID is going to stay open. They can add more products. And after 30 minutes, it's going to close the order and send it over to your fulfillment department. And yeah, if you need this, some of you might need this, I'm going to have a separate video on how to do that, how to build a Shopify automation, and I will link it inside of the description. And yeah, pretty simple. This was for the immediate upsell flow. Here's the problem. You get a customer to buy once, but then they forget you even exist. But what if there was a way to stay on top of their mind without having to send ongoing campaigns and building loyalty using a flow that will lay ground for loyalty at a subconscious level? Let me introduce to you a new flow that we have developed called the Endless Loyalty Flow. Pure content, no discounts, just psychological conditioning that makes customers connected to your brand beyond the transactional level. Let me show you how. So the Endless Loyalty Flow. We are using this flow to build loyalty, to lay ground for loyalty by building a connection with the customer beyond a transactional level. So this flow is going to be going out to people, to customers who just bought, right? This is going to be a long ongoing flow. That's why it's called endless, because you can keep adding emails at the end of it. And this flow is going to have content that is valuable. This can be content that helps them use the products. It can be content that reinforces their decision in investing in your brand by buying from your brand. Content that makes them more connected to your brand by using emotional stories, for example, right? So any type of content that is not transactional or promotional, no discounts, no anything, just content about stuff that can help them. And it doesn't even have to be about your products. It can even be, for example, for a powerlifting brand that's selling powerlifting equipment, they could have an email about recovery hacks, which is not directly tied to the product, but this is still information that would help the customer based on their psychographics. So what are their values, what are their hobbies, basically knowing them as a person and giving them value in every way possible. This is going to keep your brand on top of mind, and it's going to lay ground for loyalty on a subconscious level. If you keep sending this type of content every week, and the best part is this is an automatic flow, it will keep going out to every current customer and future customer that will buy. If you keep doing this, you're gonna plant some seeds subconsciously. And if they come across a competitor that's selling a cheaper product, same product but cheaper, they are just more likely going to stick with you. They're going to have more affinity towards your brand. And yeah, this is going to lay ground for loyalty for the next few flows, where we ask them for the next purchase, or we try and get them to buy for the second time and keep buying, right? So yeah, that's the strategy and the reasoning behind this flow. Let me go over some types of emails. I'm going to be adding some examples inside of the description so that you can have a closer look at these emails and replicate the same concepts for your brand. So here you've got a plain text email, personal, from the founder, just telling them about tips that can help them recover quicker. And make sure this isn't generic content. It has to be actually valuable. Don't just get ChatGPT to write an email. You can use AI, but make sure what it spits out is actually valuable to your audience. Then you can have content like this, where you show behind the scenes of the brand, so they feel reassured that they bought from the correct brand. They don't feel buyer's regret, and yeah, just showing how much you pay attention to the details behind the scenes. And yeah, plain text emails work good here. First of all, because they are low production, you don't have to design, and also because they are more personal. It's good to engage, to like show, add some, humanize the brand. That's the word I'm looking for. It's good to humanize the brand and take it beyond the transactional level, because sometimes designed emails can just seem like they're coming from the marketing team, but plain text emails are by nature more personal. Then you can have just review showcase, even though we're not trying to sell them anything, we're just trying to make them feel part of the community that feels the same way, right? Social reviews, and then just keep having these types of emails inside of this flow. And again, it's called endless because you can keep adding emails at the end of it. So yeah, that's the example emails. Now, how do you build this flow? Very simple. First, you need to make a segment. Let me just show you. And this, so you need to make a segment of buyers. If you're watching this video, I am assuming you already watched the segmentation masterclass and the flows engineering. So I'm not going to go over the basics of how to create a flow. I'm just going to give you the exact settings to apply. So create a segment. This is what the definition will look like. Can receive email marketing and place order at least once over all time. And so this is to make sure we are sending to engaged profiles or new profiles, because when we implement this flow, we usually backpopulate it so that every previous customer gets the flow, but we don't want to send to unengaged profiles because that could affect deliverability. So just copy this, open the email at least once in the last 90 days. Here we could do 180 days if you don't send emails often, or created is in the last 30 days. And then bounced email is less than 2 times, clicked email to unsubscribe 0 times, and marked email as spam 0 times. Create the segment, and then when creating the flow, use that segment as a trigger of the flow. And then after the trigger, just add a time delay. And we want to send the endless loyalty flow on Mondays and Fridays. These are the best days for content emails. And also because the next flows, which are promotional emails, where we are trying to get them to buy again, are going to be sent on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. So this is also a way to keep flows synchronized across the entire account. So wait 2 days, only Mondays and Fridays, set up your email, add a time delay again, and keep adding the emails. All right. And yeah, pretty basic. just also make sure that inside of this flow, as for the profile filters, you have this filter, which I explained inside of the deliverability video, to avoid bots and burner accounts. So yeah, just have this filter as well. And this is it. It's a pretty simple flow, but very important. Again, it's not directly going to get you purchases, but it's going to keep your brand top of mind without having to worry about making campaign calendars every single month. And yeah, if you have any questions, let me know down below and I will answer them. Almost 80% of your customers are not going to come back after their first purchase. That's why most brands can't scale. They're spending an arm and a leg on ads, but they just can't get people to come back. But when you set up these two flows, which I'm going to show you, one specifically for first-time customers, because that's the main chunk of your email list, and another flow specifically for repeat customers that have bought 2 times or more. By using these flows, you'll stop the leaks, you'll keep customers coming back, and you'll make every dollar you spend on ads go much further because you've now pulled a lever, which is the LTV. So the Winback flows. The goal of these flows are going to be to get more purchases from existing customers. So you've already paid to acquire these customers, whether it's through paid ads, through content, whatever, you've acquired them. Now we need to increase their LTV. And if you've been watching previous videos, you would have implemented the endless loyalty flow, where we are building a relationship with the customer beyond a transactional level as soon as they purchased. So we've been sending content, valuable content to them after the purchase. You've got a thank you flow, and now is the time to create win-back flows. Now, the combinations of different flows you could have is endless. You could have lots of different flows for different products, for different collections. But here inside of this video, I am going to give you the core basis, okay? What we do is we have a separate flow for first-time customers to get the second purchase, because this is one of the biggest segments inside of a Klaviyo email list. About 20 to 30% of a Klaviyo email list consists of people with one purchase. They've bought from you one time, and now they are just sitting in your email list, receiving generic campaigns, if you are sending campaigns. We don't want that to happen. Instead, we want a personalized flows that acknowledges their purchase, that acknowledges that they bought from us once and they haven't come back, and following up using this personal copy, right? So let me show you what that looks like. So first to second purchase flow, here are the emails. These emails are not heavy in terms of content. These are like just trying to get the sale, because the content was inside of the endless loyalty flow. And this first to second purchase flow triggers based on this. I recommend you download this app. It's free for 14 days. Download this, go to this section called time between orders, and you will be able to see how long does it take your second time customers, so people who have placed a second order, how long did it take them to place that second order from their first order. So you're going to see how many days it took them. And I want you to have a look at the 80% mark. Go down and look at this number. This tells you when we should trigger the first to second purchase flow. Okay. So in this case, for this brand, I would be using 25 days. So 25 days after the first purchase, we would have this flow go out, and this is what it looks like. First, we want to have general follow-ups. Don't send discounts straight away. Just follow up like this. A design email, just showing them more products that they could love, showing them more options. And also at the end of all of these emails, we have a cool looking footer like this, or it's a dynamic footer. easy to navigate the site just from the email footer, and have a questions section like this. So they know if they have a question, they can simply reply to the email. And this is going to be a universal asset inside of Klaviyo, so you can easily be reused across all of these emails. And yeah, it's just going to make it easier for them to click a button, go to the site, and buy. So yeah, first you want to have a general follow-up like this. I'm going to be adding these emails inside of the description so that you can replicate them for your brand. Also have plain text emails that just check in, right? How was it, etc. Don't offer a discount, just personally check in. And then we have offer sequence 1. This is again within the same flow. Offer sequence 1, I recommend you first list 3 to 4 offers that you are willing to give. This can be a percentage off, it can be free shipping, it can be a free gift over a certain amount, it can be a BOGO, basically anything that you are able to give that's good, that's okay for your margins, and have it inside of this flow, and have the offer sequences automated. And we're not going to be sending this flow like within 60 days. This flow can last an entire year, okay? So offer sequence 1, this is what we like to do. We use this little trick where we first send a designed email with a discount, okay? But we purposely decrease the discount by 5%. And then we have a 10 minutes time delay. And we have this email, which is a plain text email that says, hey, I'm so sorry, I sent you the wrong discount. And then we give them 5% extra, telling them that because you've already bought from us, you don't just get 15, but you get 20. This just gets a lot more eyeballs, a lot more attention, a lot more engagement, and it makes them feel special. And we've seen that this produces more conversions than simply sending an email like this announcing get 15% off. That's a little trick, a little offer sequence that you can use as well. Then offer sequence 2, we usually send this 3 weeks after, and this is what it looks like. First, we try and build hype. We say, hey, join this list. I'm not going to be explaining every single email. They are going to be inside of the description. I'm just going to roughly brush on them. We're simply saying, hey, we're creating a VIP list. Click here to subscribe. And even if they don't subscribe, we tell them that, hey, because you have bought from us, I have added you to the email list, okay? So actually we are saying, I was finalizing our VIP email list for tomorrow, and I noticed that you are a customer. I'm not supposed to be doing this because this VIP sale is only for repeat customers, but I've gone ahead and added you to the list. So that just basically makes them feel special. It makes them feel acknowledged. We're letting them know that they are a first-time customer and they are getting special treatment, even though they haven't purchased multiple times. They are being added inside of the VIP list. And then the next day, they receive this email saying VIP access tomorrow. So now they feel part of the VIP group. And then the day after this email, that's just a teaser email with a GIF. They receive the offer. And this offer is a better offer than the offer sequence 1. They receive the offer, they get a code, and again, they will have the footer to easily navigate around. And also one thing you can do is you can dynamically reuse sections of the endless nurture flow, which I showed you. You should have watched that video before this one, the endless nurture flow. And you can reuse content like this and just embed it at the bottom of those first to second purchase flow emails, so that we can keep reminding them why the brand is different. We can keep reminding them behind the scenes of what goes on when producing the product. And yeah, just content that keeps on reminding them why this brand. So offer sequence, after the announcement email, you have a plain text follow-up. After the plain text follow-up, you have a countdown follow-up. So an email with an actual dynamic countdown inside. One thing I would suggest is use better photography. Don't just use plain graphics like we did. We were quite limited for this brand. We try and use more lifestyle photography. And yeah, that's offer sequence 2. Offer sequence 3 starts with a plain text email like this. Use unique follow-up angles like this, all right? Because you want to stand out. You want to basically have a pattern interrupt. If you just have emails like this, it's just going to be kind of bland. You want to switch it up, use different angles like we did here, using a figurative iMessage. And also here, there is a trick you can use. Even though it's an automation, you can set the time delay before this email to only go out on Tuesday. So it looks like this email isn't actually automated. It has actually been manually sent on Tuesday to that person. So it just makes it feel more human, more timely, more personal. As we mentioned, Tuesday. And offer sequence 4. And remember, these offer sequences can be as far apart as you want. 21 days, 60 days. Let's say if you're, for example, I'm just going to use an extreme example. If you're a mattress brand, you could even do 2 years between offers, right? Because people are not going to be buying mattresses every few months. So depending on the life cycle of your customers, you can adjust the time delays. Offer sequence 4, similar stuff. We have an angle like this where we say, where are you? We put a lot of effort into our brand, etc., etc. But when you come back for more, when you come back for basically making it feel special, humanize the brand, use personal angles, use different types of angles, and use different offers. Again, a unique follow-up that acts as a pattern interrupt. And again, lastly, a countdown email with a dynamic countdown, letting them know it's finishing in this amount of time, so that it makes it clear. And yeah, that's the first to second purchase flow, which is dedicated to getting that second purchase. The copy is personalized to first-time customers. This is going to convert better than generic campaign sales that you run, like a flash sale, because we specifically tell them that we know it was the first time trying the products, they haven't come back, and this is why this is for them. That's going to convert a lot more than generic flash sales. Similar to the first to second purchase flow, we have a repeat purchase flow. This is going to be going out to people who have purchased 2 times or more. In this flow, we are going to be using the wording similar to, you're one of our most loyal customers, you've bought from us multiple times, that's why we are giving you these special offers. So they know the brand isn't just sending them discounts for no reason. They are getting discounts because of their loyalty. That's the angle we are going to be using inside of this flow. First, we just have a general reminder without giving away discounts. This one is for reminding them about the points. That's if you are using a loyalty program. If you have a loyalty program, you can show them how many points they have here. And again, we are going to be having the dynamic footer inside of every single email so that every single email is more clickable. So points reminder, and then we have 3 offer sequences. Honestly, you can add as many offer sequences as you want, but we have 3 to start with. Yeah, very similar stuff to the first to second purchase flow. Have offer sequences like this where you give out different offers. One thing I would say is don't do this launch sequence again inside of the repeat purchase flow because it can be repetitive, since they would have already received the first to second purchase flow if they are inside of this flow. So avoid being too repetitive. It can make your brand feel weird if you just do the same stuff again and again. So yeah, have offer sequences lined up with the offers that you are able to give. I'm going to be adding these emails inside of the description so that you can have a closer look. So yeah, these are the Winback flows. Now again, you could personalize this by having multiple different Winback flows based on different collections. All right, I teach you how to do that inside of the Flows Engineering Masterclass and the Advanced Flow Strategies video that I'm going to make. So if you want to take this to another level, watch those videos and apply what I tell you. So for now, how do you build this inside of Klaviyo? Let me show you. So for the first to second purchase flow, this is going to be triggered by a segment. So you'll need to create a segment first. I'm not going to go over how to create segments from scratch. You should have watched a video on segments already. So you create a segment with this definition. What someone has done or not done, placed order equals 1 over all time, and they can receive email marketing and open email at least once in the last 90 days or created in the last 30 days. You can switch the 90 days to 180 days if you are a brand that doesn't send often. Next, you have bounced email is less than 2 times over all time. Clicked email to unsubscribe 0 times over all time. All right, just make sure these are correct, the and or rules. Follow them exactly as you see here. Okay, create the segment and use this segment as a trigger of this flow. After that, you want to have a 2-day time delay. Actually, if we have a look at the segment again, it's not 2 days actually. This is up to you. Like I mentioned here, when we had a look at the data, I mentioned you need to have a look at the 80% mark, have a look at what this is in terms of days, and then use that number here. So in this case, it would be 25 days. But this is completely up to you as the brand owner or the marketing manager. When do you want them to start receiving follow-ups about the second purchase? So yeah, 25 days. And we only want to send on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. Then you have email 1. That's going to be whichever email you have first. And then what we like to do is between follow-ups that are separate, we just like to have a 14-day time delay like this. So do 14 days, add this email. And yeah, the time delays, I can't really tell you fixed time delays because it really depends on your brand. Just use a time delay on which you want your first-time customers to receive these offers and the time delay between these emails. Just be careful about one thing though. If you are going to be using this launch sequence as well, make sure that this email goes out on Tuesday. So the time delay before that email needs to be a Tuesday. This one needs to be a Wednesday, and this one needs to be a Thursday. Okay, because if we are saying inside of the email, you are going to be getting it tomorrow, we want to make sure they get it the next day. So that's why. And the reason we are only sending on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays is because the other flows, like the endless loyalty, those flows are programmed to be sent on Mondays and Fridays. Okay, because those days are the best for educational emails and content emails. So yeah, that's why we are keeping separate days for separate flows, and it's going to be keeping the entire Klaviyo account clean and avoiding any overlaps between the flows. So yeah, that's how you build it. Just be careful about the time delays between the emails. That's dependent on the actual emails, right? And yeah, you don't have to add any profile filters here. For example, you don't have to add a condition that if they buy, they need to exit, because we are using a segment that says placed order needs to equal 1. So if they purchase, they will automatically exit the segment and they are going to get kicked out of this flow. The only filter you actually need to have is this one, the one that I explained inside of the deliverability video. Make sure you watch that video as well. So that's the first to second purchase flow. For this one, you can use a segment, but for the repeat purchase flow, you will need to use a metric to trigger that flow, because we want customers to be able to enter this flow multiple times, whereas the first to second purchase flow, it's only for first-time customers. We don't want them to be able to re-enter. That's why we use a segment. But for this one, we'll need a metric. So what you're going to do is simply create a flow where the trigger is going to be the metric called placed order. And for the profile filters, you want to do this. Placed order 0 times since starting this flow and has not been in this flow in the last year, 365 days. And placed order is greater than 1 over all time. So this is going to be filtering out all of the first-time customers because we have a separate flow for those guys. And again, the deliverability filter that I explained inside of the other video. That's how you set it up. And again, the time delays are completely dependent on you. What you think is appropriate for your brand, for your product, for your life, for your customer life cycle. And again, make sure Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. And yeah, that's how you set up Winback flows. And yeah, that's how you do it. Did I miss anything? That's it. If you have any questions, just leave them down below and I will answer them. Getting good reviews is not about luck, it's about strategy. There's a specific email flow that sends happy customers that are going to leave a 5-star review or a 4-star review on external third-party platforms like Trustpilot, Google Reviews, or any other platform that your audience does their due diligence on, while quietly directing the 3 stars, 2 stars, and 1-star reviews into an internal Google form so that you can internally improve without it messing up your brand's reputation. So the review request flow. What we are trying to do with this flow is increase our brand's reputation in front of new customers by getting reviews on external platforms. For example, Google Reviews, Trustpilot, or any other review platform that your audience, that your potential audience checks for before buying, okay? And the reason we are trying to get reviews on external platforms and not your own product pages is because when someone new comes across your brand through an ad or through an affiliate, whatever, they are not going to go to your product page and say, okay, let me look at real reviews, because it's the brand's website. The brand has control over what reviews are on the product page. So it's just logical that people Google your name, they're going to click on one of those third-party review websites, Google Reviews, Trustpilot, or any other website that's relevant. That's why you want your reviews, your positive reviews, to be displayed there. But at the same time, you want to be careful and avoid negative reviews going to those platforms, and instead catching those negative reviews internally using an internal form, which I'm going to show you. And that's basically going to be strategically directing positive reviews to external platforms and negative reviews internally so that you can improve your processes. Now let me show you how we do this via email. No need to get fancy here. Keep it simple, keep it personal, have a plain text email that genuinely checks in, asks a quick question saying, how's it going? Say that you're looking for the honest feedback and give them 5 options. By the way, I'm going to be having this email inside of the description so that you can replicate it for your brand. And ask them the question, like describe your experience by clicking on the link. Okay, explicitly mention that you want them to click and give them 5 lines. Top line is basically 5 stars, absolutely love it. 4th line is 4 stars, really happy. These 2 options are going to be linked, hyperlinked to the external review platform, and these neutral and negative answer options are going to be hyperlinked to an internal Google form. Okay, just go ahead and make a Google form, ask them out of 5, what do you rate it? What do you rate your experience? And a comments section so that you can improve your processes. And yeah, very simple email, but effective. When you get enough recipients, this is going to accumulate good reviews on those external platforms and help you get more customers. And yeah, that's how you do it. Now let me show you how it's built inside of Klaviyo. So simply go to the flows page on Klaviyo, click on create flow and copy these settings. So the trigger is going to be a segment. So you'll need to create a segment first. So simply go to lists and segments, click on create segment and copy these definitions. What someone has done or not done, placed order at least once over all time, and if someone can receive email marketing. So just copy these settings, and then when you create the flow, use that segment as the trigger of that flow. I am assuming you have watched previous videos on how to build flows. Okay, I have a very thorough video on flows engineering. Make sure you watch that so that you get comfortable with building these flows. So yeah, create this flow, choose the segment as a trigger. For the profile filters, you only need to have this filter, which I went over inside of the deliverability videos, to exclude bots and burner accounts. And then you want to, well, what we do is we wait 13 days. That's what we usually do. But that really depends on your lead time. When do you expect your customers to see results or see the benefit of your product? So you can adjust this according to what is most logical for your brand. But what I like to do is always choose Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday. These are the best days to send emails where we want them to take action. And after this time delay, email 1, simply build this email as a plain text email inside of Klaviyo. Again, there are videos on how to implement individual emails. So just go and watch that video. I'm not going to go over that inside of this video. And yeah, simple. That's the review request flow. If you have any questions, leave them down below and I will answer them. In this video, I am going to go over advanced flow strategies to get the most out of your Klaviyo flows. But quick warning, if you haven't watched my previous videos about flows engineering and the basic flows, do not watch this. It's going to confuse you and you're going to end up giving up. So don't do that. Go and watch those videos first and then come back to this. Okay, so first I am going to show you how to hyper personalize the most common flows and basically any other flow that you want at will. So I'm going to go over the welcome flow, how to personalize the welcome flow depending on what they answered on the pop-up. I'm going to go over how to personalize the checkout flow depending on what they added to the cart and checked out. I'm also going to be showing you how to personalize post-purchase flows depending on what they bought. All right. So let's do this. First example, the welcome flow, right? So if they answered, so on the pop-up, if you haven't watched the pop-up video, make sure you watch it. I explain how to set up this step where you can ask them a question. Now, if we want to have different flows like this, depending on what they answered, here is how you do it. So go to flows page, create a flow. I'm not going to show you how to create a flow. This you should know by now. This is an advanced tutorial. Create a flow where it's triggered by the list. And then basically where you want them to receive separate emails, and depending on what they answered, add conditional splits. So this first one says this, pop-up question. I have to show you the pop-up now as well. Pop-up. So on the pop-up step, where you ask them the question, I explained to you, you need to add these profile properties. Go and watch the pop-up video if you haven't. Now, based on these profile properties, pop-up question, okay, we are going to have these conditional splits where this matches the profile property and this matches the value. It has to match exactly, all right? So word for word, character for character, no random spaces, no capitalization. Save this. Now, on the yes path, you can add the email which you want to send to people who answered, who clicked on lose weight. And then same stuff for gain weight. Add another conditional split on the no path. Pop-up question, equals gain weight. If it's a yes, it's going to be this email. If it's a no, we have another conditional split. Pop-up question equals maintain weight. If it's a yes, they're going to receive this email. If it's a no, you want to make sure that you have a backup, right? Because sometimes profiles can come through the Shopify checkout, and basically not everyone who is inside of your email list would have gone through this step. So that's why you want to have a backup that's not personalized to any of these answer options. You want to have a general backup here, and then you can keep them separate, or you can rejoin them. Let me just show you how I do it. So let's say you've added the conditional splits, and now you want to rejoin. Just delete this. So the first email is personalized. If you want to keep the entire flow personalized, that's best, do that, have flows in each path. But let's say you don't want to copy and paste every email 4 times. You can simply drag and merge these paths like this, like that. And now you can add an email here so that they receive the same email without you having to make the email 4 times. So that's how you can personalize the welcome flow. Now I'm going to show you how you can personalize the checkout flow. So okay, go to flows, build your own, just name it whatever, create manually, all triggers, metric, choose the checkout started metric, save, confirm and save. Now let's say you want to send a different email to people who added a certain product to a cart. Again, conditional logic split. And if you watch the Flows Engineering Masterclass, you will be super comfortable with all of this. And it's just going to be much easier to understand. So watch that video as well. So here, if we want to personalize depending on what they added to their cart, what they were checking out, click here what someone has done or not done, checkout started, and here click on this to add a filter within the same filter, and then here where. Now you can do depending on which collection they had in a cart and they were checking out. You can do depending on which item, so items, right? So you can get very granular, or you can keep it broad. You have the power to do that using these filters. And then here, let's say I want to make a specific checkout flow for a specific product. Simply select where items, contains, and here select the product that you want to target at least once in the last, just do 24 hours. In the last 24 hours, save, checkout started, where items equals this, at least once in the last 24 hours. That's the conditional split. And now here in this yes path, you can add a personalized checkout flow for this specific product. If you want to do that for all of your products, go ahead and keep adding conditional splits. Keep adding the same rule, but changing the product or changing the collection, okay? And that's how you do it. You can also do based on the value of the cart. Okay, so checkout started value, where, so select again, checkout started value, where is it gone? Collections, discount codes, shipping rate. Okay, you don't need an additional filter. Checkout started value is greater than, let's say 100. Let's say if they are eligible for free shipping because their checkout order was $100 plus, you can have a separate flow based on that. And yeah, there are endless possibilities on how you can personalize these flows. Next, let me show you how you can personalize the post-purchase flows, the Winback flows. So simply go to the flows page. I'm not going to click here because it's going to reveal revenue numbers, which I'm going to have to hide. That's why I typed in the link. But click on flows, click on create flow, build your own. Let's say we are doing a Winback flow. Okay, actually replenish flow, let's say. It's the same as Winback flow, but it's a more accurate term. Replenish flow, create. Go to all triggers. Metric for this flow would be placed order. Save. Let's say after 30 days, we want to send a replenishment reminder to people, but we want to send separate emails, personalized emails, depending on what they bought previously. You are simply going to do the same, add a conditional split, look for placed order. Okay, placed order, click on this to add an additional filter within the same filter, where items, here we can do based on specific items. Again, you have all of the options here. If you want to do based off a specific collection, do that. And yeah, again, same stuff, just repeat if you want to personalize further. And you can even do that. There are so many combinations you can do. You can even do by country. You can do depending on when they subscribed, etc., etc. If you master the segmentation skill, which I taught you inside of the masterclass, the segmentation masterclass, and the flows engineering masterclass, there are endless possibilities to personalize flows. So yeah, that's that. Now I am going to show you how you can add, let me just show you first. Okay, so something like this, where at the end of the email, inside of the footer, you can have a section like this that says their name, and that says, hey, don't forget your points, and then they can see their exact balance. Okay, this is good because it gives them a reason to come back and buy, and this can be placed dynamically inside of every single footer. It can be your campaign footer, flows footer, every single touch point. You can have this, and it's also it has smart show hide logic, where if the person has 0 points, it's not going to show this block at all. It's only going to show this if they have above a certain amount. So let me show you how you do that. You just want to make sure that your footers are universal assets. I'm not going to show you how to do that inside of this video because I've already shown you how to do that inside of the Klaviyo interface walkthrough. So yeah, make sure it's a universal asset, and then click on edit across all instances. And here, all you have to do, well, first design the stuff on Figma. However you want it to design. I'm not going to tell you how to design. Design the footer on Figma, okay? How you want it to look. And then when it's time to build inside of Klaviyo, here is what you need to do. Everything can be an image, exactly how you've designed it on Figma, implemented the same way I've taught you how to implement emails. So that's an image, this is an image. And as you can see, these two images have this little eye icon. This means that there is specific show hide logic applied to this image. And here is what you can do. If you have a look here, so on the same image, click on display, and as you can see, under show hide logic, there is a logic. Click edit. Okay, it's not when you make it, it's not going to look like this. It's going to look like this. All right, so when you make it, it's going to look like this. Here you need to select the property. Now, depending on which app you have, it's going to be named differently. In this case, we're using Smile, so it's called Smile Points Balance. You would just need to have a look at your app and what it's called. But usually, if you just type in the name of the app you're using, it can be Smile, it can be Swamped, it can be App Stable or whatever. If you just type in their name, it should usually come up. So points balance. So points balance equals 0. If that is the case, then we can say show this image slice. And as you can see, the image slice is saying show our join our rewards program and get $250 points. So this will only show to people who did not sign up, who have 0 points. And then so the first section, just design it like this on Figma. So you have this that says join our rewards program with a divider at the top, the information about what they get when they join, and then the button which will be linked to where they can register. And then within the same email, within the same universal asset, you want to have another image which is simply the divider. And if we have a look at the logic of this email, so yeah, if the points balance is greater than 0, like I showed you, if I show you again, if points balance is, okay, click on number here, is greater than, points balance is greater than 0, which means they have points, which means they have signed up to the loyalty program, then this divider would, and these two images would not show to that person, but this divider would show, this text block would show. It uses the same show and hide logic as this divider which I just showed you. This is a text block where we have the first name, this variable, the first name variable. We don't need to add a default because if they signed up, the first name is inside of the account. We have that data. You can say something like this, don't forget your points, and then have an image again. This is the image that's designed on Figma. It looks like this, your balance, and then we have another text block where we show the dynamic field to display the number of points they have. Okay, you will need to get that from your loyalty app. And again, this text block needs to have a display logic the same as the one I just showed you. So balance is above 0. Same for this, the use my points image, same show and hide logic linked to wherever they can go to and look at their points and use their points. For Smile, it's this. And yeah, that's how you do it. This is, after this, that's just the footer everyone sees, the footer menu. But here, I just wanted to show you how you can have different images, different sections within the same email, within the same footer that have specific show and hide logics, and that will only show to specific customers. And yeah, that's how you do this. I can't really tell you exactly how many, what should be the link for each image. That's dependent on which app you're using. You would have to look into that. There's a dozen different apps. I can't make a video for each one. But this is how you do the show and hide logic. And yeah. Next, I'm going to show you how to do smart headers. This is a very cool strategy. And that's what we use inside of our flow system. Because we have so many flows, we have an endless nurture flow, we have a downsell flow that are triggering on the same people. What we want to do is we want to have offers. Okay, if I just show you. So let's say when we are sending the endless nurture flow, if you don't know about the endless nurture flow, don't watch this video. Go and watch the video about the welcome ecosystem. Okay. Inside of the endless nurture flow, because we are not embedding the discounts and the offers within the content, we want new customers to be able to see the offer that's still available for them, all right, on the header, inside of the header. So what we are going to do is make these headers. Okay, so inside of the endless nurture flow, for every single email, you need to make sure that the header is the same. It's the universal header, okay? Edit this. Inside of this, you are going to add text blocks like this, and you are simply going to add the offer. Let's say inside of your welcome flow, the last offer is this, 15% off. This is the code. Build this inside of this text block. So change the colors, background color, and just change that to this. So make it the same as Figma. Change the colors, add the text, this, align in the middle, teen. If you just double check using mobile, it should not be too big. Just like that. Just make sure the text is white, visible basically. Make sure it's visible. So make sure the padding is okay. So sideways padding, you can change this to 5. Up and down padding, 9 is fine. This is good. Now here is the thing. We only want to show this to people who are inside of the welcome flow and did not enter the downsell flow yet. All right. So what we are going to do is add here, we are going to add a show and hide logic where it's going to be a custom property that we added at the end of the welcome flow, and I'm going to show you in a second. We added, after the email block, we added a profile property update where we add a profile property. Whatever the name of that property is, add it here, equals, add it here, and I'm going to show you in a second. Click save, and this text block would only show to people who were inside of, who have exactly gone to that step. I don't know how to explain it in an easier way. That's how it is. All right. Okay, so here is what I was talking about when we were building the endless nudge flow. You saw this, the profile property update, and I told you to ignore that inside of that video because that's a more advanced strategy, and that's why I'm explaining inside of this video. So inside of the endless nudge flow, add this profile property update at the start. It has to be like this: update existing property, do non-buyers offer, and then for the value, do welcome flow offer to. Because it's a new account, and your account, when you're setting this up, your account would not have a single profile that has this property. You would need to add that in manually. I've shown you already how to do it. Let me show you again. To add in a profile property manually for the first time so that it becomes available to use here, you need to go to profiles here, select your profile, click on add custom property, and add it here. Add a property name here, add a value here, click here, and then it will become available for you to select like this and like this. All right. Do that, click save, and now, if you remember, I was building this, and inside of the show hide logic, we had this, right? If non-buyers offer property equals welcome offer to, these emails are going to have this header on top of the email above the logo automatically because of the universal asset. All right. And the cool thing is, inside of the downsell flow, again, go and watch how we set up the downsell flow. We have profile property updates so that we can track who received which offer. Okay. So as soon as they enter the downsell flow, we have a property update where the same property is updated to downsell flow offer 1, so that the universal asset inside of all the emails automatically updates to this, where the new offer is displayed on top of every single email, regardless of which flow they are inside. And yeah, that's what you want to do. You want to make sure the offers are consistent. if they enter the downsell offer, if they enter the downsell flow, they made it down to, that's a downsell offer number 2. You want to make sure that every future email has that offer. It reminds them of that offer inside of the header automatically. And yeah, one thing you will need to do is manually choose where you want these profile properties to update. So when you build downsell flow, you need to map out where does offer to begin, and you need to add this profile property after the email that announces the discount of the offer. If you're not understanding what I am saying, you need to go and watch the downsell flow offer again, because this video is not going to explain stuff from scratch. I'm trying my best to explain advanced concepts in the easiest way possible. And yeah, I hope you get it. If not, go and watch the videos again. If you have questions, you can leave them down below and I will answer them. So these are some of the advanced flow strategies I could not include inside of the more basic videos. I'm going to keep adding more videos to this module when I come across more flow strategies, so that you always get the best of the best. Again, if you have any questions, I know these are advanced concepts. They can be quite technical. If you have questions, if you're confused, please clearly write down your question with context and I will answer it. Most e-com brands launch a new product, they work on the development, they get all excited, they think they're gonna make a lot of sales, but when they actually launch the product, they're barely profitable and it's not even that much revenue. But there's one email sequence that almost no one talks about, and it's the reason why we can sell out our clients' new products in just a few days of launching them. In the next few minutes, I'm gonna show you exactly how it works so that you can replicate this for your brand. So this is the product launch sequence that we use when we want to announce new products and we want to scavenge the most engagement possible to get the most amount of eyeballs possible. So first we have a teaser email. Let me show you what that looks like. It's an email like this where we just let them know that we've been working on something new and that's coming soon. It's a very short email, all right, nothing special, and just have one CTA that says get early access or join the VIP list. And when they click on this, they are going to land on a opt-in page. Let me show you. To make the opt-in page, you simply have to go to lists and segments, click on list, just name this VIP list for new product, create list. First of all, straight away, you want to go ahead and change the consent to single opt-in instead of double. Click save, and then go to subscribe and preferences pages. Click on customize for this list, and then you will have a subscribe page here. Click on edit page, and then you just want to edit this so that it says join the VIP list. Only have the email, no need for first name or last name. Also remove this. Just make this say join the VIP list or join the early access list. Email, subscribe button, change the colors if you like, publish this, and just get this link. And you can use this link for this button, but ideally you want to embed this onto your own website. Okay, you can do that by creating a embed form instead, but this is fine. You don't have to embed it on your website. If you want to, you can go ahead, watch the video about how to create an embed form and just do that if you want. But this is more than enough. Okay, link this to this button, and everyone that clicks on here and subscribes is going to get added to the list. And then we want to send a sneak peek email. Inside of this email, the background is actually going to be a GIF, okay? And I'm going to have a video inside of the description where I'll show you how you can make these blurry GIFs. For example, here, okay, we'll have a GIF that starts off blurry, and then it will become not blurry, so that we are revealing the product. But yeah, that video is going to be inside of the description so that you can do that as well. So I was talking about the sneak peek email. In this email, we just give them hints about what the product is, and we basically mention the features, why it's different, and why they should be interested in it. So just mention why it's better, why they should be interested in it, and mention when it will be released. And again, have a button for early access. Use the same link as we did for the previous email. And if you can, have a countdown timer that's counting down to this date. All right. Again, I have a video where I show you how you can build countdown timers and implement them inside of Klaviyo. So not just actual images, but real dynamic countdown timers. If you want to know how to do that, just check out the link in the description. And yeah, that's the sneak peek email. You keep it short, and you just build that curiosity. And then you launch the VIP access one day before the date that you stated, so that those guys, the VIP people, feel more special. And you clearly mention this: exclusive 24-hour access, VIPs only, and then there's going to be a GIF that starts off super blurry like this, and the GIF will reveal the product like that. And then yeah, you just simply present the product. You mention this is only for you because you're a VIP, and then you just educate about the product. I'm going to be adding these emails inside of the description so that you can take inspiration. Yeah, so just talk about the product, why they love it, and have a shop now button. That's for the VIP. For the main launch, so everyone will be receiving that email. We can also send it again to your VIPs so that they know that everyone else is getting the email one day after. So on this day, the day you mentioned inside of the sneak peek email, simply have the same email as the VIP. Just remove the VIP mention. Also remove this. Okay, remove the VIP mention. And yeah, the content can be the same. Why they love it, talk about the product, and have the same GIF that reveals the product. Okay. And yeah, that's the launch sequence we use. But if you are giving them an offer, like on the launch, you are giving them a 10% off or some sort of offer, right, that's going to end, then I recommend combining this product launch sequence with the hype sequence, which I'm going to present inside of the next video, which is going to be about offer sequences. So yeah, that's our usual launch sequence without the offer. Over the last 3 years, I've personally tested dozens of different sale campaigns using different tactics for multiple brands in all different types of niches, and I've seen a few patterns consistently drive revenue. And today, I'll show you the exact campaign sequences for sales that I keep coming back to because they're that good. Okay, so in this video, I am going to be giving you 4 sale campaign sequences, strategies that you can use. First, you've got a general sale launch email. Then you've got the oops sequence, that's what I like to call it. Then you've got the hype sequence and the heartfelt sequence. I've got examples for each sequence, and I'm going to be adding these inside of the description so that you can take a closer look and use it for inspiration. So let's get started. The first sequence is this one. Nothing special. This you can use this for like flash sales. All right, nothing special. Don't use this for big sales like Black Friday. Even though yes, in one of the examples you see Black Friday, that's because I'm just using this specific email for an example. But here is how you want to do general sales. Now, not huge sales, but just normal flash sales. First, just have the email announcing the sale. That's going to be the launch. And at the bottom, have categories or products for easy navigation. The second email is going to be super short. It's going to be sent basically after, it really depends on how long your sale is lasting. So just evenly distribute out these emails throughout the sale period. The next email you want to have is a super short plain text email, and we are using a combination of design and plain text. because some people just don't respond well to designed marketing emails. They prefer more of a personal one-on-one contact. That's why we are sending plain text, super short, and we are even mentioning, I know it's Sunday. So it just makes the email more timely, as if it was written on the spot and it was sent on the spot. So I know it's Sunday. I wanted to remind you in case you missed this. In case you missed this, state the offer, have one CTA, that's it, super short. And then you have the bandwagon effect email. In this email, you basically want to make it seem like everyone is hyped about the product, about the sale, and things are going out fast, and they should not miss out. So yeah, just use this type of GIF where people are rushing. This email is optional if you want to, if the sale is actually worthy of this. All right, state the savings again, shop now, and I recommend you always have either a footer with buttons so that they can navigate, or you always add like products below the email so that they can easily navigate. And yeah, that's the hype, that's the bandwagon effect email. And then the last email, you just want to have a 24-hour countdown. Make it very clear, because a lot of people just procrastinate, even though they want to buy. They're just like, okay, I will buy later on. So this email is for them, letting them know it's ending exactly in this amount of time, and this is going to be a dynamic countdown. So yeah, very simple email. You don't need to get fancy. You don't need to get complicated. Let them know it ends in this many hours. Show the offers again, all right, and have navigation. That's a normal sales sequence. Now let's have a look at some more unconventional campaign sequences. The oops sequence. This email first sends out a mistaken offer. So it sends out a designed email saying Black Friday is like, the sale is live. Use this code. This is the sale. This is a percentage. Right? A designed email giving an offer, which is actually not the real offer. 10 minutes after, okay, but just make sure that the code actually works in case someone tries to buy. But 10 minutes after this email, you want to send a plain text email that says, oops, wrong email. All right, then you say, so sorry about the email you just received about an hour ago, a few moments ago. I sent you the wrong one. And that's going to be from the one of the team members, not the founder. Make it from like a customer service person, not the actual founder. So yeah, say sorry, you sent the wrong one. Yeah, just say something like this. And then you make them feel special by saying, as you are here, you can say, as you are a customer. So you can send a personalized email to people who have already bought. So basically a segment of customers, make a segment of everyone who has already bought, and they are going to get this version where it says, as you are, ignore the VIP stuff inside of this email, but say, as you are an existing customer, you're eligible for a better offer than the previous one you just received. And for non-buyers, for customers who never bought, right, have a segment for them, and you just want to tweak this inside and say, as you've never tried our products, you're eligible for. So it basically makes it a valid reason for them to receive an exclusive offer. It makes it more exclusive, they feel more special, and it's more personalized, and it converts a lot more. Like this combination of a mistaken offer and an oops email converts a lot more than a simple design email like this, because it gets more eyeballs, right? It's unconventional, it's a pattern interrupt inside of the inbox. And yeah, try this and see how it works. Then we want to have a 24-hour countdown, so we make it clear for everyone who received this, letting them know it's ending in this many hours. After this sequence, we have the hype sequence. Now, do not use this for small sales. Keep this for the biggest sales, all right? If you're truly offering something that's probably not going to be offered for another year, then you want to use this type of sequence. First, you send a click to join VIP, all right? It's simply going to say, click here to join VIP. There's going to be this GIF, all right? It's optional if you want to, but it does increase click rate. And just let them know, heads up, you'll be redirected to our homepage after you click. So we are not going to make an actual list. It's a tactic, as you will see. So you let them, tell them join the list, the VIP list or the exclusive list. And then to anyone who did not click on that email, all right, because you can make a segment of people who did not click on a certain email, make that segment. It's very easy. Go and watch the video about the segmentation masterclass. Once you nail that, all of the segments I'm talking about will be easy. So after this email, the next day, you want to send this email to everyone who did not click, saying, I was looking through our email list and noticed you didn't join our group yesterday. I'm not supposed to be doing this, but I've already added you to the list. So you're adding them anyways. This just lets them know that they are going to get something special, all right? And then the next day, you send the teaser email. It's something like this. You let them know that the sale is starting tomorrow. Okay, and you've got a GIF like this. Okay, I've got tutorials on how to make these GIFs inside of the description, so that you can make them yourself. So you've got this GIF. You let them know it's starting tomorrow, and yeah, just have a button that says "Get my cart ready," and then tomorrow, the next day, you send the sale. Now we've prepared enough people. We've sent 3 emails building hype, basically. First, letting them know something is coming. Join the exclusive list. And even if they didn't, we sent a plain text email with a pattern interrupt subject line that lets them know they are going to get something special. And then again, we have this email that stands out. Well, we are using this GIF to let them know they're going to get a special deal. And then you drop the deal, 35% off. But again, you can't do this with small sales. It has to be an actual big sale. You drop the sale, make it clear, have a CTA, give the discount if there is one, and have some navigation at the bottom. These can be your best sellers if you only have a few products. If you have lots of categories or collections, here list your collections. And then you want to have a plain text reminder. Keep in mind every sequence has a plain text reminder. So because we want to use designed and plain text to get the most, to try and catch as many people as possible. Plain text, that's what it looks like. Again, I'm going to be having these examples inside of the description. And finally, we have a 24-hour countdown that looks like this, the same as previous emails. This email has to be simple. Just let them know it ends in this many hours. It does not need to be complicated. And lastly, we have the heartfelt sequence. Now this works really well, especially in sale seasons like Black Friday. We basically have 3 segments. You need to make a segment for active customers. So these are customers who have placed an order in the last 180 days. That's what we usually use for the CPG niche. But that really depends on your brand. What do you count as an active customer and a lost customer? We usually do 180 days. They've purchased in the last 180 days. That's active customer. This email is for lost customers, so customers who have purchased, but they haven't purchased recently, they haven't purchased in the last 180 days. And you want to have a 3rd segment for non-buyers. This is basically anyone who has never purchased, and we are going to send them personalized emails. So active customers are going to get this one. Subject line is, you are truly appreciated. First, you want to start off with something personal. Like, my wife, Rassi, and I pour our hearts into our small farm, and your support means the world to us. I noticed you did not grab anything this sales season. So you can use this at the end of the sales season. All right. I noticed you didn't grab anything this sales season. All right. And then you just say the offer again. That works super well because we let them know they're appreciated. We let them know that we know they haven't grabbed anything recently. And we also let them know that we know they placed an order previously. All right, so it's super personalized. Then for lost customers, the subject line needs to be something like this. Where are you? Okay, first name, where are you? And then it's the same stuff. All right, we just tweaked a little bit. So here we said this, the same stuff. We pour our heart into our brand, basically. Come back for more. This time your means the world to us. But when we haven't seen you in a while, we can't help but wonder if we didn't meet your expectations. So yeah, we let them know that they are a customer, but we noticed they haven't come back in a while. So again, it's personalized. Everything about this is personalized from the subject line to the copy of the email, and then you drop the offer again. Okay. Now for non-buyers, here we say your absence is felt. We let them know. Again, we notice you didn't grab anything. Yeah, so similar stuff. Let them know that you noticed you didn't grab anything and you haven't tried the products yet, and then drop the offer. So let's say personalized strategy. All of these are basically the same email, but slightly tweaked to make it personalized to the people we are sending. And then after this personalized segmented message, we want to send, well, that really depends on your brand, if that is appropriate. We want to send a figurative angle that looks like this. It's an email interface, okay? And it's an email from, well, for this brand, because it's a nail polish brand, the email is from the nails. If it's a honey brand, it could be from the taste buds. If it's a skincare brand, it could be from their skin. And yeah, you just have to get a bit more creative to use a different angle. So this is what the email looks like. Yeah, you just need to come up with that angle, and then the rest is easy. Just drop the discount and a button. And again, even if you don't see anything below the button, we usually have this footer. That's why you might be thinking, why is there no options below the button? It's because we have this footer as a universal asset inside of the emails. So customers at the end of the email, they can click on the collection they want. And then we want to have a plain text email. I call it the super quick follow-up. You just mention super quick email because it's the sale or Black Friday, whatever season you're in. Yeah, just say something like this. Quick reminder, click here. And yeah, of course, mention the offer again. And then finally, 24 hours countdown again. So every sequence ends with a solid 24-hour countdown to make it super clear that the sale is ending. And yeah, you've seen this one before, have a dynamic countdown that counts down to when the sale is ending. And yeah, these are the offer sequences we use. I'm going to be adding all of these emails inside of the description so that you can have a closer look and use them, replicate them whenever you need to do a sale, and especially during Black Friday. Most e-com brands send campaigns out just to tick it off the to-do list and get something out there. But the truth is, campaigns that actually drive revenue are tied to what customers already care about, their pain points and desired outcomes, the seasons they are in, and the cultural moments that grab attention. So in this video, I'm going to show you how to plan a campaign calendar that makes your emails feel like they're perfectly timed, which will make them much more effective. Okay, so in this video, I'm going to show you how you can make your campaign content calendar. This is going to be how to come up with... Okay, so in this video, I am going to show you how you can make your campaign content calendar, how to come up with the ideas that actually will be engaging for your audience. Inside of this video, I'm not going to go over how to plan sales. I'm going to have a separate video showing you how to make sale sequences. But this video is only about non-promotional content ideas, right? So first, If you haven't watched the email copywriting masterclass, where I show you the type of brand document you need to make, you just have to make it one time, and it just makes everything so much more easier when it comes to email marketing. The same for your audience. Inside of that video, I show you I show you the audience documents to make, so that everything becomes more easy. Because of course we are going to use AI to help us generate the ideas. So if I show you again, this is what the brand document looks like. You just want, by document I just mean saved text, all right? You just mention your mission and your vision, your core values, your unique selling points, and any additional information about the brand, like about what makes you unique. Have this, you only have to make it once, and then everything becomes easier. That's the brand document. Then do the same for audience psychographics. Lay out what does your audience value, what type of people they are, what's their interests and their hobbies, what's their lifestyle preferences. You as the brand owner or the marketing manager, you should know this type of stuff about your audience. So just make a document like this, right? And then finally, customer insights. List the pain points that you guys are solving, that your customers come to you to solve. Pain points or desired outcomes, also any objections, as well as the voice of the customer and any segments that you know exist. If not, that's optional, that's fine. You don't have to include that. And yeah, that's just a repetition. Yeah, so pain points, list out the pain points, desired outcomes, objections, the voice of the customer, and if you have a broad audience and you know about specific segments within that audience, then also list it out like this here. The good thing is you only have to do this once. I know it might seem like a lot of work, but you only have to do this once, and you can use this to write every email, make every content calendar using the prompt I'm going to give you. So step one, you should have watched the email copywriting video. Make the brand document, make the audience document, and then you are going to use the prompt I am going to give you to come up with ideas, to help you come up with ideas. Because AI can do 50 web searches for you in 10 seconds. Why would you not use that? It's basically the next level of Google. I know a lot of brand owners are reluctant to use AI. Just think of it as the next Google. It lets you get more information more accurately and way faster. So just think of it as the next Google. So this is the prompt. I'm going to be attaching this inside of the description. It's a reusable prompt, which means you can use this every time for whatever month you're doing it for. You just need to specify a few things. Here, time frame of the email campaign calendar. Here, you just need to mention for what month or for what time period you're making this calendar for. So here I would mention 1st of March to 31st of March, if I'm doing this for the month of March. And then here you want to let AI know how many campaign ideas you want to, basically how many campaigns you want to send within this time period. We usually do eight campaigns. And then here, this is if you want to have a super segmented strategy where you're sending different campaigns to active customers, you're sending different campaigns to non-buyers, or if you have a broad audience, you're sending lots of different stuff. You might want to have a segment of people that opted in on certain pages, or people that bought certain collections. That's if you have a large range of SKUs and collections. Then here you would write everyone on our email list that has shown interest in, then mention the collection. That's if you want to have a segmented campaign strategy. But if you just want to keep it general, just say everyone on our email list. And then you have the final placeholder. By the way, you need to remove these. I've just added this so that I know where I have to add the extra info. But when you use this prompt, make sure you remove this and only keep what you add at the end. And finally here, details of pre-decided campaign ideas. AI can't decide for you if you want to do a sale or not, what the sale discount should be, or if you have a new product launch. AI can't decide this type of stuff for you. So you first need to make up your mind. Do you want to run a sale? Yes or no? Do you have any new product launches? Yes or no? If yes, detail them out here. Watch the videos about product launches, product launch campaigns, where I show you how many campaigns you want to send out for product launches, and also the video about campaign sale sequences. So when you have a sale, how many emails to send out then. Watch these videos and just let AI know that you are going to be sending, let's say, 3 campaigns for this product launch. Right, so for example, let's say I'm doing a product launch in March. I will tell AI, so 2nd of March, we are going to be doing a new product teaser email, for example. Then we can do, say, 5th March sneak peek email. You'll understand what I mean by these when you watch the product launch video. Sneak peek email, and then let's say 7th March product launch. So just launch new product teaser email, launch sneak peek email for new product launch emails, launch email for new product. All right, so these are pre-decided campaign ideas that AI can't decide for you. You need to let AI know what's going on with your brand. All right. Now, what AI is going to do, now that it knows how many campaigns you've already decided, but before you send the prompt, copy and paste the audience information here. All right, so this part, copy all of this, copy, and also copy this, and paste these 2 sections under this. So between this and this, paste all of the information about the audience. And then here, paste your brand document, information about the brand. And then what AI is going to do, it's going to study your brand, the problems you solve. It's going to study the pain points and the desired outcomes of your customers, your audience. And it's going to try and tie seasonal, cultural, and audience-specific dates with those pain points and those desired outcomes. And it's going to give you a list of ideas tailored to your brand like this. It's going to give you the date. It's going to give you the potential idea with a quick brief of what the email is about. And then you can cherry pick. If you like it, you keep it. If not, you tell AI you want more ideas. Just keep it within the same chat so that AI has all of this information. And just keep in mind, when you start making a content calendar for the new chat, for the new month, for another month, use a new chat. All right, don't use the same chat for everything. It's going to decrease the quality of AI. So yeah, super easy. What this is going to do, it's basically replacing a marketing manager. It's replacing a marketing manager's way of thinking, where they look at the audience, they look at the brand, they look at what are the significant dates in March. Let's say there's a Protein Day or National Sleep Day, or it could even be about the season. Spring is coming in, or whatever season it is. AI is going to make the matches. It's going to match the pain points of the season, with the USPs of the brand, and it's going to give you solid ideas. And then you just need to cherry pick, and then write the emails using the brief it gives you at the end. We tell AI, give us the ideas like this. Then for every email, you can simply copy and paste this brief inside of the email copywriting prompt that I gave you inside of the email copywriting masterclass. And yeah, that's how we come up with content calendars, by leveraging AI, because it's doing the same stuff, the same chain of thought, the same thought process that a human would do. AI is doing it for us much faster, and it's less likely to miss out on stuff. And yeah, that's how you can make a content calendar leveraging AI. Yeah, if you have any questions, let me know. This prompt will be inside of the description so that you can copy and paste it. And when I improve this prompt, I'm going to be updating it as well so that you get the latest version of the prompt. And yeah, again, if you have any questions, let me know down below and I will answer them. In this video, I'm going to show you how to A/B test campaigns in Klaviyo. This is a super quick tutorial on how to A/B test send times, subject lines, and other email content so that you can find winners and double down on them. So here is how you can set up a campaign A/B test to test stuff like send time, subject lines, different designs, different offers, different CTAs. So when you're on this page, you've implemented one version, okay? You've implemented your campaign, you've filled in the subject line, you will have this button that says create A/B test. Click on that, and then you first need to choose if you want to test the content, so the subject line or the content of the email, or if you want to test the send time. So first, let's do content. That's going to be your first version. In the second version, apply whatever changes you want, whether it's another subject line or it's a different email, different CTA, different offer, whatever you want. And then down below, here, when they give you option for open rate and click rate, it really depends on what you're testing. If you're testing the subject line, it's going to be open rate. If you're testing the content inside the email after the recipient opens the email, clicks on the email, clicks on the subject line and opens the email, then it's going to be click rate. Here you want to do a test size of 100%. Okay, don't change this to 50. Keep it 100 unless you've got like 1 million subscribers on your email list. Then yeah, you might want to only send the test to 20% and send the winning variation to 80. But if you don't have 1 million subscribers, just do 100%. And then you'll be able to have more data for your test and figure out winners so that you can replicate in your next campaigns. So yeah, that's for testing content. For send time, very similar stuff. You just want to set the send time and send date of the first variation. Okay, it's saying a warning because the send time has passed. Okay, and yeah, pretty straightforward. Just fill in the time for variation A and the time you want to test it against. And then here for the send time, you're going to select open rate. And yeah, that's how you test send time. Do next, and just schedule it. That's it. If you have any questions, let me know down below and I will answer them.